What's up? Hello. Can you guys hear the music in the background? It seems like maybe you can. I can't really tell, though. So it might have just been me saying hello to nothing. That's fine. We don't need music. What would we need music for? Let's see. Hello. Hi. How's it going? We are not gonna do that. Oh, good. Hello there. Got duplicated 4 times. Oh. Oh, good. Good. That's awesome. That's awesome. I love to see that. I fixed the lighting. Is that okay? All right. It seems to be fine now. Sure, whatever, man. It's fine. I'm fine. It stopped. Whatever. This is just even more convincing me that I need to take control over my destiny in terms of the technology on stream. Okay. It's the Kraken Part 3. And I want to start because, okay, I want to start because I think I'm probably not going to love it. If I had to guess, I'm probably gonna, what are you gonna do? And so I want to start with saying some more charitable things. Number one. So I don't remember who, but someone last stream was like, all right, if you're in this situation as Matt, what do you do? How do you fix it? What have you? And we went through a couple of options, and I think that what I really, landed on is improving something to, like, quote unquote, fix this in this scenario is really difficult, especially in the sense of, like, improving it in such a way that it doesn't feel like you're saving it or whatever as the GM. Doesn't feel like, you're just trying to prevent them from dying, right? Because that removes the stakes. That if you're just gonna come in, swoop in, and save them as the GM, you don't want your players to feel like that, because that removes a lot of the stakes and the tension. And the more I thought about it, it was something I kind of briefly mentioned, and then I honestly think it's what Matt did, is looking for an opportunity, looking for a golden opportunity, looking for a chance to say yes. And it reminded me of the very first video. I think it's either the first or one of the first videos I ever posted on this channel, or at least, one of the first that's public. Oh, is it even public anymore? Uh-oh, I might have privated it. Oh, damn, I did. Maybe. Oh, that's because I turned it into a short. Oh, that's going to be impossible to find. Well, I'll just tell the story anyways. One of the first stories I ever told on this channel was about the closest I've ever come to having a TPK. It was absolutely headed in that direction. One of the characters was downed and being digested inside of a gelatinous cube. The other two were on, like, below 10 HP. no resources left, and there was still a chimera and a gelatinous cube staring them down. Like, they, for all intents and purposes, it was over. And earlier in the campaign, I had offered one of my players a Faustian bargain. Who could have guessed? They had touched a cursed altar, and this was set in the Elder Scrolls universe. And the Daedric Prince Clavicus Vile came and offered him a deal. He said, I will give you one wish, anything you want. You just have to let me use your voice for a day. Would not elaborate on what that meant. And the player essentially said, I'll think about it. And he had like a great charisma, like a persuasion check, I think. And the Daedric Prince was like, all right, you can think about it. And then honestly, I think both me and the player forgot about it. So like 5 sessions, maybe even like 6 or 7 sessions, months of real life time pass. We get to the point where they're in this dungeon with the chimera and the gelatinous cube, and they're just they basically have already TPK'd. Their bodies just hadn't realized it yet. And the player that I'd offered it to, just it was like an awkward silence where like they were just like frantically looking through their sheets, and I was like, very kind of like slowly starting the like kind of the end of campaign narration, and there's like a slam from the player's mic, and he goes, this character's name was Mountain. He goes, Mountain just shouts, Clavicus, I'd like to bargain, or something like that. He delivered it better. And that moment of them just frantically looking and finding nothing, I'm starting to do the sad narration, and he just shouts out that he would like to bargain. That is crystallized in my head as like what a golden opportunity is. That is what I think of when I think of a golden opportunity, is that moment. Because everything paused. The other players stopped talking. I stopped talking. And then I just very quietly narrate that everything stops. Clavicus walks out of a wall, holds open a parchment and a quill, and hands them to you. And then Mountain signed and said, send away the cube and the chimera. And Clavicus didn't say anything, just smiled, snapped the fingers, and they're saved. TPK averted. And that was... That did sort of 2 things in my brain. In what I think of when I think of like averting a TPK. Very heavy air quotes. There has to be some sort of cost. There has to be some manner of cost. This was, and it has to be relatively like unrepeatable. And the player has to offer it up. I think that moment would have gone way, way worse if I had reminded the player about this thing, even if I had remembered, which I did not at the time. If I had even remembered, if I had reminded him, I think that maybe it still goes fine, but it's a lot worse. It's the fact that he remembered, surprised all of us, and then it working. And if we like really examine the moment, from inside the fiction, it didn't make a lot of sense, honestly. Like, I did a lot of soft magic bullshit to like kind of make it work. The fact that he was, using or that the Clavicus could hear him and like was listening and all this. There's a large dose of GM fiat there. But again, he came up with it. He thought of it in the moment, and I exerted a cost. I used his voice for something that he did not like. And at a very inopportune time for him. I exerted that very personal cost. And I think that was the second thing that this really crystallized for me, was this idea of the success of their overall goals versus the success of their like personal goals. And exerting a personal cost in order to facilitate a wider victory or success. And so in this vein of the Kraken, that was why when Grog started, filling it up with oil, I'm ready to say yes. I'm ready. I'm just give me an excuse. When Keyleth talks about doing the fireball, yes. Let's just figure out how. But the moment that they come up with an idea, I'm ready. And that is what I really want to highlight. And I want to highlight that I think Matt did that. I think Matt did that. I think he's in a little bit of a unfortunately tougher position because the internet will scrutinize everything he sort of does. So you even hear him out loud justify lowering the damage threshold. Baby, you don't got to justify that. That's your decision. And if you don't justify it out loud, your players are probably never going to know. Especially for that sort of thing. For the damage threshold needed to proc a check in order to spit them out. That sort of thing is never going to get caught by the players. You don't got to justify that. Matt kind of has to because he's on the internet. But he still did it, which I love. Looking for opportunities to say yes. Separate from that, we also talked about different ways that I would prep, right? And so I'll get into that next, but I want to read some comments. I personally do not love this plot thread. The Aramente plot thread? I love the Vestra. I love the Vestra community. I've been waiting for this plot thread for a while. Honestly, if I'm just looking at the plot, I'm into it. I'm very into this thread. I kind of think it should have happened sooner if anything. I think the only thing I don't love about it is when it's being inserted. I think that if this had been during the middle of the Chroma Conclave arc, a la the Feywild arc with Fenthros, if they had put one of the vestiges here, and then also, did the Aramente alongside it, I think I would have liked that timing a bit more. I get why Matt didn't do that. I think it probably would have felt a little bit too convenient. So I understand why he didn't, but I think that's the only thing I would say I didn't like about the plot thread. Otherwise, I'm into it. Yeah. I enjoy the RP in the village. Yeah, I loved the RP in the village, yeah. He did seem to nod toward the possibility of the Kraken's limbs being cut off, which would have been a great out. the Kraken's limbs. And so that sort of gets into my second point. So I'll delay talking about that for a second. You had a campaign set in the Elder Scrolls? I did. It was called the oh god, what was it called? The Mad Prince something. It was set in the Shivering Isles, specifically. For any of my Elder Scrolls heads out there. The realm of the Mad Prince, I think. Yeah, I don't remember. But yeah, it was set in the Shivering Isles in the Elder Scrolls universe. It was sick. It was very, very dope. When you finish watching the episode, I'd love to learn how you would run that Kraken encounter. I have some thoughts. I definitely have some ideas. I think there are lots of ways to zhuzh it a bit, to put some interest points in there. I think that Matt made a really good framework. It just didn't necessarily follow through. But if only I could sign away parts of my soul for every issue I stumble into. Oh, it wasn't his soul. I didn't give a shit about his soul. Who needs that? Souls are a dime a dozen. You can get a soul from any peasant that's starving that winter. A voice is a little different. I wanted a little bit more than just a soul. How to run a good Kraken encounter? Step 1, don't. I don't agree. Looking at that stat block, I can think of some things I would do. It's a tough stat block though. I will say that. The Kraken's tough. And it definitely has some things about the stat block that I would modify were I to run it. But I think there's some things. Did you have a plan for utilizing that PC's voice in a deviously evil manner? Yes. Yes, I did. Well, number one, actually, I'll say I didn't actually have a full idea of what I was going to do with the voice itself. But the devious part was I didn't clarify to the player, which not me not clarifying, Clavicus purposefully evading the fact that when he borrowed Mountain's voice for a day, Mountain would lose the ability to speak. So what I really had and what I pre-planned for was I would basically be able to mute that character for a day. And I chose to mute him, I think, 3 sessions later, when the party got split up. And it was, oh man, talk about a golden opportunity. It was a situation where Mountain he fell down a cliff into darkness below. And they were inside of a mountain that was sort of connected-ish to an Underdark. Too much context needed. But there was a Myconid colony there. And the Myconids rescue Mountain. And the other 2 PCs are left trying to navigate through these caverns to find wherever Mountain landed and track him down. And I chose to mute Mountain then. So we kept cutting to roleplay scenes where Mountain was trying to interact with these Myconids that had rescued him. And they were very good-hearted. Mountain was easily the nicest of the group. The nicest character of the group. And so he's desperately trying to communicate with the Myconids. And he can't talk. And they establish a telepathic connection with him, the rapport spores in BG3. He couldn't send any telepathic communications. Clavicus had taken the essence of communication from him, not just his voice. And so him doing like charades with these hive mind mushrooms, trying to like explain what they're doing there. Oh man, that was a ton of fun. And then I ended up post hoc figuring out what I was going to do with the actual voice. And it was a little devious, I won't lie, but it wasn't too bad. I mostly wanted to be able to do something bad to him, but in a way that would force him to be like creative and fun. And that's exactly what happened. So yeah. Oh, thank you for the $5, Elfpire Eva. Wait a second. I gotta read the super chat first. We faced a group that summoned a Kraken. I was able to use Fey Presence to charm it long enough to attack its summoners. We got away, but that was close. Anything that if you have an entity that is summoned, I think that's a really fun way to introduce something that is far too deadly for the group that it's being put against. And we talked about like ways that I would use a Kraken. I think that's a great option, is having it be... Also, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. But I think it's a great option of having that really deadly entity there that has these really high defenses naturally, but by making it a summoned entity, if you can just kill the summoners and it'll go away, you've essentially created like a new weak spot for it in like video game boss fight terms. You have introduced a weak spot for the Kraken in these squishy summoners. So you just deal with the squishy summoners, and now you've dealt with the Kraken. And the idea of a weak spot is a thing in so many, myths and stories for a reason. It is really cool to pit heroes against an adversary that seems unbeatable. And were it not for that one trick that doctors don't want you to know about, were it not for that one trick, they would be undefeatable. And so it brings in this like knowledge aspect to the heroes of like, they can't just be strong, they also have to be a little bit smart. So any sort of weak spot you can introduce, I think is going to pay dividends in that way. If you reminded him, I think it would give the impression that you built the encounter to force him into making a deal. I agree, perfect fan. Yeah, that's why at this point, like mid-session, or not mid-session, but like mid-run like this. So either, in my example or in this Kraken example, if Matt introduces something, if he has Keelat's mom come in, or if he has someone coming from the portal, or, anything that he introduces really has a lot of implication around it, unless it's been foreshadowed. So say they come into the portal, and throughout the entire encounter, so from start to where we are now, you've been narrating occasionally a shape moving in the distance. And, it's been circling around. If you've been narrating that from the very start of the encounter, I think it's okay. Like, and that's where we get to the idea of like building in levers that you can pull as a GM. Ideally, you want the levers to not be, even like I just gave that example, that's very obvious, kind of what's going on there. But ideally, you want a lever to not be obvious to the players that it is a lever until the moment it's pulled. if that makes sense. So it's like, it all makes sense in retrospect. It doesn't come out of nowhere. They're like, oh my gosh, you have been foreshadowing this for, 2 hours, 3 hours. We just didn't realize. Those sorts of things are, but if you never pull it, then they just never even think about it. Those are the best kinds of levers. But if you don't have any of those to wrap it back to the, I want a bargain, it's looking for those opportunities. It's saying yes. I'm not, if you've watched before, you know that I'm not the most permissive DM when it comes to like what my players can or can't do with spells. I've often gotten on Taliesin for wanting to apply real world physics to D&D. I'm not the most permissive when it comes to those things. But especially when we get into this sort of situation where it's not interesting, it's not fun, we just kind of need to like get through it. I get much, much more permissive. I start saying yes to progressively more things as we get into that. So it's hard to say like, what would I do in this situation? I'm not sure. I would be looking for whatever the players give me an opportunity to do in that way. Yeah. Do you think Grog's personal plot point or Keela's personal plot point ending is weaker? I think it depends on what you consider a plot, the ending. I think it's what you consider the ending. I think Kevdak was an incredibly strong ending for Grog. So I choose to ignore the fact that it seems like there's an implication that it actually ended with Groon. I reject that. That's New Game Plus. That's DLC. I'm sticking with the base game. And if in that case, definitely Grog is stronger, Kiss is weaker. If we're including Groon was at least fast. Groon was fast. So probably still Groon. But I love all of the Vestra stuff. I love all the Vestra stuff before the portal. So it's tough, but as an ending, as a climax, the Kraken's just really weak. But we'll see how it. I might defer this question to the end of stream or to next stream, because I haven't actually seen the ending yet. Maybe there's some RP that really wraps this up more satisfyingly. But I didn't love the Groon fight, and I like the Groon fight more than the Kraken fight. Thought I had recently pre-stream Percy joined VM right after his encounter with Ripley, so I can imagine a world where Percy's list is a long-term goal like Keyleth's Aramente, and conversely, where Keyleth's entire Aramente is a continuous arc. Yeah, I can easily imagine a world like that. Absolutely, they are both segmented in that way. At 100%. Yeah. It's one of those side effects of having some pre-stream. I think Keyleth got some plot there, so she was deprioritized a bit during the stream. That and or avoiding GM girlfriend calls. Yeah. I think so. I mean, she has gotten like very little actual like personal plot on the stream. And I think that is probably, if I had to guess, I don't know this for a fact, but if I had to guess, it was probably largely DM's girlfriend rationale. Because yeah, I can see several places that I would have put the Aramente, but And so not putting them there feels relatively purposeful. But it's hard to know. It's hard to know how much of that was like, an actual choice of like, who are you spotlighting at any given time, and how much of that was not wanting to like draw undue attention and get like undue criticism. Yeah. You can get a soul from any starving peasant is now in my villain monologue folder. I mean, whoa. It's just true. Oh man. I feel like looser personal objectives are a much better match to a main story with more objective goals. I feel like the Aramente as a concept is too rigid, I guess. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. It is something that requires, like, even if we compare it to the list, like G Herka was doing earlier, there's definitely something to be said that the Aramente as a concept, while it is very flexible, given that it is it's very modular, like you could theoretically take them on in any order, it seems. Kraken notwithstanding. It's modular, but it does require travel to certain locations. And there's definitely like an implication within it that the locations shouldn't be too close together. And that it should involve certain kind of things and trials, and there is sort of prescribed development in that way. So I can see what you mean about it being, or at least more rigid. I think it's more rigid than the list, which, if we take the list at its most like vague or ambiguous, like obviously they did tackle it in a contiguous arc, but they could have not. They could have had it be a long-term goal and just like cross names off the list as they go. And in that vein, you could have just embedded one of the names on the list in like any arc. Ripley could have been in this town, or the Briarwoods could have been in that town. The guy that the like bard equivalent, I can't remember what his name was, could have been in a different arc. Like, you could have spread those out and embedded them a lot easier than you could embed. And maybe that's the thing also, honestly. Maybe that's the overall thing. Regardless of how you do the Aramente, it is a lot harder to embed the Aramente into a larger arc very naturally. It's always going to feel like a side quest, like the Feywild for Fenthras. Which is why my mind goes to, make it a vestige hunt. Because all of the vestige hunts were kind of these little side things that didn't really have much bearing on the rest of the plot. But whereas something like Percy's list, you could way easier just take a single NPC off of the list and embed that within a much larger plot, like the Chroma Conclave, or really any of the arcs that we've had so far. They could easily be right hand to one of the villains. They could be working in an organization, any of these sorts of things. So I do think that it is more rigid in that way. I don't think it's like maximally rigid by any stretch. But I do see what you're saying. I mean, and to be honest, the Aramente is not the type of personal plot that I would ever go for personally. But I've seen it's that sort of thing at my tables and not had too much of a problem with them. So I wouldn't say I have like a problem with it, but I do probably tend towards the Percy style objectives a little bit more. You Ursula the PC? I did Ursula the PC a little bit. When you said stealing his voice, I thought you were gonna have the Daedric guy control his words. Well, that's why I loved the phrasing that I used, Perfect Fan, is I really made it super vague. And the characters in fiction debated what I meant. Like what Clavicus meant by stealing the voice. I love that sort of thing. That's my favorite type of shit. Yeah. We did, however, use the chaos to escape, and would have definitely been TBK'd. Our DM said our response was one of the few he considered that would have allowed us to not all die. Lol. There we go. What's Randolph? Been enjoying your watch through of CR, currently on EP 15, saw you live and wanted to hop in and say hey. What's up? Hello. Glad you're enjoying it. Welcome, welcome. Very nice, very nice. Before you click play, you have to remember to release the Kraken. I'll try to remember. Are you considering the fight the end? What if it isn't combat? In terms of the Grog versus Keyleth, yeah. I don't think I totally can say Grog versus Keyleth yet. But we'll see. I was also curious how you'd run the entire Aramente when it's complete. Like what the Earth, Fire, Water would be if you were running that game. I mean, I'll go on like pure gut instinct. Earth, pure gut instinct. Earth, Labyrinth, Minotaur. It's a labyrinth of some kind. Fire. My mind, when I think about fire, goes to crafting, goes to industry, like the City of Brass, sort of themings. So the Aramente that I think I would have had for the fire would be to craft something particular using a particular method. And I probably would have tried to construct some sort of thing where she has to use a particular spell. Like, or, just be very creative and do something that I don't anticipate. But I would have planned it around acquiring some ingredients, possibly on the plane of fire, possibly not. I'm not that into the planes in general. So my mind doesn't immediately go towards like using the planes themselves. But it's like gathering some ingredients and then combining them in such a way that like intuitively in the fiction requires some sort of fire spell, whether that's burning hands or what have you. My mind keeps going to flaming sphere for some reason, but I don't know how I would facilitate that. But that's where my mind goes. And then water is some what I keep thinking of, and I don't know if I would continue exploring this in my head or not, but I keep thinking of Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. And the underwater, like they gotta rescue people from under the water shit. But I think in general, highlighting the water's restrictions, water breathing, and I would want to really play off of that, not have it just be something that they have to solve and then that's it. I would want to be continuously reminding them about the difficulty of movement and the difficulty of breathing underwater. Whether that is by comparing, or not comparing, but involving some people that can't breathe or can't move as well underwater, a la Goblet of Fire, or Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Honestly, water's the hardest. I liked the lodestones, frankly. I liked the loads. I did really enjoy the idea of like a scavenger hunt. Because the water is this really this the water is this environment that is both incredibly difficult to move through if you're not adapted to it, and incredibly easy to move through if you are adapted to it. So the idea of a scavenger hunt for like something like these lodestones does intrigue me quite a bit, and having like little like maybe mini games, not mini games, but like mini objectives. So maybe have one of the lodestones underneath the Kraken, one of the lodestones being like carried around by this like fish swarm that keeps moving and they kind of have to chase. Maybe have one of the lodestones be in this like Triton compound they might have to sneak into. Although now that I'm saying all this, that sounds really long. So I don't know. But those are kind of where my mind goes, yeah. I would It would also really depend. Honestly, to Perfect Fan's point, the way that my brain hedges towards handling the Aramente does extend it a little bit. So either making it a contiguous arc, like the Briarwood arc, like Percy's, or I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Because, yeah, my gut instincts are to like make the things longer. But that complicates things a little bit when you talk about it being, just a player arc. And, I was really hesitant on the Briarwood arc when we started it, because it was basically a player arc that they were turning into a party arc. That's not something that carries no risk to it. And so I'm generally hesitant about that sort of thing in general. But it would have to be something I discussed with that player, as well as at least vaguely with the other players. Yeah. The Vestige Hunt felt more tied into the main plot because they were actively working towards resolving it and doing stuff like getting Singorn as an ally on the way. Did they get Singorn as an ally? Like, I definitely see what you mean in theory. Like, in theory, I totally agree with you. But also, Singorn was like, I honestly think this is less of a critique on the concept, because I think conceptually, in theory, you're correct. But in actual practice, Singorn was kind of gearing up already. It was more just like, hey, let's coordinate. Because we have the same goals. Like, let's just talk to each other a little bit more than we currently are. I think I would kind of have liked it a little bit more, and it would have, to me, felt more tied in had there been a little bit more around bringing Singorn on board. Because it felt really fucking easy, if we're being honest. But even, outside of that, we can even say, the Plane of Fire, right? The City of Brass. The City of Brass and the Dawn Martyr's Plate, very little to do with the actual, like, Thordak plot. It took them out of, the material plane for long enough for Fort Daxio to get assaulted. But that was kind of it. I'm trying to think of other vestiges. I will say, I mean, this just goes back into something that I'll compliment all day long. Besides Groon, besides like the very ending, I think Grog's personal arc is peak. I love Grog's personal arc. I think Grog's personal arc resolved with Kevdak really well. I think it was really integrated into the main plot. Like the Herd's deal with Umbrasyl, as well as Kevdak having a vestige, having the knuckles, and it all being tied into Grog's personal arc and being contrasted against his relationship with Craven Edge. Incredible. If we want any sort of like my best arc, or like my favorite way that a personal arc has been integrated into a larger arc, my favorite vestige that's been integrated into the larger arc, it's all Grog, it's all Kevdak. I read, and it also just so happened to be paired with one of my favorite battle arenas, one of my favorite fights. Like that beat, that sequence between Kamal Jaori, Sphinx Mountain, between the end of Sphinx Mountain and Vox Machina fuck shit up. That segment, or actually, I would even extend it to Umbrasyl. Between Sphinx Mountain and Umbrasyl is, I think, some of the best, like, cohesive, integrated storytelling in Vox Machina. It's one of my it's one of my favorite sequences. And I'm sure that at the time I had problems. I'm sure I had nitpicks here and there, but especially looking back, it was really great. And even the way that they get information about Westrun, the interaction with I believe they have an interaction with Kaylee around then. I mean, I really, really loved that. If we're really that's my favorite vestige hunt. The other vestige hunts, the Spire of Conflux was kind of incidental. It wasn't even really a vestige hunt because they just summoned the Garistro to fight Vorugal, which, hey, no shade on them. Fair enough. But it wasn't really a hunt in the traditional sense of the others. What were their other ones? I mean, Mythcarver was just given to Scanlan. Marrowglade Lock was sort of separate from everything. Yeah, Marrowglade Lock really didn't work into anything, but we also weren't really into the Chroma Conclave arc yet. Like, we were, but we weren't, you know? So that one's a little sketchy. Yeah, Fenthras I feel pretty separated on. Are those all of them? What was Percy's? Oh, Percy's is the cloak from Ripley. I mean, honestly, yeah, Ripley was very separate from the Chroma Conclave arc. At least we think. You know, it's unclear what Ripley's overall motivations were, and it ended up sort of being plot relevant in that they got the gate scroll on the Glint Shore, like from the altar inside of the volcano on the Glint Shore. So it kind of tied in that way. But honestly, everything in Ank'Harel, well, no, that's not true. Everything in Ank'Harel itself may not have been involved, but they did convince Jamon to come on as an ally. Compared to Singorn, I do think they actually convinced Jamon, and they actually had to do some stuff to convince Jamon, or Devosa. But then, even though I liked the Ripley hunt quite a bit, actually, I really liked the Ripley hunt. It was not really tied into the Chroma Conclave. At least that much. So, the vestige hunts are kind of hit or miss for me on how actually tied in they were, you know? The Armente is tricky at your average table. It's literally main character syndrome adjacent since it's basically taken from the main character of a TV show. Yeah. Like, I think they handled it fine. But it's not, if I was talking to a new player and they were like, I've watched Vox Machina, you know, they all seem to kind of have these personal quests or goals. Which one do you think I should like model or take inspiration from for my own personal goal at the table, keyless Armament, it would be the last one. I would recommend. I don't think it's bad, but it definitely has a lot of weaknesses compared to a lot of the other personal quests. My favorite personal quest I have had for a character of mine, a short order cook who went adventuring to find rare ingredients. Fuck yeah, dude. That's great. Because that can be worked in almost any way. You can add, and it's also, I mean, I love this sort of quest. This is very much my kind of shit. Because it also gives you a bit of an RP fallback in new locations. So in new locations where the party maybe doesn't know what to do, either they're like waiting for something to happen or they're waiting on somebody to do something, or they have to like wait until night to go skulking around the palace, whatever. A character like this has something to do, which I love. That's like one of the big things I look for in a personal quest, for me at least, is like, oh, you can go to the tavern and be like, oh, do you have any like local ingredients that you can't get anywhere else? And it's also really great fodder, like quest fodder for a GM to introduce the idea of this rare ingredient that you can only get from this particular location or this particular animal, what have you. It can be great for introducing side objectives, optional objectives, side quests, filler quests. Like if the GM doesn't want the main quest to progress in fiction time wise, or they don't want it to progress too quick. They want some like a gap of in fiction time between like this plot beat and this plot beat in the main quest. You can introduce an ingredient quest. And, I mean, if you really want to get fancy and funky with it, you could then introduce maybe some mechanical benefits to the rare ingredients, very beast feast coded. But yeah, this is definitely my type of character quest. If I'm playing, this is the type of thing that I go for. I think my last player character was an old world historian. So they were wanting to visit like ancient antiquity sites. Or they were basically like an archaeologist. And a lot of the, old world sites or ruins in this world are very, very dangerous. So they sign on with an adventuring party. So yeah, this is very much my sort of thing. Yeah. Not because it's the best or because it like is going to create the best story, but because it is so damn easy to create story. And then you can focus on making it good. It's so flexible in that way. Again, not to say it's the best, but I love it. Earth Armente is a farmland saga. I mean, yeah. What part is this? 3, 4? It's 3. Yeah, the episode is long. Yeah. I think Singor was like, oh, well, shit happens. We'll wait here to be over before VM convinced the twins' dad into helping. Maybe. I might be misremembering, but I think they were already gathering their armies, no? I could be misremembering. They were only in Singorn for like an episode, maybe half of an episode. It went pretty quick, but I could be misremembering that. They might have been a little bit more hesitant than I recall in my head. Yeah. I recently learned that you have a hard time picturing things like me. Yeah, aphantasia. Mm-hmm. I don't have strong, like total aphantasia. But yeah, when I picture someone, it's like a mannequin. I just picture like vague blobs in my head. When people like picture an apple, I don't know. It's red. I think about the concept of red, but even like when I close my eyes, I'm not really like seeing red. I don't really get it when people talk about that sort of thing, but yeah. And this might be a hard question to answer, but how do you write descriptions of things? Do you just try to convey a vibe? Yeah. I convey a vibe. I'm trying, I'm trying to think, because I ran D&D on Thursday. So certainly I should be able to remember that recently. Let me think. Let me pull up my notebook. Because I have a DM notebook. Let's see. In this. So I have a session overview. No. Honestly, a lot of my notes are more like plot related. I don't know, like beats related. Like I'm here, let me see. A band of druids is visiting the grove outside of town. They are traveling with some military dudes in common clothes who are there to meet. I'm gonna blank out the name because my players don't know yet. One of the druids knows a character fairly well, being from the wildfire circle. Yeah, it's a lot of like historical writing. The ostensible leader of the troop, Thrunwell, is Circle of the Shepherd and has some mysterious quest that he's working with several other circle leaders to accomplish. Kindle will be fun and flirty with Maxim and will take him off into the woods to hunt mushrooms. Yeah. Thrunwell is tall but slightly willowy, not imposing but commanding. He is somewhat like a pristine, preserved antique inside of a pawn shop. It's not that he doesn't belong, but it's hard to look anywhere else. He has a slow yet practiced way about him, like a bard humming the first lullaby their mother ever sang to them. His long hair is braided and bound and dreaded by dozens of small wooden beads, each seemingly hand-carved and distinct from each other. He is older than Wynn and Maxim, but wouldn't be considered an elder in most elf or druid circles. So I guess it is a lot. It is very vibe based now that you say it. It is very vibe based. It is not like, it's vibe based. It's analogy based. And then when I'm actually in the session, I'm just trying to inhabit the mindset of the person. Like, I don't really think about their body or what they look like or really any sort of visual representation of them, really. Like, the part that I had to force myself to write there, because I was thinking about how, like, Matt would describe someone, and I was like, oh, Matt would describe their height. And he would describe if they're, like, thin or a little bit bigger. Like, Matt would describe those things. So that is like an injection from Matt, but I'm almost always thinking about vibes and comparisons and imagery, not so far as in like, this is how I picture him, but it is more like, what does he feel like to be around? And I do the same thing for environments. Like there's a part of Saltmarsh called Crabber's Cove that has a ton. I don't know how the book describes it, but in my game I've described it as hundreds of feral crabs. And especially my druid cast, beast speech, and I described it like being at a metal concert. So it's less about like the literals of it and more about the energy and the feel. Like, what is something I can compare it to that communicates how I imagine it feels to be there? Not necessarily what it exactly looks like. Yeah. So I mean, but then that is only when I write descriptions of things. I honestly, if we're being real, I rarely write descriptions of things like that. It's one of the reasons that I like World Anvil, because it gives me prompts to think about. Because that's not a totally like natural thing for me to think about a lot of those like visual descriptions, especially. So I like World Anvil prompts for that. But then even with that, I'm thinking a lot about how things are used So like if I'm thinking about like a living room in a mansion, I'm thinking about what people do there. So I'm thinking about like okay, like the head of the house reads in there every day. And she takes tea and crumpet at midday in there. So when the characters enter, there's a dirty plate on the side table with like bits of crumpet. You know, it's that sort of thing. We're gonna skip ads. It's all about what people do, how things are used, and how things feel, rather than what they look like. And I'm looking off into the distance right now because this is not something I've really actively thought about. But I think this is how I do it. You're right. It was a hard question to answer, but I'm definitely, I'm trying my best. I think that's generally how I go about it. That is not cohesive or without exception. Obviously, I had some visual descriptions of Thrunwell there, but that was an important character, important scene. So I think I put a little bit more descriptive time into those, but it's harder. Yeah. I personally prefer my stories to have more of an end goal. It feels satisfying to have a conclusion rather than endless goals like making money or exploring. I often tie the endless goal with a more emotionally resonant goal. So it's like, why are they so obsessed? Like the character that I mentioned that was like basically like an archaeology dork. They were an archaeology dork because they saw their mentor basically like absorbed by ancient technology. And they carry around like the equivalent of like a memory card that they think has their mentor's old soul on it. And so they are just looking for ancient technology that will give them any insight into the ancients and what they did and how they did it. But they also have this goal. So I like pairing the two together, but I will admit that most often with mine, it's much more about the continuous goals than the conclusionary goal. That's much more how it comes out in regular play because I'm terrified of being a spotlight hog. I DM a lot. I'm used to having the spotlight constantly. GMs never have to give it up. So when I play, which doesn't happen often, I am terrified of being a spotlight hog. So while I will often build in end goals, I definitely do not focus on them. I will cop to that. Oh man. How can you not picture things well, but you can go in depth describing environmental settings, just can't describe people? It's harder with people. I will say that. It's way easier for me to picture the layout of something, like a bird's eye view, like a map. It's easier for me to picture a map. It's less detailed. So I like I said, I definitely don't have like full on aphantasia like some people, but it's way easier for me to picture 2D layouts of places. But even like, we were just talking about, when I think about individual environmental pieces, I'm most often thinking about it as like a collective vibe of an environment. What people do there, not really what it looks like. Like I will say visual, in terms of like me describing environments or people, visual is easily my weakest sense when I'm describing things. I am describing so much more about the tone and how things feel than what they literally look like. I don't think I have described a single time what any of the crabs look like. And they've gone to Crabber's Cove many times. I don't even think I've said a color. I don't really picture a color. Like when I think about Crabber's Cove, and the hordes of crabs in there, I literally couldn't tell you what color they are. Like, now that I'm forcing myself to, I guess like an orangish white? But that doesn't even really feel right. I would, if we're being real honest with each other, if one of my players asked me what color are the crabs, I would very quickly Google what a crab looks like. Because all I could picture is round body, pincers. But actually, no. I did start to give a description having to do with their eye stalks last session, and I stopped myself in the middle of it, and I was like, do crabs have eye stalks? And my player's like, yeah, they have eye stalks. And I was like, oh, okay. And then I went on. Because like otherwise, like I cannot picture what a crab looks like in my head right now. They don't have eye stalks. They have little beads. Oh my gosh, that's so orange. Holy shit. Oh yeah, and I definitely, their legs are so far back. I guess it depends on the crab. But yeah, no. So like none of that is like relevant when I'm like coming up with a description. I'm not thinking about any of that. When I describe like a stray dog, I don't know what the dog looks like unless the players ask. I would talk about how pitiful it looks. It would look pitiful, but I could not tell you what color its coat is. It's a weird distinction. It's something I didn't realize that I like had or did until like really recently on the order of things. I mean, like a few years ago, but like my mid-20s. I did not realize that this was like a difference between how I thought and other people thought. But yeah. Crabs would totally be metalheads. That's what I'm saying, dude. Right? Absolutely. And you say you don't describe people. I throw up a picture and all is done. I don't draw. I'd have to like go and find a picture, which I could do, but I often don't. I write a lot from other people's perspectives too, so that's cool. Yeah. I think about like what other people would perceive them as and like the vibe of them. Yeah, absolutely. If you and Paige were the only players, would you just consistently give the spotlight to each other and never do anything? It's head-to-heads are hard. That's all I'll say about that. Yeah. That's so interesting. For me, I can't only picture memories of things I've seen. If I have to imagine a person or environment, I picture the closest memories I have of that thing. I also have a clinically diagnosed bad memory. It's not just like I forget things sometimes. It's one of my most or the highest magnitude symptom of ADHD that I have is my memory processing. I have a really terrible memory. So there's probably a factor there in this where like I don't even really have that. I often don't compare memories. It's why I have to like really form like these really in-depth connected memories because it helps me remember them. Like, it's why I theorize about stories so much is because if I just think something, it's like, oh, like maybe these ruins were built by primordial titans. I'm not going to remember that. Just straight up, that will be gone from my head probably like 30 minutes after I say it. But if I weave in that piece of information or that thought into a larger theoretical construct, it makes it easier to remember the whole thing. It's like a mnemonic device. if I draw all of these connections between the memories, then it makes it easier to retain all of them. Yeah. I thought they'd be gray crabs, make it a hairy crab from the South China Sea. Yeah, I don't remember any of that shit. Become a player in your game and constantly ask for descriptions. I can come up with a description on the spot. It's just all runtime. It is all improv in the moment. So I can give them. It's just not something like, especially in terms of like writing a description. It's one of the reasons I've mentioned this before that I record my games now, is because sometimes players will ask me for a description of something. I will give it in the moment, and then I'll immediately forget about it. And so I need to have like a record of the description so that I can write it down separately, because I won't remember it. If you ask me to give the same description or a description about the same thing, and like, let's say I don't write it down, 2 sessions in a row, like a week apart, I will probably give you slightly different descriptions because they're not like baked into what that thing is in my head. Yeah. The beads are on stalks and some of them can raise the stalks. Oh, that's neat. That's neat. I didn't realize I had aphantasia for like the first 17 years of life. I always thought no one else could actually see things in their head. I just thought people were being like metaphorical about it. I thought people were just like saying like metaphorically they see it, as in they are conjuring the vibe of it. But no, they can actually see it. Yeah. Not knowing or caring what dog breed that is, that's a great time to throw it to the player and ask them which breed. Yes. It is one of the things that would be difficult. It is difficult for me about Daggerheart, but I can see a lot of benefit to that sort of thing. Yeah. Learning other people can actually see things in their mind. It wasn't all a metaphor, was wild. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. Shouldn't it be 88.7 because of rounding up? No. Do I have any reason for saying no? No. But that's what it is. That's what it is. I just say no, and I have no reason for saying no, and that's all. I'm far better at imagining voices, smells, tastes, textures than I am visuals. Unfortunately, those things can't be conveyed as easily. That's true. I'm better at imagining those things. I'm definitely better at imagining those things. I wonder, that'd be interesting to know if there's like some research around the ease of imagining different senses in your mind's eye. That'd be very interesting to think about. Yeah. As someone who has draw a lot from memory and from reference and just create one-to-one images and has what I consider pretty active imagination, nothing in my brain is close to what reality looks like. Yeah, that's fair. That's very, very fair. Oh, man. But I can't imagine not being able to manipulate 3D objects in my head. With that, I have a lot of dyslexia issues. DPB, Q are all the same thing in my head. Whoa. It's so, it's one of the things that I find has been one of the most interesting things to me growing up. I used to pin a lot more difference between people to environmental factors, like, how you were raised or how you were taught or just the environment you grew up in, the culture, whatever. I used to pin a lot more of it on that. A lot more of the differences between people. And it's been so fascinating to find, as I've grown up and learned, especially the ways that I see the world very differently from some people, literally, not just metaphorically. It's been very eye-opening. Like, I knew in general about something like dyslexia, but just all of the fundamental ways in which we don't necessarily just think the same. Like, I don't have an internal monologue either. I don't think in words. I think in like concepts. If I ever do think in words, I imagine myself being interviewed. Or at this point, I imagine a chatter asking me a question. This is true. This is how I think about takeaways. Is if I am going to think about a takeaway, I imagine a chatter asking me, what was your takeaway for last episode? And then I imagine myself like from the outside, like I'm an observer to what is going on right now, which is especially relevant given that I look at myself talking. I'm looking at what you guys see right now. I'm looking at my OBS. I look at myself talking while we discuss. And so when I think, I'm like an observer sitting in this chair, watching OBS, watching an imaginary myself answer an imaginary chat. That's most of how I think at this point. Even about totally unrelated things. Even about things like if I was just watching like a news report about like some like recent political thing. I imagine a chatter asking me about that political thing. And then I respond to them in my head. But I've never really had an internal monologue that I can remember, at least. Before this, I imagined myself on talk shows. I imagined myself on talk shows and watching the televised broadcast of that talk show was like the way in which I thought. But I've described this sort of thing before, and people on stream have been like, me too. Not the chatter thing, but, you know, this general concept. So I know that other people do it too. And it's so fascinating the way that the different brains conceptualize these things. Yeah. That means all mega theory rants are brought to us by ADHD. Hell yeah. Absolutely. Yes. Yeah. Oh, man. How people imagine things is also good to remember during games. Not all players necessarily have the same ease at imagining scenes. I used to get frustrated in Theater of the Mind combat. Yeah. Yeah. I can absolutely feel that. Yeah. That feels like having an existential crisis all the time. Yeah, I think when I was going to therapy, I think my therapist described it as like a coping mechanism to deal with disassociation. I don't really remember any of like the takeaways I was supposed to have from that, but I'm also like in general very disconnected from my body because I have chronic pain and chronic numbness simultaneously, constantly, all the time. So I'm like over here. Or really more accurately, I'm like back here. And I can't explain why that's more accurate, but when I think about where I quote unquote am, it's back here. Not over there. Not right here. Back here. Observing what is going on. And I have no explanation for that. It's just how it goes in my head. Looking at myself in age. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, that is, I observe from the back of the head. That makes sense. I can see that. Chat feels like a self-help group now. Oh, yeah. Let's see. CR. Oh, wait, no, that's Monkey. Where did CR go? That's just Monkey. We gotta start, though, because I also currently, at the moment, have... Dude, you want to get real existential crisis? One of the reasons that I stream, even when I feel bad, is because I like streaming, and it is able to distract me enough to where I don't like remember that I'm in pain. So like right now I have like a canker sore in my throat. My voice really hurts. But it's really easy for me to ignore that while I am doing something else. Like the mega that is streaming is separate from the mega that experiences the throat pain. Those are just like two different people. And I can keep that separation going right about until the moment where my literal speech starts being affected, and then the two separate megas come crashing back into each other. And I'm like, ah, shit, I am that mega. Fuck. Damn it, now I have to deal with that. It's really easy to ignore. Same thing with eating, like getting hungry. I can like pretty perfectly ignore that I'm hungry until I start getting lightheaded. Because I'm hungry, or just because I haven't eaten in a while. And most of the time, when I am feeling bad to the degree that I don't stream, it's because even when I'm mentally separated, I know that they still have an effect on each other. I'm not able to like perfectly separate them. And most of the time when I don't stream, it is because I feel bad to the degree that if something like serious happens in chat, like people are starting to argue with each other in a way that is like, you know, not constructive, and like people are starting to, it's like feels bad, that sort of thing. If we get to that point in chat and I can't moderate it, like I feel bad to the degree that like I would have trouble moderating those sorts of vibes in chat. Those are the times when I won't stream, because it is now like impacting my ability to like have a fun environment. No milk jug debates? Yeah. Honestly, I was feeling real bad that stream. And it is harder for me when I'm feeling like really, really bad, or like haven't gotten a lot of sleep or whatever, to recognize when I'm going in like a poor direction that just like isn't going to be fun, isn't going to be productive. Like, it's not going to be like a net positive. It's way harder for me to identify those sorts of things. So yeah. Can't you speak more softly to preserve your voice? If I wish. I mean, well, the literal answer is yes, of course. The more accurate answer is if that was easy for me to do, man, my life would have been so much better. I do not have this username for no reason. I had this username long before I was streaming, because I've always been loud and always been unable to control it. I've gotten slightly better at controlling it over the years, but I wish. I've in that vein, I've actively started to try, or I'm always trying. I just, man, oh man, it takes like a separate thread of my brain to remember to speak softly. And when I get like excited or I start focusing on other things, that thread just gets dropped and I start speaking loudly again. Oh man, I wish. Oh, how do I wish. Yeah. What happened with milk jugs? Nothing really crazy. We just had a debate that didn't matter and was like at its core about the definition of words and how we interpret the word dangerous. And I'll have those sorts of debates sometimes in general, but they have to be very tightly controlled because they can easily spin into just like not fun discussion. Yeah. Speaking at lower volume without whispering would be moderately better. It would be. It would be much better. He may be a megaphone, but he also is a man. Yeah. Yeah. I've been doing breathing exercises. They're supposed to help you talk softer. I've not noticed a benefit or an effect. But yeah, the short answer is it would be good for me if I could. And I probably should spend like a really concerted effort in order to attain that ability. It would probably be a huge value add for my entire life. But I've tried and failed. But just because I've failed in the past doesn't mean I won't succeed in the future. Like, I'm laughing at it not because I think it's impossible or I think it's a dumb idea. I want to make that very clear. It's a really good suggestion. The people that have been here for a while just know that I try and fail. But I'll succeed someday. I'll succeed someday. Someone else got hit by a radioactive megaphone and became microphone man. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Anyways, let's get moving. We got to get through this episode. Oh, I forgot. Last thing I'll say before we start this episode about the actual episode itself. Before we get into that, the other thing. So I talked about looking for a golden opportunity, which I think, Matt did display. There's also, I think someone last stream asked me about how much I avoid TPKs. And it's weird because in my head, I don't avoid them. But I do a lot of risk assessment. So if I think that there's a risk of someone dying, not even a TPK, just someone dying, I will foreshadow that. Like 100%. And even if I don't necessarily think that someone's going to die, but maybe I'm doing something different, like something that I'm very not used to as a DM, like maybe a non-combat encounter or this encounter where there's like this secondary objective and et cetera, et cetera. If I'm doing that sort of thing, I will almost always build an escape hatch or a safety net. Because if I'm doing something that I don't have a lot of experience with, I don't trust myself to accurately judge either its difficulty or its fun. Like, if I'm doing something, I've done a lot of weird shit for D&D. I try to like make all my combats at least somewhat interesting, even if they're filler. And I have run a lot of bad combats. Like I showed my map notation last stream. I developed my map notation because I kept being confused at why some maps my players took a lot of interest in and others they didn't. Like, I couldn't tell why some maps were interesting and some maps weren't. And so that's why I developed the map notation in the first place, was to help me understand that. So I don't want this to come from a superiority aspect at all. And I want to, not compliment. I don't know what the word is. I want to promote the idea of taking big swings and trying new shit. Like, I don't think, at least so far, that this combat has been what I would consider good. But I am hyper supportive of a GM trying different shit. Like, trying shit that they haven't tried before. And I think Matt was in this case. That said, when I am trying new shit, like when I'm in the position that, Matt was in prepping this combat, I have it built into my brain and my thought process that even if I think this is the coolest shit ever on paper, there's just a decent chance that I'm just wrong. I'm just wrong. This might be way more deadly than I expect. This might be way more boring than I expect. It might be a total slog. And I need to build in like an escape hatch or a safety net for that, just for that reason alone. And so that's the other kind of recommendation, I suppose, that I would make is if you're trying something new, just keep it in the back of your head and handle it however you want. Really, I don't care how you handle it, but just keep in the back of your head that I think it's good. And I think I've gotten on Matt before for not trying new things, for not taking big swings or making like very different combats, just kind of rolling the same thing over and over. And I'm super in support of him trying that. But if you are going to try something that's very different than something you've run before, or even just a little different, run the consideration in your head that this might be substantially more deadly, substantially less deadly, or substantially more boring than you think. And think about what if you want to take any sort of precautions for any of those scenarios. So like for the boring scenario, building in some sort of skip or some sort of like event that you can trigger. And then think about, okay, I have this event now, but I don't want it to come out of nowhere. So how should I address that? How should I foreshadow that to make sure it doesn't come out of nowhere and it doesn't feel like a Deus Ex Machina? Or do I want to modify the entire combat? Like put the entire combat on like some sort of timer and then have there be like a lose condition that is maybe less drastic than I was thinking before. Because this fight might be boring. I might want to cut it off early. Or I might want to build in a discrete duration where if it overlaps the duration, it just auto ends. Okay, if that's what I want to do, if that's how I want to handle the possibility of it like turning into a slog, then I have to think about like, okay, well, what if that happens? If that happens and there's a lose condition there and they don't get all the lodestones, what does that look like? And now I'm thinking down that path. So it doesn't have to be like a save or a safety net in those sorts of ways. It can also just be like thinking down like, okay, regardless of if they lose or win, do I want to just have a way to end the combat? And then just to force a win or loss. Not necessarily to force like a win, not to necessarily help them, just to end it. It's also like very like one shot sort of mindset. So thinking through those sorts of things. Third thing. So separate from thinking about those edge cases, looking for golden opportunities in the moment. Sometimes it just happens. Sometimes you just make a combat. You think you've thought through, the boring scenario. You think you've thought through the, I talked last stream about the perfect scenario, the stupid scenario. You think you've thought through all that. Think you've got it. And then you're in it, and it's so boring. And it's taking so long. And you're looking for a golden opportunity. You're desperate for a golden opportunity. And the players just aren't giving it to you. Hey, man. Sometimes you just grit your teeth and you bear it. That's it. Sometimes you just make a bad combat. And that's all. Sometimes there's no way to fix it. Sometimes there's nothing to be done about it. So, I mean, like, sometimes you progress and it's bad and it's long and you don't have you as a DM don't have a good time. The players are bored. Man, it happens. that's the thing I want to say at the end of all this. And that's the thing I really honestly want to hit home, because I do a lot of advice stuff, right? And so I think that there's a sort of lens that I'm looking at a lot of this through, and that I think, Chad is looking at it through as well, because it's the tone of the stream is advice. What's good, what's bad, and if it's bad, what would we do differently, right? I think that's kind of the entire lens of the stream. And that's what I'm going to continue to do. I'm going to continue to do that for the rest of this stream, and I might have to say some uncharitable things. We'll see. But I want to stress that sometimes there just is no way to fix it. Sometimes you're in the middle of it, and there's no way to make it better than it currently is. Like if we talked about like someone like a wave runner coming in from the portal to interrupt this. Worse. Right? All of the fixes you think of in your head in the moment are worse than what is happening. And so you just grit your teeth and bear it, and you move on, and you have a better session next time. That's it. It happens. Everyone has bad sessions. Everyone makes shitty encounters. And not only do they make shitty encounters, but sometimes you just make boring encounters. You know? Like, that's kind of the thing about this encounter, is that it's not even that it's uninteresting. Matt's made plenty of White Room uninteresting combats. It's that it's long and uninteresting. You know, it's the slog. And the slog is, I think, kind of defined by being long and uninteresting. If you have something that's long and interesting, I think at worst people will call that maybe exhausting, but they won't call it a slog, right? But sometimes you make a slog. That's it. And you learn from it, and you think about it for next time, and you do better in the future. Or not. Sometimes you don't do better in the future. I don't know. Sometimes you have an iffy arc entirely, but you keep going. So I don't want... I say all that because I don't want people to see this and like compare it to something that they've done and be like, man, I did so bad. I shouldn't, and get discouraged about like DMing overall. Sometimes you just make something that's not great, but you keep going, and then you have fun later. That's it. So, regardless of any of the critiques that I levy last stream, throughout the rest of this stream, it's one session. Sometimes you have a bad session, and you move on. That's it. Yeah. Things that seem cool that was not a tense discussion with an aggressive adversary leader of some sort. Need player buy-in to work. Mine did not. Absolutely. I've absolutely had this. I think I talked about this during one of the Dragon Week videos. I can't remember which one it was. But we were talking about like how getting players to like buy into RP. And it's like, how do you when the players are like confronting Strahd, right? How do you stop them from making Dracula jokes? Right? How do you get them to be serious for a moment and buy in? And there are strategies there, but sometimes you think in your head, well, I've done all those strategies. I've done all this. And sometimes it just doesn't fucking work. That's just it. Yeah. Snowball mechanics are good for this. At the end of the day, what they do is make a thing end, used with caution. Oh, yeah, snowballs. Yeah. That's true. The Kraken, what part? They just got vomited out of the Kraken. The first Raishan fight was exhausting. Yeah, that's a really good yes. Especially it going from Thordak into Raishan, exhausting. but interesting the whole time. Like, I was riveted, but I was tired. That's a great example of like something that was long, but like kept my interest up the whole time. This is long and is not keeping my interest up. Yeah. So I wanted to give that caveat. I appreciate Matt trying something because, and I don't want to discourage trying things just because you might fail. Like, I think Matt did here.
It's too...
Release the Kraken!
Because I'm...
Remember, you still have your wild shape forms, too.
Oh, I know.
All right, that ends your turn, Keyleth.
4, 5, plus 6. Yeah, that ends my turn.
All right. Secondary action to go ahead. As soon as you guys emerge, one of the tentacles wraps out in your direction, Keyleth. That's a 16 plus 18. Yeah, that hits you. That's a 32. So as soon as you emerge, you look around, one of the tentacles wraps around you, and you take 19 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oh, God.
And you are grappled by the tentacle.
19 points.
Oh, that's just down to
7 points.
All right. That brings us to the next layer action.
God damn it.
Everything is still obscured in this black inky space, by the way. Oh, you guys missed out your way. The Kraken did an ink jet and filled this entire 60-foot radius with ink. The whole area is like drastically obscured.
Even though there's my control water current going outwards, which lasts for 10 minutes.
Well, last 2 minutes while you're concentrating. You should maintain
I
concentration.
haven't broke concentration. I saved for it.
We'll save right now.
I already saved for it when I was inside of him.
Right,
I
you
can
just
save
get
again.
from the tentacle. However,
Right.
you are correct. Control water jet did clear out the ink from this area.
Okay, it's not terrible. My wisdom, the 19.
It's not wisdom plus constitution.
Not as good. Plus bless. Which is good. Wait, what was that? That was 3. Thank you. 3. Okay, sorry, Constitution. 16.
Yeah,
16.
that's enough. So you maintain concentration. So yeah, so you've now cleared out this section here is now cleared out of ink. The control water, the stream that you're doing is clearing out the ink in this area. So
Slow as mad.
I know.
Gil bought his Kraken.
All right.
Blame
So,
Gil.
Kraken for Kraken.
Don't fuck me, Gil.
all right. At this point, as it is now the 20 count on the layer action, the Kraken once again gives another pulse of electrical energy to everything in the area. Everybody go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw.
25.
5 points of lightning damage.
Clear killer, not great.
18.
18, you take 10 points of lightning damage. Heal it.
7.
10 points of lightning damage.
And she's out.
Oh man, okay, it's a small thing. I talked about, possible different ways I would run this, things I would look at. This little like AoE attack that, within the lair is, oh man, there's just so, maybe I just need to finish the entire thing and talk about how I would run it differently. But like this AoE attack in particular is, I think, especially tough on a small ass map like this. Like the size of the map, I think, is having a negative effect on how kind of interesting the Kraken is to fight. And this may or may not be, Matt's fault. A lot of this can be up to the stat block as well. Because I believe it's right here. The water in the Kraken's lair. All creatures within 120 feet of the Kraken. Like 120 feet is a ways away. That's far. And I love lair actions. I love them. But we talked about with Thordak, I was not a huge fan of Thordak's lair actions and like the way that they were utilized, right? I think the like this to me, the range needs to matter, if that makes sense. Like, I think that this can be interesting. This idea of like all creatures within 120 feet. 120 feet is a ways away, but there are ways to attack outside of that. If you have something like Spell Sniper or Eldritch Lance for Eldritch Blast, the Warlock invocation. There are ways to attack at that further distance, but they're harder underwater because something like the longbow does not get access to its longer range. So I think that this can be interesting to play off of. If you make it really clear, this is sort of like chopping off the tentacles. It's something that can be interesting to play off of, but I think you need to make it clear to the players what they are able to play off of. Like the fact that, like right now, if I was the players, I would just think that this just kind of has an infinite range, or like a functionally infinite range. It just electrifies all the water in the lair. Like when I looked up this stat block, the reason I went to look up the stat block is because I was like, I don't know if this is going to have a range or if this is just going to say the entire layer. If it didn't have a range, if it had just said the entire layer, the conversation we'd be having right now is this should have a range. But then as a GM, you got to make that range clear. If the range isn't clear, if they can't tell where it cuts off, I don't expect my players to waste turns experimenting to figure that out. Similar to chopping off the tentacles. Giving them some sort of hint or clarity that is even possible for them to interact with. Because a turn, especially when they have to take their turns to find these lodestones, a turn is so valuable. And I don't want them to need to waste time, waste turns trying to figure out the special mechanics. So this could be interesting of like playing with this range dynamic. But if you don't indicate that 120-foot range, if the players just think it's, basically infinite, now you're basically just having them take damage every 20 count. Like, that's kind of all this becomes. It's a DC 23 con save. Like, maybe a barbarian's making that, but most classes aren't. Or at least not consistently. And even if they do make the save, they take half as much damage. So, this is now just like an HP tax every turn that the Kraken is up, which even that plays more on this sense of time. That's also why, I think last session, or not last session, last stream, might have come off a little bit like I am just like wholesale against the idea of putting the lodestones behind these investigation checks. I'm not wholesale against that. I just don't think it's interesting at all. It's just like, it is like a mechanical gate that does function as a mechanical gate towards the, it makes the lodestones not just like this free thing that they can just grab. But the way that it enacts that is by sucking away time and turns. And so this entire combat, we start to see this consistency of the grappling takes away their turns. The investigation checks take away their turns. Putting them inside of the Kraken, like the Kraken swallowing them, takes away their turns. And then we have that paired with every single turn, you take an HP tax. Every player. Or sorry, every character. Every character has an HP tax that they have to pay every single turn. No matter what. You're going to be taking an amount of damage, right? And I will say, does it say that you can't repeat the same lair action? I don't think it does. It's only legendary actions that you can't take consecutive. So, I mean, that said, there is a level of like, it could do one of these other things. But that's just going to make them take way more damage. Or it's a total waste if you don't then utilize the lightning effects. Or this is that forced movement that we talked about, where you're pushing people away from the Kraken. But like, why? Why would a DM do that? Like, or why would a DM do that? Why would a Kraken do that? at this point, the Kraken is eating so well. You know, it's winning so hard. This is not something a GM even does unless there's like some amount of like back and forth, right? There's some amount of danger where like the Kraken wants to isolate some people. So when the Kraken is already winning, why wouldn't you just do this every turn? Which again brings us back to the HP tax. So there's kind of this whole ecosystem right now of things that are just wasting turns. And I think that's why and none of the things that are wasting the turns are interesting. And so I think that's where we find ourselves. That's why this feels so different from something like Thordak, even, or Raishan, because there's not this aspect of continuously just wasting turns doing nothing, or even doing something, but just, you know, not doing anything impactful, and especially not doing anything interesting. So I think that's the part of this fight that really turns it into a slog. And if I was looking to improve this fight, like from the ground up, I'm looking for things that the players can do at any time that are interesting, or things that they can work towards that they will have like a guaranteed working like effect towards, that are interesting. That is a lot of what I'm looking at when I'm thinking about how I may or may not improve this. It's tough. Layer action hate stream when? You're not going to find layer action hate here. I love me a layer action. I don't like, well, I don't dislike these layer actions. I mean, well, this one's fine. This one's fine. This one's okay. I don't mind this one. And I don't mind this one either. I think these are just mid. I think I like I'll say this. I like the concept of layer actions. I like the concept of off turn doing stuff. I've talked about it before. Silas Briarwood is one of my favorite villains that they have fought. And I loved his off-turn movement. It wasn't a layer action. I think it was legendary, but still. Yeah. You've already analyzed the fight before we finished it? Well, that's true. That's true. As you said last time, he modified some stuff, so he could have modified this. I mean, even if he didn't, if he didn't modify anything, that would be like a cohesive philosophy of like, I'm going to run it raw. I'm not going to modify a thing. But I think that philosophy is needlessly limiting. So I think that philosophy would explain why certain things are or are not modified. But I would take issue with like the core logic there, of like that being like a better way to GM. Yeah. With how Matt plays the Kraken, if they would have failed the first stealth check, this would have been impossible without killing the Kraken. A little, yeah. Like, just because, and again, that's why I think that the, and again, I think this is something that it's super reasonable that Matt may just not have predicted, is the combination of an objective like these lodestones, where in order to get the lodestones, they just have to spend a certain amount of time. Like, regardless of anything else, even if they succeed the investigation check first try, and somehow they had a map going in to where all of them were, they would have to move there, which may or may not take an action. Let's pretend it doesn't. Let's pretend you can move and then do the action immediately. That still takes 3 turns. or at least 3 players' turns. The objective is hard locked behind that. There is no way to do it faster that we've seen, at least. Maybe there was a creative solution that Matt would have accepted. I can see that. But this seems to be hard locked behind player actions. And when you pair that with something that consistently takes away those actions and hurts you at the same time, that gets really tough. That can get you into this bog that is so hard to get out of, especially when the main way to combat that, right? The main way to like deal with that situation is, like you said, killing the Kraken. Now, it does seem plausible that Matt considered chopping off tentacles. If that was something he thought about ahead of time to like help with that aspect of this, I think it should have been more clearly communicated. Use spice? Not much. I have like an allspice that I use sometimes. I hate take half damage on successful save. Let me do a hitless fight. I think that's fair. I have complicated feelings on save or suck spells. I have very complicated feelings. And we don't have time to dive super deep into that, but I think that's a very fair perspective to have. Yeah. And I don't quite know where I fall between the two. I'm a little torn when it comes to half damage on successful saves. Yeah. The logical thing would be the Kraken needed something to protect. Oh, the push away? Yeah, absolutely. Sucks that they're just gathering its shit, so there's really no reason it needs to protect that. Yeah, which, yeah, like you said, Jonathan. Yep, absolutely. So, yeah. It's so funny that Vox defeated the dragons, this multi-step plot, just to get their ass handled by a random monster with no buildup. Yeah. Universally unliked and bad underwater levels are in video games. Even Matt isn't immune to it. Well, it's hilarious because the things that are bad about this kind of have nothing to do with the fact that it's underwater. But it is very funny that it just so happens to link up with like the most boring combat, just so happens to be the underwater level. It is almost like people think, and I definitely understand why this is the thought process in people's minds. I'm not immune to it. Of the underwater levels present different constraints on player behavior, and the fact that those constraints are different will make them inherently interesting. And that is not true. That is a fallacy that different equals interesting. Different equals different. And different can be like novel, and novel can be interesting. But I think it's a common trap, like you said, that Matt is not immune to, because I think a lot of this comes down to, it's a different type of difficulty, and therefore it's cool. How do you dodge a fireball meteor? Well, this is where I think it gets complicated. Yeah. I just come from a video game background. I really like doing challenge runs. So when I take force damage, it feels bad, even if it's insignificant. Just iframe the meteors easy. Well, this is where it gets complicated, because as Perfect Fan just pointed out, it's what monks and rogues do. I don't know. It does. I think that you guys comparing it to video games is apt, because I think that there's different mindsets on like a realism perspective versus a more game perspective. I also like the idea of a save spell as opposed to an attack roll spell is interesting. Because on one hand, it's cool, but on the other hand, is it? I don't know. There's a really great video that I think comes to the same I don't know conclusion that I do. So I will recommend it and then call it there. It's by Ellie Rasmussen. And it's about Baldur's Gate 3. So take that with a grain of salt. That things are slightly different in the actual tabletop. Also, we're going to be taking an ad break in a minute, and then we will actually watch some Critical Role. But the autopsy of the most outlandish fight in Baldur's Gate 3. She goes through, and there's just a really small bit of that video about like saving throws in general, and like how they interact with ability checks. And they are a little strange. And that definitely colors my view on saving throw spells, like, in general. But also, like, this also gets into the concept of, like, no way to reduce damage normally. Like, D&D's a system where if you get hit, you guaranteed take damage, except for the times that you don't. And there's no, like, consistent concept of damage reduction except for, like, 1 feat heavy armor master. And, like, that's kind of it. What's up? Hello, we're back, and we gotta watch this episode, man. Oh, we gotta watch it. we gotta finish it. I can't do another 7-hour stream about this episode. I gotta get through it.
19.
unconscious.
Deathwalker's Ward.
So 5 points light damage.
Keyleth is unconscious.
Kill is unconscious.
Just barely.
16 for me.
10 points light damage. Rob?
And 14 for trinkets.
It was a 15, but I resisted,
So
so
5 points light damage. And Trinket was what?
He gets 10 points.
10 points. Okay.
What
So
about
Keyleth goes unconscious. You watch as Jessica should have sent out. Lightning streaks through her, and her eyes darken. She kind of falls limp in the water at the moment as the tentacle begins to slowly draw her back towards its maw. All right.
Damn it.
Vex, you're up.
Okay,
What do I
I'm gonna
need to roll
keep moving towards the lodestone and my brother.
Okay.
I see where it came out.
That's
right?
supposed to get right there in this position.
So can I use my can I get it out of the water, put it in my bag of holding?
Yeah, you spend your action to free it, and you get it out of the water and put it into the bag.
That's all 3,
Right,
right?
so you have a bag of holding?
I have a bag of holding.
Holding. Okay, yeah, you can put it in there. You have space.
3?
Put it.
We got all 3.
We have all 3.
You have all
yeah.
4 lodestones currently.
Okay,
Is Keyleth-
we're all gonna die, but we have 3 lodestones doing
Is
it.
Keyleth still grappled while unconscious?
Correct.
Yes.
And I guess for my bonus action, can I don't know what to do. I'm gonna have, while I'm thinking about this, I'm gonna have the shark attack him.
It's a shark week.
Okay, so
Shark can bite tentacles.
Shark's gonna bite the tentacle that's holding on to, who's that right in front of him, Percy?
Yeah.
No,
in front of
right there. This is Tarry.
he's gonna swim towards Percy.
It's a friendly shark.
Okay.
And bite the tentacle to help free Percy.
All right, go for it.
Well, and this, ooh man, this does get into one of the strengths of D&D that this combat avoids, and I think it avoids it for a very good reason. And I think it would be more interesting if it avoided it better. But it's like you see Laura just being like, I don't know what to do here, because attacking the Kraken is not really what they want to do, right? Like, they specifically don't want to kill it. And I don't know how thoroughly Matt and Laura track her arrows, but like in the situation where they're following Raw and like tracking her arrows, it's actually actively detrimental for her to attack the Kraken because they don't want to kill it anyways. So doing damage to it doesn't matter. And she's just wasting arrows. And for all that D&D can do, like in this situation, it's hard to know unless the GM has presented you with something. So we've said it a couple of times. I'll just use that as the easy example. Something like cutting off the tentacles, right? If Laura knew that hacking off the tentacles was a possibility here, or even if she could like help and like they could do the grapple check, like getting him out of the grapple on an off turn and like, you know, get advantage on it or like make it more likely or something, like just something for her to do. You very rarely, I won't say never, but you very rarely want your players to feel like they have nothing that they want to be doing. You know, they might have very little that they want to do, or they might only have, you know, they might have very ineffective things that they want to do, but they still have stuff to do, right? That is, I think that is like a really core part of this. And honestly, the lodestones kind of did work as that a little. But because they're locked behind these investigation checks, some of them still don't really even want to be doing that, right? Some of them still want to be like interacting with the Kraken. Like Grog, if you did not know any of the mechanics that were associated with anything here, right? If you were just going it on intuition, Grog's not the one you're having search for the lodestones. He's distracting the Kraken. He's trying to hold it in place while other people grab the lodestones, right? Those are the things he wants to be doing, really. And so giving him like stuff that will actually improve their situation to do, I think is important. Because Grog has basically just wasted this combat doing kind of fuck all. you know, he got the oil, which I think helped them fireball out of the stomach. So I guess he got eaten. That was a good thing that he did. But there's just very little to do here. And again, that is partially because they don't want to kill the Kraken. And one of D&D's combat's strengths is that you can always try to attack. Because no matter how big or bad an adversary is, you could always roll 20. Like, you could always roll 20, and then you hit no matter what their AC is. There is D&D at its core, in its combat focus, makes doing violence always an option, no matter what. So, if you present a combat where doing violence is, let's say, discouraged, you gotta find something to replace it with for everyone, not just for a few people. And you have to make what that replacement is clear. Or else you'll just have them doing violence. Like, Grog has just been hitting the Kraken. There's no real reason for him to do that. But that's what he's been doing because he doesn't have anything else to do. So, it is, yeah. Obligatory Reddit tier, seduce the Kraken joke. Yeah. Basically, your suggestion is giving them side quests or side objectives. Yeah. It's giving them something productive that they can do. So yeah, if you want to conceptualize like the idea of chopping off the tentacles as a side objective, absolutely. Yeah. Because in normal D&D combat, there is just the thing you can always do, which is try to take them out with violence. And if you want to give them something else that they can do with violence that is useful, like chopping off a tentacle, absolutely. But I think that something needs to be there. Fun fact, before streaming, they bought like 10,000 arrows and put them in the bag of holding. She refills between fights. At some point, Matt will look at Critical Role stats and say she's barely running low. I don't think 10,000 arrows would fit in a bag of holding. Probably not. Wondering how running a Thorfinn character would go. I don't know what Thorfinn is, but yeah. Yeah, I would consider chopping off tentacles as a side objective. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, then absolutely. Yeah, I think so. Basically, anything that can help their main objective or a different objective. Yes, that's a good way to put it. Anything that is providing or working towards the main objective, even if it's not directly. So the idea of chopping off the tentacles means that the Kraken will be less able to grapple people, which is taking away less of their turns, so then they can use those turns to get the lodestones. That would be really cool. And it would actually turn this idea of like, man, this adversary is just taking away turns nonstop. It would kind of turn that on its head, where, oh, okay, so the objective is something that we need a certain amount of turns to do. It's variable because we may or may not like fail the investigation check, so who knows how many it'll be. But this adversary is like taking those away and delaying them, essentially like stunning us. But we can reduce its capability to stun us, to do that. And so now that actually becomes kind of the more pertinent objective. You might have like 5 of the party members just focused on chopping off tentacles, and then like 1 still trying to like get the lodestones. And that could just like be what the encounter ends up being. And I think that would be, I think that still runs the risk of feeling a little strange, especially within the context of like the non-violent presentation of the entire thing. But I think it would be more interesting than what we have here. Yeah. The Kraken just wants to hug the party. The problem is that hugging with tentacles hurts. Yeah. But yeah, in general, side objectives. Every member of the party should have some method for working on the main objective or the side objective. I mean, I won't say it can never happen, but it's really, really risky to have a situation where a character just literally doesn't have anything they want to do. And in fact, most actions are actively detrimental to them. I won't say it can never happen, but I can't think of a situation where I would want to evoke that feeling. Unless I was really actively wanting to evoke the feeling of helplessness. But even then, I don't know. It's risky. It's risky. Yeah. Thorfinn is like, people keep saying violence is the last resort, but they keep using it. I want to find the first and second kind of vibe. Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean, a Thorfinn character is going to struggle in general in D&D. Like, D&D is a combat-focused system at the end of the day. But I think if you had that conversation with your GM at the beginning, it's not as hard as I think people might portray it to do pacifist stuff in D&D or to do like non-violent stuff in D&D. But it's definitely not something that's going to happen naturally. It's something that you and your DM would that Thorfinn's DM and them would have to work on. It's definitely not the default state of things. Does this fall back to your ongoing criticism of their party size? It's just really hard to achieve that with 6 to 7 players. It's harder. I mean, a lot of things are harder when you have more players. A lot of things just get harder. I don't think this concept is necessarily harder. It does. I think the thing it does do, I guess in a way it does make it harder because there are certain side objectives that I can think of that are like one-person side objectives. So I imagine like in a dungeon, there's a door and they need to escape and they need to evacuate a bunch of civilians, and because the dungeon is burning down around them or it's flooding or some shit. I don't know. And there's a chain across the room that holds the door open, right? And it's way easier to hold it open via the chain than it is to just like literally hold it open. That chain is a one-person side objective. So that does, with a party this size, you definitely have to think more about multi-person side objectives or just objectives in general. And it makes you, or not less capable, but it makes single-person side objectives a little bit more, or just a little bit less effective and less useful. You'd have to have more of them. But I also don't think that those are particularly difficult to extend or expand. So it definitely, it relates to my ongoing criticism of the party size, but I don't think it's like rooted in that, if that makes sense. Combat always felt more fulfilling than commerce or interpersonal relations in the games I've played. I don't think that's a DM thing at all. I mean, well, actually, I take that back. It is a DM thing, but not in terms of like good or bad DM. D&D just has so much more mechanical depth when it comes to combat. Like, there are literally just more combat rules, more combat-oriented features on like player classes, feats, all that sort of stuff. There's just a higher proportion of mechanics within combat. Like AC. AC is a concept that is not related to the social pillar or the exploration pillar in any way, shape, or form. Like, it just doesn't matter. The concept of initiative, at least in Raw, where you don't really do out of combat initiative. Initiative is a score that does not relate to anything else. The concept of an attack roll, right? A saving throw, that's a universal concept throughout all the pillars, but an attack roll, only combat. Multi-attack. Multi-attack has no utility outside of combat at all. It is a combat-only feature. Even though, in theory, if you like think about like what is multi-attack, it could kind of have like out of combat stuff, I guess. It's just like you moving quickly. So I think that can kind of result in one of two things. I think you can either get a Brennan Lee Mulligan type DM who has said that he runs D&D because he wants a lot of control in social situations, right? He wants to think super in depth and honestly not be constrained by mechanics in how he runs his social interactions, because that's like the thing that really gets him out of bed. And so he just like doesn't, he likes that D&D combat is largely just handled by the system. You don't have to think about it too much. But I also think that like lack of thought that is required can also promote a sort of laziness in encounter design. I think it's why you hear largely about like D&D combat, like you hear, it's a talking point that D&D combat is long and boring, just in general. And I think that is the case sometimes because the system does so much for the GM, right? Like even comparing to something like Blades in the Dark, if I'm going to run a combat, I have to think about like who is this adversary affiliated with? What factions in the city? What tier are those factions? Is he actively working with any of them? And so then he would gain that faction's tier, and I would have to think about like the ripples out from that web of faction relationships. Or is he just a side contractor that they might be willing to throw under the bus? There's just more thought required before I even place that guy on the board. As opposed to D&D where you can have a cave full of troglodytes and they don't have any impact on the rest of the story in any way. That's just not really possible in Blades. Because even, I mean, it is possible. It's just way less likely. Way, way, way less likely. With just the fundamental design of the game. But that freedom to just like plop some trogs in a cave and just have it work, I think leads DMs into this mindset of I can just put a fun monster in I call them white room combats, in a white room, and it'll just work. I think we saw that with Matt and Orthax right after the Briarwood fight in the Ziggurat. Orthax seemed like a cool enemy. That fight was so boring. Because it was just them standing around Percy and whacking Orthax. But if you have a GM that does think about combat and makes them interesting and like takes the time to consider a bunch of interesting aspects about what the combat could be, the plethora of tools for combat within D&D gives you a lot of toys to play with. Like, if you care about making combat fulfilling, I won't say it's not hard, but there's a lot of options on where to look for how to make a combat interesting. It's just that it's not necessary to run it. You don't have to make a combat interesting to run it. You kind of have to make an RP, like, you have to think about it a little bit in order to even do it. And then you have to think on top of that for how to make it interesting. So I think it is a DM thing, but not in terms of like good or bad DM, just in terms of what is your DM interested in. Like, I think that Matt has very rarely run an exploration sequence that I thought was fun. He mostly just ignores it because in D&D, you can just ignore exploration. Like, exploration is not required in any sense of the imagination. And so most of the time, Matt just skips it because he's not interested in it. Fair enough. You know, I'm not gonna get on him for that. Well, I used to, but now I don't. There's like whole classes that become borderline background characters in non-combat encounters. A little bit. Yeah. Orthax fight was so good in the show. Well, yeah, I'm does not surprise me because the show doesn't have mechanics to fall back on. You know, it doesn't just work within the show. They have to actually like think about how to make it interesting. Yeah. So yeah, it's not necessarily like a downer on D&D. It's just the way D&D is.
And he gets advantage.
Correct.
Oh, shark ally.
15.
15, unfortunately, it's gnawing at it. It's not quite breaking through. It's top 5.
Okay. I look at my brother and say, "Can you get out of this?"
Yeah.
Okay. I swim back and use my bonus action to try to hide.
All right, so you swim backward this way?
Yeah.
How far?
Towards the rock.
Towards the
Yeah.
rock, That's about as far as you can get, unfortunately.
Well, I try to
you have
hide.
stuff on you, right? So you can. That's, we'll say, we'll say that's as far as you get. No reason to hide your swap in the open. You don't have anything to hide behind, unfortunately.
Can I sit on the ground? I want to sit on the ground, like wrap my cloak around me and make myself look like a rock.
Actually, you do back up into the ink cloud, so you can.
Hey.
And it's that obscures the Kraken, so you cannot hide. You can still see you in the ink cloud.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. So did my control water?
This whole area is filled with ink, so you just cleared out this area here.
Well, then if I can't hide from him, can I use my bonus action to do something else?
Sure.
Then I'm gonna have Trinket attack him.
All right. Trinket on your turn moves up to the back of it.
He'll attack the tentacle that's holding Terry.
Oh, friendly bear.
Oh, Trinket's grappled.
Oh, Trinket move, you're right.
Trinket's gonna attack the tentacle that's holding him.
Yeah, Trinket move, you're right.
Never mind, friendly bear.
Oh, 2 19s, and that's a critical for Trinket.
Yeah.
Okay. It's, you know, big. That's 10.
10 points of damage. Trinket just kind of tears with his jaws into the sides of the
Did he get out?
No, you didn't.
Damn it.
Sorry. All right, that ends your go, Vex. At the end of your turn, so you use his third final legendary action to go ahead and attempt. Let's see.
Yeah.
It's going to attempt to make a bash attack against Percival and Vex, which pushes you two together. There's no escape. It just slams you both together. You take 13 points of bludgeoning damage, both of you. All right, that ends in that. Percival, you're up.
Okay. I'm going to I know she's making us feel really guilty right now. I very like to other than hack away at this thing right now, so I'm going to try and hack away at this tentacle until I get out. Disadvantage, correct?
Yep.
God, I'm really not enjoying this. That's a 17.
Not hit. The first one, you can't quite get your arms free, and as you swing, it just barely carves like a centimeter into the creature's flesh.
19.
19 hits, total damage.
I know that natural 20 is just going to waste.
So close, I know.
That's
That's good though.
13.
13 points of damage already.
And I'll take another one. That's not going to roll out. There we go. My third hit is 16.
16 does not hit, unfortunately.
So I'm going to burn my action surge, and I'm going to take the altar self.
Okay.
The altar that coin you gave me is
It's actually so.
but it's what does it give me? It gives me just full movement.
Gills and full
It
movement.
allows you to alter yourself based on what you choose, which is give you gills and
Yeah, in
fangs
this circumstance, the best bet you want to have is skills and hand
Skills
fits. You
and
can swing your full movement speed.
within moderation.
Yeah, so I'll burn my action surge for that.
Okay, so your altar self is in.
And I've God, I just write this. I don't have my. I'm going to go find my healing potions and find what I have. But I'll do that. Yeah, moving right along.
Okay, that is your turn, Percy?
Yeah.
All right, that brings us to the Kraken. Those are your actions return.
Fuck.
Kraken is going to shift around up and over there. So we'll say for purposes of this.
Sadly.
Is the shark get an
Is the
attack?
Kraken an animal?
Yeah, not quite. No, it's a monster. So going to call over the top there. Trinket does get an attack opportunity.
That is wrong.
No, it just moves into the space between you and
Okay.
the shark. The shark was not.
He's grappled. Trinket's grappled.
Yeah, the shark was attacking Percy's tentacle, so it was not in reach for it to attack the actual creature.
Was Trinket within range for it?
Trinket was not. So I move forward to the stranger's grapple before it can get in space with it. All right, it's going to use lightning storm. So I need to take 4 bolts of lightning. That's going to be against. Repeat. That's going to be Vex, Tarry, Percival, and let's say Vex. Dexterity saving throws, guys.
You said something earlier about dexterity saving throws.
At disadvantage.
At disadvantage?
Yes.
Not if only if you're grappled.
If you're grappled.
Yeah.
5.
Okay.
15.
29.
Okay, so was that 5?
Yes.
25 points lightning damage. Percival.
15.
25 points lightning damage.
16 death walk as well.
So 25 to half. But 13 points lightning damage.
29.
29. You take 13 points lightning damage.
Oh, and if I fail dex saves, it's half damage. So it's I get quarter damage right now.
We have evasion, so if you fail, it's half, you do nothing.
If it's If I succeed, it's nothing. If I fail,
You're
it's half.
grappled.
Oh, you failed, so it's half. So, yeah, so
Plus the death
you're right.
wall,
So,
so down.
yes. So half that as well. All right, that ends the Kraken's turn. Grog, you're up.
Am I near Keyleth?
You're right next to Keyleth.
Hey.
You're in the same place.
I'm going to use my action to shove a greater healing potion in your stupid unconscious mouth.
Okay. All right, so that is 4d4 plus 4.
I roll that?
Yes, you do.
Do you want some more D4s?
No.
Okay.
Oh,
Great.
Yeah.
4, 6, 8, 12.
Healing points? Oh, yeah.
so you get 12.
Well, 12.
Grog, you start your bonus action. You're frenzied, and you have your movement.
I do. I want to, like Mario in the water world, and I want to go up on top of the Kraken's face, and I want to punch him in his stupid big eyeball with the dwarven thrower.
Okay, so you come up onto the actual Kraken. Okay. We'll say you're right there for the purposes of this. Okay, so go make your attack back.
Reckless.
So single roll.
Yep. 28.
28 hits, roll damage.
Eyeball stats.
That's good. 25. 25.
And it's like, man, Travis is trying to make this interesting, but like mechanically, unless Matt does some sort of improv mechanic here, this is just doing nothing. But it's like, what else is he gonna do? Is he gonna like run towards the exit and like leave his whole party? I mean, what if we're being from an exterior perspective? We can see the stat block. He can't. You know, from an exterior perspective, probably the best move is for him to grapple the Kraken. But that like only makes sense mechanically. Like there I you know that kind of only makes sense in that vein when you consider like actually grappling the Kraken versus punching it in the eye. Punching it in the eye sounds way more effective in this case. It's just not. I don't even think you can grapple a Kraken size-wise. Oh, you're probably right. Doesn't... I think he has a thing that lets him do one size higher than normal. If he enlarges via the knuckles, he's large, which then goes to huge for a normal grapple. Is there something between huge and gargantuan? I thought he had a thing that let him do one above normal, but I'm honestly, I could be wrong there. But you're good, decent point. I don't know, man. It's the attack keeps up his range. It does keep up his range. That's true. Speaking of D&D just kind of like handling things a lot of the times behind the scenes, I think the gauntlets bring him to large. I thought he had another magic item separate from the gauntlets that let him grapple something one size above normal. And normal is one size above you. So it's like, I don't know. I think there's a feat. Maybe. Doesn't matter. Regardless. Either way. Even that would kind of be a little silly, even if he could, and wouldn't do much. So yeah, it's like right now. Oh, I am probably thinking powerful build. You're probably right, Jonathan. I'm probably thinking powerful build. Maybe belt of Jordan. I don't know. Anyways, doesn't matter. There's just so little he can do, though. There's so little. I mean, I think a really basic thing, if you didn't want to do anything else, I think offering the players an increased chance of getting out of the grapple if someone that is not grappled comes over and helps you. I'm not saying that would solve it by any means, but I think that would give more people more stuff to do. So like if Grog could go over, because I think right now they can try to help each other, but it just like procs a roll normally. If they could get like advantage on that grapple check or like a static +5. Yeah, basically the help. Yeah. Give them. But I would... The help action is interesting. It's a tricky little vixen because it's something that is so general that if players start using it a lot, it gets kind of weird. Like if you just like look at how help is worded, there's not a lot of restrictions to it. So players will just like use it all the time if they do use it, but then they like won't if they don't. Help is weird, but something like help, yes. But I think it would especially be something that could like proc an off turn check. So say like I want to help them try to get out, and we say like on, you know, say Grog like rolls over to someone that is grappled right now. Say I think Sam is grappled right now. Goes over to Sam, gets to roll on his turn without taking up Sam's turn. And then we go from there. I think that would encourage them to do it a lot more. That's powerful. I mean, that's more powerful than the help action. But I think it would give them a lot more stuff to do. It also shares some of the issues with guidance has, where in a meta sense, how would the characters know when someone is doing something worth helping guiding? Yeah, it does. Help is strange. Yeah. If it makes vague sense, I allow it just enough friction. Yeah. But all that is to say, like, I get why people don't use it or don't think about it, but I think that something like help would really grease the wheels a little bit here. Because then at least Grog has something non-violent to do every turn, which is run around and try to get people out of grapples. I think that could work, especially given that he has like advantage on strength checks already. I mean, fuck it. You could just say even on your turn, you can make a strength check for them. If you don't succeed, then they get advantage on their next check. Like, you could make a more complicated mechanic around it as well. But that would give Grog something to do, for sure.
35 points. 25 points. Does he just bash it inside his face?
The eyeball took it pretty well, man. Jeez.
Yeah.
Those eyeballs are hard.
All right, then Grog.
It does.
All right, Tarry.
I mean, we're just trying to leave at this point.
Yeah,
we're
let's find a way. Yeah.
So I will once again try my acid trick and this time try to hit it and pull another bottle out and smash it on the tentacle.
Okay.
Oh, where'd it go? That's shitty. So I'll use luck. Is that better? 20.
20 does hit. Roll damage.
It's 76. Right? Well. 22.
22 points of damage. As you slam it, and begins to dissolve it. It's not enough to break free, but it's fairly hurt. It's still holding on to you.
All right. For my bonus action, I will just say, "Oh, friendly shark! I could use a bite over here." My animal handling is -1.
Good to know. All right, Tarry, it's your turn. Backs are up.
Okay, I take Whisper out, and I'm throwing it at the ground 10 feet away from me, right next to Keyleth on the ground, and bamfing out of its tentacle to it.
Okay. Go ahead and attack disadvantage to see if it doesn't caught in the water and float away.
23.
23, yeah. It's just enough strength for you to chuck it. Hits the sand next to it, and you are no longer restrained.
Yay! Clutch
Next to
fucking
Keyleth.
vestige.
Plus,
This is also interesting because honestly, to go back to my point about as a DM, if you have a like custom mechanic in your head that is not overly obvious to players, just like saying something about it out loud, Matt made a tiny reference to the tentacles being choppable. Be like, oh, maybe that was something you could have tried. But like one sentence, less than a sentence, really. And now none of them are even trying to escape the grapple. They are all purely doing damage to the tentacles if they are grappled, except for Grog. But Grog's not grappled. So I think this is a good example of if you have something like that, they weren't trying that at all. He says one little thing, and now it's all they're doing. It doesn't take much to get the players on the same page as you, especially for something weird like this. They just need that little bit of assurance that they're not going to be wasting their time trying to do that.
Grog is wailing on its head, so I'm going to sneak attack the tentacle that's holding Keyleth. Yeah?
Yeah, let it.
So here we go.
I'm waiting on his head.
Okay.
Right now, somewhere in the world, Scanlan is eating like calamari and going,
It's a little bit
Basically,
nosebleed, yeah. For why?
oh,
Yeah.
where? It's a little acidy.
It would have been great if Scanlan would have been here just to like dominate creature.
34.
34?
Yeah.
I'll let
Okay.
inspiration.
With that, the tentacle holding Keyleth is torn asunder. You, using your dagger, just cut her free, and the cloud of blood left behind withdraws. She's free.
Okay, and I will. I can't use a bonus action to pull her, right? That's too much.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I will use a bonus action to stand.
And this is a totally custom mechanic. There's nothing on the Kraken stat block about these, like about tentacle chopping. And I think that if this mechanic had possibly been more clear earlier, this combat might have felt very different, because a lot of it towards the beginning, they spent, I don't know how many it was, and I don't want to be hyperbolic about it, but it feels like they spent at least 2 or 3 turns, maybe 4 or 5, just doing checks to try and get out of the tentacles rather than doing damage to them to try and cut them. Those turns, I'm not going to say they would have been the difference, but it's not impossible that they could have been.
Over and in front of her. That's okay.
Okay, there you go. All right, that brings us to Keyleth. Keyleth, you are freed from the tentacle and you're conscious, but up above you, as you're looking up in space, you can see the giant Kraken, maybe 10, 15 feet away from you. Grog is slamming its head to the head, and Vax is right there looking over you right now.
I'm just like a poodle over a pool right now, just doggy paddling instinctually. Do we have the lodestones? Do we have them all?
Yes.
And I do animal shapes, and I turn
Two animals mostly.
all of us to who's grappled? A lot of us, right?
Hey, this is also true, Confused Strawberry, and if he did, fucking good on him, man. If this is something he made up like 5 minutes ago, thumbs up. Absolutely. Should have. Because it has actually given them something that they are focusing on that feels like making some progress. If he did, I'm glad he did. Yeah. Which I'm not saying, this isn't meant to imply that you don't also think that. But yeah. It is either something that maybe you should have communicated a little bit more thoroughly, a little bit sooner. But if it's not that and he just made it up, good thing to make up. How do you windwalk? Would it work in water? I don't know off the top of my head. Someone in chat can probably look it up. We gotta watch.
Yeah, Trinket, Tarry, and Percy currently around.
I'm gonna turn us into like little electric eels. Maybe it's because we made that joke earlier. I don't know. And then
Okay.
Is that bad? Is
No,
that
what do you
bad?
wanna do?
I just want something that's gonna swim fast, and then we all
like, slip out of his
swim,
grasp?
and we slip out of his grasp and swim to the portal. To the portal! And we go.
I don't know if there's rules for eels.
There's a water snake in there. that you could
There
use.
is a water snake, which is kind of what I'm basing this off
use that.
of. The giant constrictor snake.
He loves looking up animals.
Has blind sight.
What's the speed?
They can swim really fast. I know because I tried to turn into one when we were in the dragon.
You do.
This is interesting. Let me read this. I read a comment that the first few battles after EP 85 were wonky because the PCs were habitually unconsciously relying on Scanlan's abilities. I'm trying to think about how Scanlan being in this fight would have changed things. Because it obviously would have changed things to some degree. But would Scanlan have actually made a difference here on how this combat feels? I mean, the Kraken doesn't do anything like spells. I don't think Scanlan had like hold monster, did he? I don't even know if that would have worked on this. I mean, he did have the hand cone, which was making his spell saves go off way more, way more consistently. So he was just very powerful. He had Dominate Monster. Maybe Dominate Monster could have changed something here, but I don't even remember. Did Scanlan ever use Dominate Monster successfully? Oh my god, yes he did, with the Garistro. He did use it very successfully with the Garistro, but that was also like kind of endemic to their plans. They would have just planned differently had they not had Scanlan. I don't know that the players were necessarily relying on him there. Or, you know, not that they weren't relying on him. They were relying on him, but I think they were doing so very consciously, you know. He had ranged healing, he had illusions, he had dominate monster, he can cutting word attacks. Yeah. I'm just thinking about it, and I'm like, how would that have changed anything except for the chance of him dominating the Kraken? Right, that's the main way I can think about this. So let's see. What is dominate monster? I don't know what his spell save was, but I'll guess it was in the high teens. Get rid of reprinted. Dominate, because this is the one that I can see. Oh, third level druid, no. This is the one that I can see being the most relevant to what we're talking about. It's a whiz save. I mean, the Kraken has a plus 11. It's certainly possible that Scanlan could have dominated it, but I don't know. That feels a little bit simplistic to say that they were relying on that. I don't know. Is Tarry an artificer? I can never remember. He's an artificer, yeah. Yeah. The Ifrit was modified memory, yeah. It would likely have to have been a common move. Yeah. Bigsby's hand was used to deal damage. Yeah, but that wouldn't have changed this either. Cutting words with the sword makes the monster's next saving throw at disadvantage. His spell save is like 19 to 20. Yeah, I guess the idea that, you know, for that they would have behaved any differently. Like, that's how I'm taking that comment, is like the players would have behaved differently if they weren't subconsciously relying on Scanlan, and therefore the fights feel different because Scanlan's not there. I just can't imagine this fight going... I can't imagine the players like making different decisions, if that makes sense. Like, I don't know if you like walked up to the table right beforehand and were like, hey, remember, Scanlan's not here. Here's the list of all the things he would do. Make sure not to rely on those. Like, if you called it out to them, I can't see them really making different decisions. Like, maybe. Cutting words gives a disadvantage. Does cutting words? I thought it was the next attack. Am I off? I thought cutting words was the next attack. Ability check or attack. Well, this is 2024. Let me... God, the 2024 versus not 2024. Bah. Don't give me reprinted. There we go. I mean, I honestly don't remember. Bard College. Select a subclass. It was lore, right? Is Bard. College of Lore. Cutting words. Attack roll, ability check, damage roll. Yeah, not a saving throw. That'd be way better if it was a saving throw. Be way, way better. Yeah, I don't know. He could have made them invisible at the start. That wouldn't have mattered. I mean, they didn't. Keep in mind, they didn't fail any like stealth checks. He got 2 nat 1s in a row. Nat 1 on the investigation, and then that procced a stealth check, which they got nat 1 on. So, I don't know that would have mattered. Because of the sword. Oh, the sword enhanced his cutting words. Maybe. Vicious mockery is disadvantage. Yeah. I mean, hey, this isn't me arguing that Scanlan was any sort of slouch. I don't know. I don't know. It's an interesting thought process, but it's assuming quite a bit that I don't think you can actually observe. Like, there's no like really common ability of Scanlan's that I think would have made them act any differently. Like, you can say like, oh, hey, they're much less powerful now, but that's kind of neither here nor there, right? They're not going to not do the entire encounter because they're less powerful. It's not like they're taking on a challenge that they wouldn't have otherwise, you know? And again, I just don't know how any of their behaviors would have changed. Yeah, Scanlan could have done a bunch of stuff in this combat that might have changed things. Like, again, if he got Dominate Monster off on the Kraken, yeah, this is way easier. I mean, especially given the Kraken doesn't have legendary resistance. This combat is substantially easier if you can get Dominate Monster off. Especially, you know, since he had the hand cone. But yeah, I don't know. The only thing I can think of that like Scanlan consistently did in combat was, you know, things like with Bardic Inspiration, you know, buffing, debuffing. I don't know. I don't know if I agree with the comment, but I found it interesting. I'm with you, Sawyer. I'm with you. How getting used to a new member changes battle dynamics. It definitely does. And that's why I started thinking, I was like, because Scanlan was much better than Tarry. But that is, I think, mostly because Scanlan was a much higher level than Tarry. Right? I don't think this is necessarily a Bard versus Artificer thing. I think it's a level thing. But it's an interesting thing to think about, not only regardless of whether I deal not whether I agree with it. Whether or not I agree with it, that is how it came off to someone. And it is a consideration for GMs and players alike. Yeah, when swapping in new characters, in like what were the things that old character used to do that you are just used to. And also for DMs, what are the things that you have maybe gotten used to presenting to the players as challenges? Or like, what are some ways that you've been like modifying challenges just like at a base level to account for some people's strengths or weaknesses? Because that all changes a lot when you get a new character in there. Yeah. It's interesting. I think people probably are more likely to think this way because of the Bard's Lament and like Scanlan directly pointing out their kind of expectation around the Magnificent Mansion. Because there definitely were some subconscious expectations around what Scanlan would or would not do. I think that is inarguable. There was always an expectation that Scanlan had the Magnificent Mansion ready, regardless of what sort of challenges they had faced that day. So I definitely get where the comment is coming from. I think they're wrong. But it is interesting to consider how used to those sorts of things you get. And as a DM, not even thinking about it when you swap out characters, like when a character leaves and a new character enters, but even just considering those sorts of unconscious expectations during the course of play. Of like, oh, like they expect to have the Magnificent Mansion at their beck and call all the time. What if we're in an environment? What if we're in a dungeon that prevents the creation of pocket dimensions? Like the entire dungeon, we'll say it's like a mega dungeon the size of the Underdark, right? And it's just a pervasive effect that you cannot create pocket dimensions in here. Or maybe it itself is a pocket dimension, and there's like a recursion sort of weird thing of like you can't create a pocket dimension in another pocket dimension. And suddenly they don't have access to the mansion anymore. That thing that they had come to rely on. Like, that's why I paused to think about it, is because I was like, that's an interesting thought process. I think it's irrelevant to the fights. Maybe not irrelevant, but I don't think it's that big of a consideration when it comes to the fights. But there's some kernel of truth lingering around in there. And I mean, even we talked about, or I mentioned, the hand cone of clarity and how high his spell save DC is. There's definitely magic items that players can get used to, of like, oh yeah, like Vax will just be able to teleport somewhere via whisper. Like, that's just not even something we have to think about. If we ever see something that needs to be, teleported to, Vax has it handled. Can you play around with that as a DM? Not like, oh, remove, take away whisper from Liam, but like for like one encounter, can you maybe turn that expectation on its head? There's some interesting thought processes there. Yeah. It's only 1 or 2 levels. I think it is Sam being a full caster mode playing half caster. We did talk about how, like, I think a lot of the Artificer's power comes from learning builds and experimenting with like different magic items on different people and like finding the synergies. So I definitely think that Tarry is punching below his weight right now. It doesn't help that it's a UA class. Like, UA classes are broadly either so overpowered that it's like very obvious, and I don't think Critical Role would have used it, or they're closer to the underpowered side. I honestly don't know for Artificer. Maybe Artificer struck a good balance in UA. But this, this wasn't full release yet. So that's also a consideration. Yeah. It's definitely true that Sam had practice with Scanlan, and the other players had some idea of what Scanlan can do, and neither true for Tarry. Yeah. It's an interesting thought, though. Now I'm going to be kind of keeping an eye out on, like, would Scanlan have made a difference in this scenario or this scenario? Because I could be wrong. And the comment could be right, but right now I just can't. It doesn't feel so to me right now, but I'm going to be keeping an eye out for it. It's interesting.
They have like,
No, that's
40, they have like a 40
not
swimming speed or something.
I'm saying a giant constrictor snake has a swim speed of 30 feet. It's the same speed as...
Normal would be a giant constrictor.
No, it would be a normal,
Teeny
or like
one,
it would be a swimming creature though. What's the speed for a swimming creature?
Make a choice, Keyleth.
Okay.
Most snakes are at a 30-foot swim speed.
Most are Hunter Shark is at 40 swim speed. Killer whale is at a 60-foot swim
Then make us
speed.
killer whales.
But they're bigger. They're bigger motherfuckers. So can we do like a giant eel that's got a swim speed of 40 feet?
Young sea serpent if you swim 60 feet?
Ooh, yeah. Ooh, I want to be that.
You're like a sea serpent.
I don't know what that is.
Help me, Cecil, help.
Oh no, that's huge. It's a huge monstrosity. You can't do that.
Monstrosity,
You can't do that, no.
What are you doing?
Get a whale.
Look, I found out what the player's handbook gave
Let's go
me.
whale.
So I'll go.
These are creatures that you would know.
Fuck, whales are fucking big though.
Yeah.
Whales are big.
Yeah.
So I'll be eels with a swim speed of 40 feet. So we can slip out?
What creature are you choosing? Is my question.
Well, I was going off of a snake speed.
A snake? I'm sorry. You need to pick a creature. You can't make up statistics here. You can see here.
Yeah. This is tough, man. Wild Shape Raw is ass. It's ass to play. It's not ass power-wise. Oh, yep, there we go. Daniel, very caveat. Yep. It's so difficult. And I feel for both of them here. Like, this is annoying from Matt's perspective. Like, Matt cannot just let her create a stat block out of thin air. You just can't do that. Wild Shape is already, power-wise, so good. You can't just allow the druid to just create something out of thin air. But especially from the player perspective, like she's talking about, this is what the player's handbook gives me. Yeah. That I think that's one of the reasons that Wild Shape is like pretty infuriating to me. Less so now because I play more online now, and online there are more like, there are like folios of like Druid Wild Shape, but I doubt that as many of those existed at this point. Like Sam is clearly trying to help. He's trying to look things up right now, and he is struggling to find something. He's like, seeing like a monstrosity, but it sounds like a snake, but it's not because it's a monstrosity, or maybe it's an aberration. There are so many things that sound like beasts that are not beasts. Like an owl bear. An owl bear is not a beast. Go fuck yourself. Fun fact, on D&D Beyond, they put out the like stat blocks for all of the characters from the D&D movie, and the druid from the D&D movie's wild shape feature says they can wild shape into any beast under this CR and an owl bear. Because wild shape does not allow for her transforming into an owl bear, but an owl bear is so cool and so obviously seems like something that would be wild shapeable. But so from her perspective, it's like, you only have the shit in the player's handbook, which is nothing. The rest of the beasts are in the monster manual, which is pitched as a DM book. And like, not only pitched, but like theoretically has stat block spoilers, like stat block, like metagaming that you could do. Like, you don't really want your players like constantly flipping through the monster manual and seeing a bunch of stat blocks that you might use, and then them having that information in their heads. That's not really desirable. But again, from Matt's perspective, it's like, dude, you gotta pick a stat block. You gotta. I'm sorry. Like, that he's playing a druid in 5e. It kind of sucks, but you gotta pick one. And I feel for both of them really bad here, because at a home table, I think people would just stop and get on their phones for a second. Let's be really honest with each other. This combat is already slow as hell. You don't need to really take pacing considerations into account. Like, it's not like you're interrupting a super tense moment. Just at a home game, everyone stops. You like find a list of wild shape stat blocks somewhere online. And then you take a second to look through, see which ones have swimming speed. Like, you can do this so much smoother. But on the stream, you just can't. Like, it bothers me a little bit that Matt is acting like so impatient right now because of all the context around what is happening. But I also do get it. Like, they're on a stream. You gotta keep things moving forward. Also, ads incoming in a second. Yeah. But also, it feels bad because the Kraken is going to hit no matter what AC the creatures are. Right, well, that's why she's looking at, like, swim speeds, which I get, again. And she's coming up with something that feels intuitive, of, like, a water snake. But you can't just make up a stat block. It's tough, man. First time underwater combat, Marisha would probably have something prepared for swimming scenarios in the future. I mean, probably, yeah. A system that did let you make up creatures on the fly sounds fun. Not sure how it would work. Oh, you're not sure how it would work? Don't worry. Don't worry. Your friend Megaphone Man has a whole video. Where is it? Fixing 1D&D's druid problem. Oh, look at that. what's up? Hello. Yeah, let me just pitch one of my other videos real quick. Yeah, fixing 1D&D's druid problem. This was about 1D&D, to be fair. But I basically give my pitch for like my ideal version of Wild Shape. And I have a World Anvil article, some sample builds. These are some of the features. Basically, you would be able to kind of like, hey, who could have guessed it? Warlock invocations. Have a certain amount of features, and you can construct your wild shape with a certain amount of the features you know every time you wild shape. So things like bioluminescent, paralyzing poison, spider climb. Where was it? Burrower. You have a burrow speed of 30 feet. And then eventually 5th level prerequisite, 7th level prerequisite, a swimmer. User gains a swimming speed of 30 feet. That sort of thing. So I have it. It is here. And that is my version of what I would like Wild Shape to look like. They did not take my suggestion. Who could have guessed? For their 2024 rules, but that is my version of how I would make up creatures on the fly.
So,
What are you reading? What are you reading, Marisha?
The giant straight snake is a land. It's a land snake. It's the problem.
It's a land snake.
Let's not do that. Let's get back on the wheel.
Okay, whales are 60 feet, sharks are 40 feet.
most
That's a
snakes I've seen here are 30 foot swim speed.
Then I think snake is probably better to wriggle out, though. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I think he's gonna be able to hold whales, maybe. I don't know.
It'll be slower for snakes, but more
Armamente.
possibly.
It's not
What are you doing? You're casting your spell. You're What are you choosing?
We're gonna be eels. That's why I said it first.
Eels.
So we'll go
Eels.
30 swim.
Eels.
All right, so we'll see Eels using the statistics first.
I'm gonna use the statistics
Sure.
for the snake, but swim speed. Fuck, I'm trying to be elusive here.
All right,
Fuck.
whatever, fine. You are all water snakes. You're majestic 10 hit point forms as water snakes. You all suddenly stretch
Go.
to these tiny snakes.
Go, 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 go.
We'll say for the current purposes of this, until it comes to the Kraken's turn, everyone who is currently
Dude. I can't even imagine how the internet reacted to this. Because he's like, what stat block are you choosing? And she's like, and she just says a thing, which once again is not a stat block. And then they're like, it's your Aramente. You just have to make a choice. And it's like, man. Yeah, table is stressed, man. Table is stressed. And it's like, it's easy to say that this wouldn't happen at my table, but it wouldn't, man. Like, it's just because they are so stressed about the fact that people are watching, you know? And that really, you can see it sometimes, but I think this is like, this is one of those times where just taking a breath, maybe even being like, hey, let's take a bathroom break. Like, but Critical Role only takes one break per episode, at least thus far. And they're already on hour 4. Like, at a home table, that's no problem. Just take a second break. Just be like, hey, I'm a bit stressed out about this right now. I would love to find a stat block for you, but I'm having trouble finding it this quickly. Can we take a pee break while I look, please? That's something so normal to request. But I also really understand how the expectations are driving everything here. And I feel so bad for them because I don't like how either of them are behaving right now. And this isn't like both, and I'm not trying to be the enlightened centrist here with like, both sides are wrong. like, Marisha should have wild shape stat blocks. But I also find it difficult to blame someone for not fully utilizing something that I think is the hardest feature in the game. Like, I think in general, the players should be prepared for this sort of situation, and that it's on Marisha for not being prepared. But I find it very easy to give a lot of slack because wild shape is like one of the hardest things to prepare for. And again, if this happened at a normal table, it just wouldn't be this bad. It just would be so normal and so regular. Matt is being a dick over his fucked up encounter. I mean, I think Matt's being a dick here, but I get it. Like, he's stressed out. He knows, like I imagine Matt's perspective. I think about how much we're ripping into this encounter. I think rightfully so. I don't think, I should like roll back my critiques or anything. But at a certain point during these sorts of encounters, you realize it. As a DM, you get it. Like, you start to be like, oh man, this isn't fun. And like, it's a really, I don't know if I've ever talked about this specific aspect. And I think other DMs will get it. But there is something so horrible, like just a horrible, horrible feeling of having created something and like, put like thought and time into it. And then everyone's running it and none of them are having fun. And you're not having fun. And it still has like 30 minutes left to go. It's a horrible feeling. Maybe we should Mike 30, you're so correct. You're so correct. We should go into that. No, but it's a terrible feeling. It's a terrible feeling to be staring down the barrel of 30 more minutes of I don't like this, you don't like this, no one likes this, but we just like have to finish it. We can't just like choose to skip it. That'd be worse. I mean, it's gonna shorten anyone's patience. And so when you get into a situation where someone is like, this sounds meaner than I mean it. But it's like when someone is clearly like wanting to just like not use the rules. Like, it's really tough when you just want this to be over so bad. And they are trying to like homebrew something right in front of you. And you're like, dude, can you just use the rule, please? Please just pick a stat block. I don't care what it is. I don't care. Please just pick one. And they just refuse to do so. That's infuriating. Like, I can feel my blood pressure rising. That's But then I put myself in Marisha's shoes, and this entire thing, this encounter that is not fun, that your boyfriend partner put a lot of time and effort into, and then no one's having fun, and they're like, well, it's your Aramente. You got to make the choice. And even Sam earlier, it was a joke, but it was like, oh, your lodestones. You're always worried about your lodestones. And it's like, fucking yeah, man. I'm worried about the lodestones. If we don't get the lodestones, all of this was for nothing. And then we have to do this again. Imagine, Sam Regal, this is me, Marisha, talking to you. Imagine how the internet is going to treat me if we don't get all 3 lodestones and we have to do this again. You might say that I really empathize as to why those two in particular are really stressed out right now. I get it. I really get it. And I get why Matt was eventually just like, fuck it, whatever. I don't know. Let's go. And I get why Marisha was so insistent that she wanted to just use something that wasn't particularly strong, but would make a lot of intuitive sense and might get them out of here without taking on any more casualties. Because everything that happens is Keela's fault, because this is her Aramente. You know? It would be kind of like, you know, if like Vax had like permanently gotten taken by the Briarwoods when he got charmed by the Briarwoods. And if he'd like permanently like gotten tortured and taken, like that would have reflected in some ways on Percy and Taliesin. I think, you know, when you're in a personal quest like this, there's like an amount that kind of comes onto you, and then all the players around you remind you of it all the time. It's like, So regardless of even all of the additional context around Marisha and the internet, totally separate from that, even if none of that existed, they're only here because of her. I can feel myself getting stressed while I talk about it. Oh my God. Crazy. The combat show is already running longer than the normal stream time. Yeah. Like with the summon spells, a player could prepare some choices prior to the game knowing it's going to be underwater. However, this is their first underwater combat and a character plot point. Exactly. Like that is why, like, I don't really assign a lot of blame to Matt here, because I think it's a fair expectation to expect that Marisha would have a list of stat blocks knowing that they're about to do an underwater combat. And for her to not and be trying to like conjure one up in the moment is like, dude, come on. But again, none of that would happen at a home table. It would just be like, dude, I'm really stressed out. I need a second to look through stat blocks. Can we just like take a break? And then everyone goes, oh yeah, we can take a break. And that's it. So it doesn't make me think any worse of Matt, any worse of Marisha. It feels like stress created and exacerbated purely because of the camera. Oh, and I feel for them, man. I enjoy watching more if they're not stressed, pressed for time, so I wouldn't mind them taking a small break if it helps with the flow. Oh, me neither. This is part of the thing, and I get it as a creator. I think sometimes you create false expectations in your own head of like what the audience does or does not expect. I'm totally with you that like a small break right now I think would be good even on a stream. But again, dude, like someone else said, we're already over normal time. And for them to be like, we're going to take another break. And I mean, they've got crew there, right? They've got crew and production people that are like having to stay longer than they anticipated tonight because of everything that's happening. They take an extra break. That's 20 more minutes before Jeff gets home to his kids. This is why I have said you will not catch me DMing like a honest to God actual play. The stressors, man, I cannot imagine. On some level, they know this kind of sucks, but they're just kind of stuck waiting for it to end. Absolutely. I think everyone is kind of aware of what's going on right now, and that's like, it's an incredible part of the problem, that they're so aware of it. And it's like I said at the beginning, yeah, like sometimes you just gotta get through it. That's it. That's the entire solution, is getting through it, which I think is why, you know, Matt's getting kind of right now, because he's like, dude, come on, just let us get through this. Yeah. The ep has an hour 30. Oh, yeah. 11 to 12 a.m. local time for them. Yup. Absolutely. If you're Matt, you see him throw his hands up and trying to get this to end ASAP. I mean, I think he literally threw his hands up right here. I think he very literally threw them up.
I think Eel's using statistics for
I'm gonna use the statistics
Sure.
for the snake, but swim speed. Fuck, I'm trying to be elusive here.
All right.
Fuck.
Whatever, fine.
Do it live.
You're all water snakes. You're a majestic.
He kind of did the swipe. It wasn't quite a whoosh, but I think he kind of did do that. Oh yeah, man. Did they leave Geek and Sundry? No, we're still on GNS. This is all still on GNS. Yeah, sometime during C2. Whoa! No! Shit. Okay, we're good.
That's too.
No! Fuck, we were right around hour 4. Oh, weird. I wonder what that big replay bump on the timeline is. I wonder why people would have been rewatching this section at all. Dude. Oy, 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 oy. Spoilers. That is one of the few types of spoilers that I know because it's related to like, production stuff. Is that they eventually go off of GNS, but he could have suggested her to get some water stat blocks beforehand. Coulda. I mean, there's a lot of. I don't even feel like I really need to go through a lot of the things that could be done differently here because this is such a niche thing. I don't really think anyone here needs to be worried about this happening at their home tables. Honestly.
Water snakes. You all suddenly stress
Go,
these tiny snakes.
Go.
We'll say for the current purposes of this, until it comes to the Kraken's turn, everyone who is currently grappled is not grappled because you are a smaller form. Until the Kraken's turn. So let's see whose turn order is what.
And we all just.
No mechanical reason that should be true, but hey, double thumbs up, Matt. Double thumbs up. Sure. Fuck it. Yeah, absolutely. You're a smaller form, you slip out of the tentacles. Double thumbs up. Love it.
Book it.
All right. So,
Great. Speaking of players giving you opportunities, like player gives you an opportunity that kind of makes sense. They slip out, they leave.
that brings us next to the initiative counter 20. So I need all of you guys as snakes to make Constitution saving throws.
No, dude.
I don't know what that is.
You know,
Wait, electric heels? Is there electric heels?
Okay.
And we still blessed, right?
Yeah, we're still
Constitution saving throw?
you did choose electric eels.
Oh. Okay,
Which-
that went off the rails.
Which?
That's not bad.
Ah!
Okay.
No, hold on.
Hold on.
You mean man?
What are we doing?
I know because you chose eels.
Swing it.
The electricity has no effect.
Matt hates everything right now.
Weirdly, this worked in your advantage for the 20 initiative count. So as the pulse of energy shoots out from the Kraken, it shocks around and through all of you, but your physical eel forms take no damage.
Again. Cool. I'm talking about because you chose eel forms. Is eel even a stat block? Is it? I don't know. No, it's not. But fuck it. Yeah, man. Matt is pulling all the levers. I can see it. Yeah. Yeah. We can all see it. Hell yeah, man. Normally, I'm more like, hey, maybe hide the levers a little bit. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit at all. Get him out of here. Anything that makes sense. Thumbs up. We're good. That came out later has resistance to lightning. Yeah, sure. Give him immunity. Get him out of there. Again, 2 thumbs up to Matt. I think Matt is normally much better at hiding when he's improving or, pulling levers. But I get it here. I don't blame him. We're getting the fuck out of here. As long as it makes, and again, it's like I was saying at the beginning, saying yes, giving them anything they give you, take advantage however you can. This makes an amount of sense. It gets greenlit.
They're used to conducting energy.
Sweet.
Next, your eel turn.
Eel. I'm gonna swim. I'm gonna swim around the big brown rock, away from the Kraken, towards the door.
30, and you need your action to dash as well.
And it's so funny that Sam, this is a short one. So funny that Sam was like, Matt hates everything right now. My brother in Christ. Matt is being so player-sided right now. So, unambiguously player-sided. He doesn't hate I mean, he hates how everything has gone, but yeah, no one cares. I don't know if Sam is like trying to like maintain the veneer of like, oh, we're against each other. Bah. I don't know if that's what Sam's trying to do or if he just doesn't know what happened, but oy, oy, oy.
Yes.
As far as you can get. All right, finishing Max's turn.
Big rock.
Alrighty.
I feel like I'm just leaving everybody behind. Oh, wait, he's gonna do the same
Go,
thing.
run,
Alright,
get out, get out, get out.
And
That's as far as you can get.
and he can use his double action to do the same thing.
Doesn't have double action.
Just
He's
kidding.
losing your turn.
But I am gonna make my shark attack him. The shark's gonna just swim up in his face.
All right.
He's gonna swim up in his eyeball and like this will be like, whoa, look
Go
at
attack for
me,
your
I'm a shark.
Who hasn't gotten punchy at the end of a long game?
All right, man. Nothing makes sense anymore.
This is real D&D.
21.
So roll damage.
Okay.
Good shark.
Okay, that's a bite attack. That is
200%.
okay, wait. Oh, that's more than that. Anyway,
If you're still
12.
There you go, sure.
All right, 12 points of damage to Gotcha. Alrighty. End of your turn. It's going to go ahead and use Lightning Storm. Costing 2 of its actions. It's going to focus this on Carrion, Grog, and because you were the source of its magic and it is horribly frustrated to kill it. I need the 3 of you guys. Fuck, it's Lightning Storm. It's not all heals. What am I doing?
That hates us.
I mean, it's been a long week.
This is the Winnie the Pooh of Kraken. Just trying to get wild calisthenics.
Alright, so it creates Lightning Storm. It strikes you guys.
And it tickles.
And yeah, it tickles your fancy a moment. Let's do a legendary action. Alright, personal, it's your turn.
I am going to book double speed.
Respect on the electric heals that I gave you. Weirdly saving your ass right now.
I'm going to book through this weird little log. I'm going to go straight through it.
20, 25, 30. You just got the other side, just barely seeing the eel. Next side, you just swing through.
I wink at him with my eye.
You know what? There's like an electricity between you guys.
Oh.
Right now.
End of X's turn, so he uses his last legendary action to attempt to.
That feels like an honest mistake. Oh yeah, like I honestly don't think that Matt was thinking about the ruling that he just made when choosing that legendary action right there. And it's like, man, you know, it's like, I get it. At this point, you could retcon it. You could say, never mind, I chose a different attack. You could say that they have resistance or just no, nothing or whatever. You could absolutely do all that. But just finding something, whatever it is, to get him out of here, I think is the most important part. This one in particular, I mean, it kind of doesn't even matter. You're like, oh, I know what electric eels are, so it would feel like I'm cheating. I mean, it's all cheating. Like, if we're going to be directly honest with each other right now, an electric eel stat block doesn't exist. You can't use wild shape like this. Whatever. Who cares at this point? They're immune to electricity? Bah, sure. You just used it and it had no effect, and then you used another lightning thing and it has no effect. Whatever, man. I don't know. And Matt even say out loud, it's like, man, it's been a long weekend. I don't think it's got shit to do with the weekend. I think it has everything to do with the last 4 hours of his life. It's been a long 4 hours. And I can't even imagine how much more we have to go. Yeah, this is one of the first times that I've seen the levers like truly break down and like us see the Wizard of Oz in all of his fleshy human glory. I feel like I am really seeing behind the curtain right now for maybe the first time ever with Matt. I feel like, I talk about it a lot of, I say like, oh, I think that this was Matt improving this. And chat says, no, I don't think so. And I say, oh, I think he was improving this one though. And you're like, maybe. We're always debating. There's no debate here. And that's fine. This is one of the most justifiable times to pitch the curtain and just get out of here. I mean, I might even take it to the extreme of if this is a home table and you turn into electric eels and the GM and the players all want to say you're so small and so fast that you just elude the Kraken and you get out. Fuck it. Like if you guys take that break to select the stat block or whatever, and you just like over the break, just being like, hey, I think you guys will survive the escape, but it'll take like another 30 minutes to an hour. Do we just want to skip to it? And I'll narrate us skipping it and like montage it. And all the players agree. You got the load zones. Get out of there. It doesn't matter how. It doesn't. It's I don't think it matters how, at least. We're going to make it through the rest of this together. We are. Yeah, the last 4 hours felt like a whole fucking week. I feel like he meant the Kraken doesn't recognize them. Maybe. Sure. I don't know if he meant anything in particular. You know. I'm okay with giving the electric eels immunity, but they aren't that good of swimmers and can't breathe in water due to them not being actual eels. Ah, sure. Whatever. I mean, I think you are identifying why wild shape is constrained in the way it is. Like, I don't want to get it twisted. This cannot be the way that druids typically use wild shape. It's just this like kind of off the hat intuition and like getting mechanical benefits for it, because animals often don't work how we think they work. We're just in a situation where that doesn't matter anymore. Like, this is just like, if you want to call it cheating, if you want to call it homebrewing, if you want to call it whatever, you know, we're not using wild shape correctly at this point. But we're just trying to get out of the situation. A situation which, again, I will repeat, I don't think would even really happen at a home table. Like, I think we are firmly into a situation that just wouldn't exist at a normal table. So it's not even particularly worth parsing how you would handle it. I mean, I guess if you want to, go for it. But it's a very niche situation. Not a bad combat by any means, but a bad combat that has this layer of stress to it. Those are not often paired, especially like a slog type combat. Like a slog combat is not normally going to have this layer of extreme player stress tied to it. And I think that's what's causing a lot of the problems right now, is the stress paired with the slog. And that's just, I won't say it doesn't happen, but it's pretty uncommon, I think. One of you will be eliminated. Survivor's time to vote. It is time to vote. Yeah. I couldn't see Matt doing that, but I can see why a DM would in a home game. Sure, yeah. Even them being so small, the Kraken ignores them because it doesn't want a small snack, it wants meals. Sure. Whatever. Yeah. So it's, at this point, as long as all of them are good with it, like as long as Matt and the players are all on the same page and they're not directly contesting each other, I'm 2 thumbs up on this. And it gets us out of here quicker.
To make a
He throws water at us.
tentacle attack at you, Vax. So I'm going to just recently sever one of his tentacles. That is a 28 to hit. 10 plus 18.
What did
Well,
it?
you're
28.
eel.
Oh, okay. Do I not have? Am I hasted? Do I still have advantage on my dex saving throws as an eel?
You the effect is still on there, so yeah.
Very clever eel.
So it's because I'm blessed as well. What's a 32?
But wait, no, it's
No,
an
it's
eel.
an attack roll.
Oh, it's an attack roll.
It's AC, which is the eel is like 10, so you take it.
Oh, okay.
It's physical
That is
attributes.
18 points of bludgeoning damage.
What did it roll? Sorry.
28.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, sorry.
Because you're an eel.
So your eel form is destroyed,
Tiny.
and
Oh.
and you take 8 points of bludgeoning damage, and you are grappled.
Wait, why is this eel form destroyed?
Because
Because
it's
it
10
was
shit out of me.
bludgeoned nothing, but it just bludgeoned and grabbed and squeezed around the eel, and you form back into
Nice.
the
Yeah.
It's just an eel.
He's got like no hit points as an eel.
I can kill an eel.
All right.
Sorry, Matt. What was
All
the
right,
damage?
damage?
There's so much shit.
No,
No,
no.
it's not the statement of someone who's arguing.
I know.
All right,
Snakes
it's
have
literally
like two-
all right.
Snakes have like 2 hit.
Yeah, well,
points.
that's a good easy thing.
Okay. This is Hey, chat. You're about to see a little drama gremlin right now. This is not good or healthy, but I just want to rewatch it at a slower speed cuz I'm a little drama gremlin sometimes. And that's all. And you don't see it very often on stream. But I want to see that at a slower speed because that sounded crazy. And I want to hear it at a slower speed. And that's it.
Destroyed,
Got it.
and you take 8 points of bludgeoning damage, and you are grappled.
Because I heard grapple and I go, oh
Wait,
no.
why is this eel form destroyed?
Because it's
Because it
10
had
hit.
almost no
shit
hit
out of me.
points. The lightning did nothing, but it just bludgeoned and grabbed and squeezed around the eel, and then you formed back
It's not
into
a
the
giant
grab.
eel,
Yeah.
It's just an eel.
He's just got like no hit
Yeah,
points as an
alright.
eel.
I can kill an eel.
All
Anybody
right.
can.
I'm sorry, Matt. What was the
All
hit
right,
point
you
damage?
arguing?
There's so much
8.
shit.
No.
No,
We're not arguing.
It's not the statement of
Maybe
someone
too.
who's arguing.
I know.
All
All good.
right, it's
Snakes have,
literally
like,
all
two-
right.
Snakes have like 2 hit.
Yeah, they're like,
that's a
they're
good- that's a good-
easy.
Snakes have like-
I rolled you guys had 10 hit points in that form.
We're 10 hit point eels.
That's fine.
That's
Yeah,
fair.
flying snake is like 5 hit points, so you're fine.
Sure.
They have flying snake.
Alright.
Never mind.
So
Don't want to know.
that ends.
I don't use the word cringe often, but that made me cringe. That made me cringe. That made me cringe. And it's easy to like not, I can just watch this as drama gremlin because they almost never act like this. Like sometimes I'm like, hey, Matt, calm down a little bit there. Or the players, I'm like, hey, cool off, whatever. It's so rare that happens in general. And I don't think it's ever gotten to this point. Even with Orion, it was like a cold heat. It wasn't this like very fiery, about to explode at any moment sort of tension. Oh man, welcome to this episode. This is an episode, man. This is an episode. Yep.
All right, so that was on Percy's turn. End of that turn. Final thing. It's back to the Kraken's turn. Kraken gets its legendary actions back.
Did you skip me?
We did one dozen eels.
I thought it was after facts.
Max went, then you turned everyone to eels.
Okay.
And then it went to
And
Percy,
then I-
and then
and
she went
Percy
to
went.
Percy. Now it's the Kraken.
I confused you with Percy.
You do. It's okay. It happens. All right, the Kraken's going to do 3 bash attacks.
What's that?
It's going to be against Grog. It's going to be against Keyleth. It's going to be against Tarrion.
Yeah.
Grog, that is 29.
Yep.
Tarrion, that is 31.
Nope.
And Keyleth, that is...
Dude, and now we had all of that, and there's still an hour and a half left
34.
after the vibes have
All
been
right. So
decimated.
against Grog, that is 24 points of bludgeoning damage.
Up to 12.
You are an eel and grapple. You are out of your eel form and you're grappled. So when your eel form just goes dead, and you take what did I say again? It was 24.
44.
You take 14 points of bludgeoning damage. Still raging, halved to 7.
Okay.
Taryn, your eel form is destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
That would be 22 points. So you take 12 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And you're grappled. Kill it. You're roll. That is 14 points of bludgeoning damage. Your eel form is done. You're grappled. And you take 4 points of bludgeoning damage. Eel freed itself, so now you're back on your feet.
Who's still an eel?
And
Me and Percy.
Kneel to you.
Taryn as well.
Can I make a retaliation since he
You can.
smacked me?
Dude, I hate
All right.
talking over things. this will be a very weird experience for people who've watched a lot of Critical Eyes, but I feel like I can't pause this.
Slam into the tentacle, and it's still holding, but it's looking severely damaged. It's starting, like, muscles starting to tear apart. All right.
I want to skip this.
That brings us
This is maybe one of the first episodes I unironically want to skip. And I might. I don't know. We're going to see. I don't know if I can do it, man.
16 points of damage. You slam it again. This tentacle tears open and you're free. You're no longer rattled.
Sweet. Who's in the tentacle next to me?
We're going to see.
Somewhere having around 30 points of damage. Take us through this.
Are we down 3 tentacles now?
Yeah, how many?
You now are down 4 tentacles, so 6 left.
6 left.
Who's in the tentacle next to me?
Talk over it. It's fine. I might miss something that I actually want to comment on
Alrighty.
And I will smash that.
Alright, heal things, make constitution saving, by the way. With advantage.
if I talk over it. It's so hard for me to listen and talk. It makes me feel nauseous, unironically.
18. I get 2 additional damage.
Yes, you do. So roll 2 more d10s.
Actually, I do 9 plus the rage damage, and then just roll this twice.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so that's...
Well, 9 plus rage damage. 9 times 2, so it's 18 plus rage damage, plus your strength modifier. You destroy the tentacle. Tentacle's dead. Yeah, Keelan's tentacle is just smeared. Like, you slam into it and watch as the cloud of dark purple liquid kind of goes past her face. The blood from the Kraken clears and the tentacle just goes limp. The section's been removed from the rest of the tendril.
Not that you even need it, but I'll try and, like, release Max as well.
Go for it. So roll for...
Right, guys. 32.
Yeah, it hits.
Go. So, 22.
22. You slam into the side of Vax's tentacle, bash it. It's starting to tear apart. It's not enough to free entirely.
Cool. I am going to biggity buck the back out.
All right, your movement is 50, and you have not used altered self, right?
No, because I don't have that.
Yes, it's,
Yes, you do. You have a queen.
Oh, but
yeah, you use an action.
Yeah.
So that's 5, 10,
That's good to know.
15, 20, 25. Your movement's 50 normally.
Nice.
So that's as far as you can get. Trying to swim by. Trying to get over there. As your turn, Grog. All right.
Make a real good distance.
And if your turn is going to use Lightning Storm, 2 actions. It's going to hit Grog, Vax, and Keith. Need all 3 of you to make dexterity saving throws with Vax at disadvantage.
Is this considered a spell?
Nope.
Okay.
Are we all at disadvantage on the next throws?
No, just Vax.
Okay, so I get 2.
Go fuck me, Gil. Oh, that's not bad. What am I doing?
That's nothing.
Next
So the fail means I take half damage, plus the death was a quarter damage.
17 for me.
And Tarry as well, actually.
Oh,
Oh,
great.
wait, West. I take West, bitch.
Still?
Because it's just so crazy.
Grappled, right?
Normally, after a vibes decimator like that,
Natural one.
Yeah, so 24 points lightning damage.
21 total for me.
they're like out of combat.
12 unconscious once more.
So then you can like restore the vibes pretty easily. But we're still in the middle of this.
Reduce to half. All right, so that was the end of Grog's turn. Tarry, your turn.
There's just so much more required chores that have to be done
Potion.
before we can have like fun RP.
Okay. 14, 20,
Is that what you do all the D8s for?
35.
Yeah.
All right, you take 35.
Yeah, they're stuck in
Give
it.
me my D8s back.
You still have one second. You want to do anything?
Yeah.
Just sort of gently weep.
I love
Yeah, just kind of weep softly.
All right.
I'll do one more sanctuary on myself. It's my last spell.
Sanctuary technically is still lasting, so it's not concentration.
It's not. Oh, well then.
Well, no, even if you attack, you lose it. You're right. I keep getting that. So yes.
Oh,
So
I haven't attacked him in a while.
You have attacked him with
Yeah, I
no
did.
resistance.
I did.
yeah, so
It's all
sanctuary back. Okay.
It's on me now?
Yes.
All right, it's Keyleth is adjacent to me, right, on the ground?
Yes, she is.
Okay, so I'm going to use my first action to cast Lay on Hands and dump 5 hit points into her, wake it back up.
Okay.
Next action is going to be to throw Whisper into the ground again, shunk, and back to it.
All right. You just escape the grass.
And I'm going to use bonus action to back up fucking 30 feet towards towards the portal.
All right. By the way, all your guys' forms, you revert back to your normal selves. You're no longer heals.
Yeah, I kind of went unconscious.
So you're backing up
Sorry.
pretty much.
Oh, right.
Unconscious. Yeah, you know.
You are hasted to 30 feet. You just get out of the range to take attack opportunity on you.
Really
Tentacle.
shitty creature.
That is 9 plus 18, 27 to hit.
Oh, that hits.
It's fault.
Yep.
You
Sorry,
take
can I dodge?
21 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay, half to 10 or
Half
11.
to 10, and you are grappled by the tentacle.
Jeez.
Mother bitch!
Love America.
We just gotta get out of here.
I'm worried about it. Monkey.
Get us out. Get
All
us
right.
out.
Harmless.
Leave it alone.
Keelan, it's your turn. You come to consciousness. Once more, you watch as Vax is darting off and the tentacle wraps around them. You see Tarry and Pull, the rest of your allies are rushing off in the distance.
We have all the lodestones, right? Yes.
Oh my
Hit in the head. Yes, I literally
What are you doing?
have. Who is closest by the portal?
dude,
I
she's
can see where
trying
you
to
are.
recover the vibes. I appreciate it.
Did I? There's an ink cloud?
No, not anymore. That got.
I got rid of that, right?
Oh, you got rid of part of it here. The ink cloud still sits in this vicinity.
Okay. Oh, dear God. I'm gonna control water again.
You casting again?
Yeah, I'm casting it again.
Okay.
Get out of there.
Who is around me?
Around you, it is Grog, it is Vax, and it is Taryn.
I am going to push us towards the portal with control water. Just
All of you towards the portal?
yeah, control water towards the portal.
All right, so 20 feet, 5, 10, 15, 20. 5, 10, 15, 20. 5, 10, 15, 20.
Is there anyone still held on by the Kraken?
No.
Yeah,
Oh.
I mean, Taryn and Vax are still grappled by it, and this the Kraken moved
Long as that.
to there.
Bax
30
is still
foot range.
grappled?
Yeah, and
Just,
Tarry.
it's just at the end of its range. And it's
So you're right
Okay,
there.
I'm going to take a grasping vine. I'm going to grab Bax and yank him towards me from this. Who's got the thing? From that one closest by.
Make him towards you?
Why,
Towards the
why
Kraken?
are you
This
trying
one.
to yank him towards you? You are directly
You
in front
cannot
of the
see
Kraken.
this, unfortunately.
I can't see that.
No,
Can I
this is all
see
obscured
this
with ink
red
right
thing?
now. This
Can I
pushed
see
this way.
this?
Actually, the control that pushed this way would have cleared some of the ink in this area, but right now this whole
Dude, I forgot about the ink. I gotta keep playing it.
structure is blocking you. You cannot see this rock.
Can I see this red thing? in
This
front
way
of
you
me?
can. Vax is
Okay.
right next to it.
I
I'm gonna drag
forgot
him
about the ink,
closer.
bro.
I want to just send him this way.
Holy shit.
Well,
Beyond it.
the grasping vine only pulls things towards where it emanates, and since he's right next to this, I'm just
Okay,
pulling right
Terry.
against
Where's
the rock.
Terry?
Terry's right here as well. Just pull him into the rock.
Well, bullshit. All the way around. Then I just swim desperately doggy paddle towards the
You still have your
portal.
bonus action.
There's what's left.
Your wild shape. It's 5
Oh,
points.
yeah, that could be smart. Since so you don't go unconscious again?
Whale it, dude.
All right.
Whale.
I'll killer whale
I'll
towards the
tell you what
purple.
you're doing, but this is your thing, and you're
Yeah.
5 hit points right underneath the Kraken, the closest to it.
Where am I?
You're right here.
All right. All right. All right. Yeah.
Very hard to see from this. I will say.
It is very hard to see from this
We
distance.
can pour a cloth and
Sure can wake her up.
What are you shaking?
I'll go killer whales.
Killer whale.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Dude.
I'm pretty sure it's
More
still
Kraken.
Dude, speaking of something that is a uniquely critter problem, I forget about this, naturally, as you would. I forgot that they can't, like, see the map. They have to, like, use laser pointers, and they're looking at it on, like, a digital monitor. I forgot that her view is probably only slightly better than our view of this map. And there's no representation of where the ink cloud is. And, and yes, she's, like, not even, like, catching. It's like, you're under the Kraken. Okay, well, where am I? Well, you're under the Kraken. Bro, This is making me because I'm just imagining myself in this. She should remember where she is, of course. They just said it. But my little ADHD brain, I forget that constantly. I empathize. It's my fault when I forget it. But it still happens. I don't know if she's got the ADs or the HDs, but man, I relate. This is my hell. This is my hell. Being Keyleth right now. Personal hell of mine, personally. Especially, we talked about earlier that I don't like to be a spotlight hog. Oh my god. The DM telling me, like, me trying to use my bonus action and, like, do this, like, cool thing that I'm already kind of uncomfortable doing, and them being like, and then me being like, okay, never mind, that wouldn't work. You're right, I'm sorry, I'll just shut the fuck up. And then them being like, well, you still have your bonus action. And me being like, I know I have my bonus action. I just tried to use it. And then me being like, well, what do I do with it? And then be like, I don't know, wild shape. And it's like, dude. You're right, Matt. And I know you're trying to help. But do you not remember the thing that we just did 5 minutes ago? With my wild shape, I'd kind of prefer to just waste my bonus action at this point, personally. Just have it not be my turn anymore. Oh my god, please put the spotlight on someone else. I beg of you. I'm freaking out right now. I'm in hell. Ay, ay, ay. I think the table has the same view as us. I think broadly, I think they have a slightly better view of it. From what I remember from the studio tour, it's not that much better than the view that we have. And oh my god. She should have just gone into a water elemental because of resistance. Probably, yeah. But oh my god, if I'm Keyleth, I want this to not be my turn as quickly as possible. It's not smart. It's not the right way to play it. But oh my god, I want people to stop looking at me. Please, please, someone else do things for a moment. I never feel, or I shouldn't say never. The only times I've felt uncomfortable on camera, like on stream camera, are the times when I feel like chat discussion is getting away from me, and like people are like creating bad vibes in chat, like through discussion, and I can't like sufficiently moderate it. And I am applying the way that I feel during that to the way that Marisha feels right now, except in front of like 1,000x people, 10,000x people. I want to curl up in a ball, personally, right now. Not me, actually, but as her. Oh my god. I personally can't see shit on that map. No, me neither. Who wants this to be over more, Matt or Marisha? Yes is the answer. Oh my god, I imagine being Matt right now. I can't imagine it. And I go like one layer deeper of like Matt and Marisha are in a real relationship that has things happen outside of what we see on the screen. And I assume, they're still together. They got married. I assume their relationship is at least baseline good, as I assume every relationship that I don't have the inner detail workings of. I assume it's at least good, if not great. But, like, oh my god, imagine if they had an argument on the way here. Imagine if the vibes before the game started were anything but immaculate. If they had like a disagreement about who was supposed to do the laundry, or no, I said I would do laundry after the game, and it's like, no, I specifically remember you saying that you would do it beforehand because I wanted to wear a shirt that was in the laundry. And so, like, it wouldn't have made any sense. Like, I would have said something if you had said that you were going to do it afterwards. You clearly said that you were going to do it beforehand. And then be like, no, I said I was going to do it after. Like, that is just a normal argument that just might happen between two people that are living and cohabitating together. And if that sort of shit happened on the way here... Oh, crazy.
Sure.
Alrighty. Top of the round. The Kraken's gonna go ahead, and the water crate seems to shift in the opposite direction. I need each creature in 60 feet of the Kraken, which is all of you, to make a strength saving throw.
Oh, yeah.
Is that including me?
Oh, yeah. Everyone thinks about it afterward, the awkward car ride home, which, certainly.
Yeah.
But, dude, if it was not good going in...
But only 10 for trinket.
Thank you, failure. All right, so that is 60 feet away from the Kraken for everyone who failed.
What does that mean?
So
We're just
pushed
pushed
away.
away.
Pushed away.
It's doing a big like.
The water just rushes through and pushes all of you away. Trinket's pushed
Who failed?
60 feet that direction. Roll for the shark. You could. It's gonna maintain the grapple on you guys. You guys just yanked in that direction.
Wait, who failed?
Like everyone.
Everyone.
Yeah.
I mean, 18 is what I rolled. I don't know what I add for it.
Yeah, so the shark's pushed up into that there.
Do I get slammed into that thing?
You do it as many damage. Just kind of pushes you in the tentacle, kind of holds you there. Keeping you grappled. It's not gonna release the grapple.
That acid's got to burn through that at some point. Is that continuing or?
It's a different tentacle.
Yeah, damn it. All right, so that brings us to Vex's turn.
I mean, do I see any of this happening as I'm just fucking swimming away? I guess my.
Yeah, all the ink is now washed away to space, and everyone's pushed away by the force of the water.
I'm gonna swim up so I can see down over the rock.
Okay, so you
Over
swim
the
up
rock.
there, and you can just see over this way. You can see your brother there.
Okay.
Kraken, you see everything push this way, and everything shoved in that direction.
I'm gonna try to shoot an arrow into the tentacle holding my brother.
All right, go for it.
Where's the key whale go?
Oh, disadvantage. Same thing. 25.
You have hits, go.
17 damage with 4 lightning, which is
And Liam trying there, being like, where'd the key whale go? And just no one reacts to the funny little name.
as my bonus.
Just
You
like
can certainly-
silence.
On this day.
So then we'll breaking the line of sight just barely. Go ahead and make a high check.
22.
22. Okay.
And then I'm gonna have my shark attack him.
Okay.
How many
The
tentacles?
shark has a speed of what? 40?
Yeah.
30, 35, 40. Just barely gets up in space to hit. So
17 plus 9 is 26.
26 hits. Good shark.
Good shark. With a bite attack. Sweet. 14.
15 points of damage. All right.
I'm just using trinkets stats because that's what I had in front of me.
Sure.
Is that terrible?
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm sorry.
You haven't done enough damage here enough to really threaten the Kraken yet, so you're fine. All right. Ending Vex's turn.
No.
And the turn uses last legendary action. It's going to go ahead and make a tentacle attack at you.
Oh, and trinket's gonna swim towards the door.
As far as Trinket can get. Alrighty. That is a 29 to hit.
Shit balls at 28. Wait, I'm blessed.
It's your AC.
What's your
It's your AC.
Oh, fuck it, I thought I was doing it. Then I got
It
it.
is 18 points of bludgeoning damage.
Sure.
And you are grappled.
Uncanny dodge.
Right, so 9.
Okay.
And it grapples you once more with the tentacle.
How many tentacles are left? Like 3?
5.
Yes,
They go down fast though.
Alrighty. Percival, your turn.
I am booking double speed to that door because I am useless.
Get out.
I'm so I've got form, so I'm full speed.
What one?
I'm
So that's what you did, yeah. So, yeah.
Go.
So you're out.
I am holding. I'm just like waiting on the other end. Okay.
But you made it. That's good.
you tell the story.
Please no.
All right.
Please no.
Too late. Done.
Top of the Kraken's turn.
Tell Percy. Tell Dodie.
It's going to move over
I'm so
here.
useless in this fight.
Grapple max.
That's not true.
It's going this giant beak
No,
opens up towards
no.
you. That is a 2 plus 18 is a 20 to hit.
It's a little true.
Oh, he does not swallow you.
He doesn't swallow you.
All right, I rolled 2. Okay. All right, so it goes and snaps towards you.
Van Dam splits, just out of the way.
However, However, while you're attacking
I'm gonna
restrained, so
throw up.
restrained creatures, attacks instantly do damage.
Okay.
So that is a 28.
The only thing that I
I forgot this until the target grapple ends, the target's restrained and attacks against restrained creatures have advantage.
Is that at all connected to dexterity?
No.
Okay.
Sorry. So that is
This is the ultimate fight of like, yes,
24, 30.
just don't do that, Matt. Just pretend that you didn't read it. Just pretend you didn't read it. Who has the lodestones? Who has them? Because they've been pursued scale and recruit a new party. Because, bro, no, you can't. You have to try to get all the bodies out. Because I was like, just resurrect them, but you need the body. You don't need the body for every resurrection spell, but they would lose all their loot. And oh my god, I can't even imagine if Vax lost the Sleepwalker's Ward and Whisper because of this fight. You gotta get the bodies. You gotta get them. Vex, Grog, Tarry. Put them all in bags of holding. So they're in Tarry's bag, the bag of holding, and the bag of holding. Okay. I mean, they're the most important ones, but still, if someone gets swallowed and dies, you can't get their body.
4 points of piercing damage,
No.
Your unconscious inside.
and you are swallowed.
This is insane. Oh my god.
All right.
Dude, and I've talked about, one of my predictions was that the Raven Queen would revive Vax at some point without being like asked to, essentially, like, you know, since he's like fate touched or whatever. And I predicted it as like this really fun, really cool moment. I thought that there was like some amount of foreshadowing for it. And I was like, oh man, it's going to be in like the final fight and it's going to be so sick. And it'll be this big culmination of Vax's arc. And then maybe he will like do kind of the charge afterward. And like he will ultimately die in the fight, but she'll pop him up once. Dude, you can't use it here. If the Raven Queen does that here, it's such a fart in the wind, and then it makes it so much less cool if you do it later. Don't, oh no, man.
That is the dragon's turn. Grog, you're up. You watch as it just swallows. The backs of his eyes go limp, and the jaws just take his not-moving form and swallow it aside.
Does Caleb do this?
You do, because you're back here. Make an intelligence check.
Intelligence check.
I know.
Hold on, everybody. Prepare for an amazing.
Not for 20.
9.
All right, what are you doing?
I am going to attack this big stupid sea chicken.
Okay, so
Wait, I mean,
Just get into the damage.
yeah.
Of course.
Go for it. That's exactly what.
Dude, and on also, this is on the Kraken stat block, but somewhat on Matt for not. I mean, maybe he'll homebrew it right here. You gotta make a way for people outside the Kraken to make it throw up. You have to. Make a way for exterior people to make the Kraken throw up. Because right now, Vax is just dead, and that's it. Unless they kill the Kraken, but they haven't been doing damage to the Kraken the whole time, so it's not gonna die. So they're and if his body's just in the stomach, they'll have to kill the Kraken so that they can fucking skin it and get his body back. But Percy's already left because running was the appropriate decision, and they can't kill the Kraken.
Yeah, can I aim for one of its tentacles that is functioning?
sure, go for it.
Cool. Reckless. Natural 20.
Okay.
I should have made it him.
Wow.
10, 25, 30, 35.
35 points of damage. You go ahead and sever one of the nearby immediate tentacles. It's like whipping around you.
I'll take the next tentacle that works.
Okay. As you finish that strike, you feel this strange sense piercing into your relatively unprotected skull.
That's
As
weird.
no language peeks through, but you get.
Okay. So the Kraken's talking. Um I'm gonna try. We're actually at the point where I don't know if I can watch this ethically. Like, I don't know if I can analyze it and provide commentary to the point where it's transformative. To be dead honest with you. Like, because I don't want to just keep saying, man, how bad, or yes, just get them out of there. Like, I can't just keep repeating that over and over again. But that's all I think. That's all I feel. So we're going to get through this telepathy discussion. And if we're back into combat afterward, I might have to call it. I might have to call it and just watch it off stream. And then talk about it either at the next episode or in a separate stream. There will be some talking points soon, I promise. Okay. Cause yeah, man. Some making jokes about the fucking crack. I mean, it's. I also I don't like being negative in a way where I can't say this is what I would do instead. But we're so far outside of the average table and average play that I feel like any advice I would give is like useless. It's like at this point, I feel like I'm on the same page as chat. Chat's on the same page as me. We all know what's going on here, and okay. We can do it. We can do it. Okay.
Piercing into your relatively unprotected skull. As no language peeks through, but you get this very
Yeah. I mean, and I don't, and that's one of the reasons that I'm debating if I can do this, because I also don't want this stream to be like a hard indictment of Matt or the table. Like I said, I'm glad I said it so much at the start. I did not realize how things would progress. But it's like, you have bad sessions. I think this is not an unusually bad, but a bad and unusual session that is unlikely that you will run into. But regardless, people have, you have bad sessions. It's just hard for me to watch it. Don't feel pressured to perform for us. It's not even that. I don't like, how do I say it? I don't like being critical for its own sake. Like, I am a drama frog sometimes, truly, but I don't like, I hate like point and laugh comedy. I don't want to shit on something just to call it bad or just to shit on it. And that's something that I try really hard to never do on this stream, but we're getting to the point where I don't know what else I can do. So we're gonna see. I'm trusting that there are talking points soon. If there are not, I might have to call it. Just because I don't like being just like generically negative. Or honestly, just negative for long periods of time. I feel like there are always good things I can pull out. But every time there's been like a small good thing, it gets reeled back. I get why Matt's reeling it back. I get it all. It's just so tiring.
strong, angry, hungry sense. This emotional force that says, oh, Now you've made me angry.
Yay, the talking.
You start realizing very quickly that this creature, while it's a force of nature, has been just feeding, but you've got its attention now. Its instinct has turned now to its intellect to reach out to its food. You've made it angry. What are you doing with the next attack?
Fuck, we shouldn't have attacked it so much.
Apparently my hammer is talking to me. Reckless attack. 23.
That hits.
Okay. 17.
17 damage already.
Last attack. That tentacle's still fine, right?
Yes, it is. So it's damage, but it's
Yeah. All right, reckless. 31.
31 hits.
And 25.
25. You destroy another tentacle. It has 3 currently remaining.
One of them's around my neck.
Yeah, so one of them's on Tarry and they're 2 free. Okay. I am going to use my not incredible speed to just...
Use your full speed to move up to it.
I'm going to just end my turn.
Okay.
Yep.
Tyrion.
I mean,
You have a Hail Mary?
no,
This is
no, my Hail Mary I did on my first turn. I'm going to try to break free. I will put my finger up right next against the tentacle and just use that ring of the ram and just try to punch through it.
Okay. So how many charges?
I regained 3.
Okay, so you use
all
all 3
3
charges. Go for it.
yeah.
So go ahead and make your ranged spell attack with disadvantage.
Well, plus 9 is 21.
That hits?
Oh wait, disadvantage. Shit. That's less. That's 17.
17 just misses. You try and squeeze it by, the ring releases and smashes into the rock and destroys part of the nearby plant life, which then begins to just float away. Chunks of rock and sand, some of the underground dark soot begins to billow out. The tentacle still remains affixed around you.
Terrible.
Dude, I don't even know what I was just doing. I was just like scrolling through the transcript.
It is going to...
I don't even know
actions to attack
what I was doing.
tentacles. That is a 34.
I'm out of it.
You take 19 points of damage reduced to 9, and you are grappled.
He only has one more tentacle left that is available.
You know what? Hey, I have a compliment. I think the way that Matt just introduced the telepathy. Yeah. Okay. No, never mind. Jonathan got it. I guess you were planning to grab what the Kraken said. I was going to, and then I read it, and I was like, whatever, man. And then I was about to basically say this. It's like, I think that Matt found a verisimilitudinous way to inject the fact that it can talk. We talked about that last session of like, that's something that you would need to do. Little too late, but at least like you do that an hour earlier in the session, and we are maybe in a different scenario now. Maybe this is one time break the no spoilers rules and just have chat send you the relevant timestamps. Maybe. I'm gonna keep going. That's maybe on the table. Confused Strawberry. Yeah, that's possibly on the table if chat has that sort of thing. Not yet, but maybe.
Fucking kill it, you guys. Don't kill it.
Okay.
Retaliate.
You can have no against.
The one that grappled me.
Okay, go for it.
Reckless. That's a 31 again.
That hits. Roll damage.
21.
You slam into it. It looks like it's pulling apart the muscles still holding tight. Vax, you should make a death saving throw with advantage.
Don't die.
Okay. That brings us to Keyleth.
Yeah.
You're back here.
Who's grappled and who's closest to the
Grog
portal?
is closest to you, grappled, and there is Terry on the other side. You can't quite see.
I still have control water up, correct?
I believe it, Rainbow Dragon.
Cameron and Grog are both grappled,
I totally believe it.
and I'm free underneath them.
Because I imagine that they have to do
I
some
used
role play
Ultra
after
Self
this.
originally, correct?
They
It's Ultra
have
Self.
to.
So I still have all my beast shaping, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, you have your B shape you used to turn to this one.
Huh?
Your wild shape you used to turn to this one.
I didn't use Ultra Self to do that?
You use
No,
beast
Ultra
form
Self
on that.
Well, ultrasound just gives you gills and fins. So you use
Sorry. I meant animal shapes. No?
Animal
Should
shape
use
already passed
animal
it,
shapes to everybody?
Yeah.
Right, but you also
I
have
use
special
that to
movement
me. Right. All right. Cool. Cool. Okay. I'm gonna try to get Grog out of the grasp again with my grasping vine. Bonus action first. See if I can.
grasping vine from where?
Okay.
You gotta come out of the ground here if you want to.
He's right
The Grog's right
here. Correct? Yeah. So I want to be over here-ish.
You're pointing at the
Yeah.
TV screen.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's hard because I don't literally have access beyond this
So pulling
rock.
up this way?
On the other side of that, closest to the portal. Yeah.
I think Matt suggesting locations for Grasping Vine, great. Way better than being like, what do you want to do with your bonus action? Being like, would you like to do it here? Feels a little guide-y. I think a lot of players rightfully kind of cringe away from that, but yep.
That's what I want.
Do
Okay,
it
so
here.
say pulling this
Do
way.
it here.
All right. Go ahead and roll a d20 plus your wisdom modifier.
Don't. Fuck me, Gil.
Oh.
What is that? What is that? Not. What is that? What is that?
Oh, that's good. Okay, that's really hard to see. Sorry, that's a 17.
That's wisdom.
That is 17.
17. Right. 17 plus.
Sorry, I don't want to feel insane. Plus my wisdom modifier.
Correct. Which is
30. Sorry, 28. 28.
wisdom modifier is plus 6, right?
Oh yeah. Sorry, not saving throw. So 17 plus 6, which is 25.
All right, so you pull Grog this way, and was that minus range of what?
23. 17 plus
What's the
5.
range? What's the range of the combined? How far does it
It's
pull?
a 30 foot range with another 30 foot range coming from me. So 60 foot total.
Right, so you can pull him out of the range. It does break.
30 foot.
Yeah, so you do break the grapple on Grog and just pull him away. Then.
Okay.
All right, so you're
Then I
moving.
have my action and my movement.
Correct.
And I'm a normal person right now, or am I a
No,
whale?
you're whales. You haven't taken any damage. You just got pushed away.
Okay.
Which actually technically no form. You can
I wouldn't be able to cast a spell.
So you drop your form.
Yeah.
For sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
we definitely
Keyleth-
dropped a form.
Keyleth is back into that. Cast a spell.
And then I have another spell. Correct?
Well, you can cast
Second level or
lower
lower.
as your action, and you have your movement.
So fucking A, this is complicated. Okay. Then I would cast oh shit, I got Grog out. Who's almost dead?
Well,
Who's almost
that's
dead?
inside of
Yeah, I don't know if I can do anything about that right now though. I can cast a second level or lower. Oh my god, this is awful.
Just heal yourself.
All right, yeah. I'll heal myself. Sorry, for another healing word. Level 2, last level 2 spell.
Okay. And you're gonna move some towards the.
I'm gonna move. No, I'm gonna stay close towards the Kraken.
So you're gonna stay here. Move
Yeah.
towards the Kraken. Are you not moving?
Where am I?
You're right here.
It's hard to see on screen.
It's you're actually not even on the screen.
Right. You can see my fingers.
Yeah, I can see your fingers. Let me move closer towards the Kraken and towards the portal,
There.
and
So- so-
that's all I'll do.
okay. Gotcha. Top of layer.
And I heal myself. Sorry, level 2,
Yes,
which
do
is
that.
2d8 healing word.
Right. I need everybody to make
Sorry, 2d4.
Constitution saving throw.
That's those ones. That sucks. That's
12.
13 points lightning damage.
Great.
First of all, I'm not there. Not there. Sorry. Heal. Constitution saving throw.
Natural 1.
13 points lightning damage.
13.
13.
I had 12 hit points, so I'm unconscious.
Didn't you just heal yourself a little bit more though?
5 for 12, and now I'm 0.
Wait, we were 5 before.
You were 5.
And I healed 7.
Oh.
And I healed 7 because I rolled 2
Yeah,
ones.
that goes unconscious.
Sorry, no, wait. I rolled 2 ones on my d4s.
Yes,
and I have a
6
plus
plus 2.
6, so that's actually 8.
8.
Do I have 1 hit
You're at
point
1 hit
left?
point. You're at 1 hit point.
Is that
Plus
accurate?
Plus 5 is 13. You just took 13 hit points.
You're
So
zero.
you're
You're 0. Never mind. Fuck.
You
You're-
just
I'm at
fall
0.
unconscious.
Okay.
Alrighty.
God.
I rolled a
Damn it.
20.
A 20?
Yeah.
Alright, so you take 13 points lightning damage.
Okay, and Trinket rolled like a 4.
13 points lightning damage.
23 in resistance.
Alright, so that's 11. 6
Second round of
points lightning damage to you, Rob. Alright, control water is dropped. It's dropped. That ends Keel's turn. 20 count. Back, what are you doing?
I got him.
I saw.
Keel just goes. Shock. The burst of electrical energy shoots through the area, and she's gonna goes limp again. It's gonna float in space.
And I saw Vax get swallowed. I see that happen?
You would have just barely seen it over your shoulder. I heard someone say it over you, please.
Fucking A. I swim up and I swim. God damn it.
Your bonus action for a dash if you want to try and get closer. It's up to you.
I'm gonna try to shoot. Thorns. I guess hail of thorns maybe. Actually, I'm gonna try. Yeah.
All right, I will say something that is not related to directly what's happening, but it's related to the idea of avoiding TPKs or even avoiding player death in general. When I was talking about risk assessment at the very beginning of stream, that is partially for foreshadowing danger to the players, but it is also for me. Am I sitting on the floor? Maybe I should. I don't know. That is also for me. Because if I am doing like a risk assessment where I think there's even a chance of someone dying, I say to myself, does this even have the possibility of being a satisfying combat for the end of a character? Because I'm not against characters dying or, any of that sort of thing. I think that any member of Vox could have died permanently during any of the Chroma Conclave fights. Possibly during Kevdak. During maybe the Pit Fiend fight. Like, I think there's a lot of fights in the Vox Machina campaign where I would be comfortable with that being the end of a character arc. And we saw that with Scanlan during Raishan, where it basically was, they resurrected him, of course, but it was basically the end of him. I don't think this would be. Regardless, and I'm thinking about it beforehand, regardless of it regardless of however boring or interesting or fun this combat is, its position within the plot, for me as a DM, I would think, ugh, it would feel weird if they go on a personal quest for Keyleth to this really dangerous area and Vax dies. I mean, honestly, maybe Vax. Vax actually might be the only one. I think Daniel said Keyleth. I don't even know about Keyleth. I think Vax might be the only one if he like sacrifices himself so that she can complete her journey. And that's like a romantic last stand. But even that, I'm pretty on. But like Vex, Grog, Percy, Tarrion, the boyfriend sacrifice, exactly. But everyone else, I'm like, it would be such a weirdly not weirdly, an unsatisfyingly black stain on everything that is going on here. On the end of her personal arc, you know? Keyleth dying like her mom is thematic. I guess it is. It is a little thematic. But to me, it would honestly reinforce the Vestra as villainous if Keyleth also died here. And she dies like her mom. Which I guess that's at least that's a like manner of progression, and that progression could feel satisfactory, I suppose. But that is part of my risk assessment. When I'm like, I look at it and I'm like, not even necessarily would this feel satisfying, but would this feel very not satisfying? And I think the majority of death in this combat would feel very not satisfying. I think it would actively degrade the quality of her, of her personal plotline. And so that is very much a consideration that I'm making when I'm considering whether or not to build in safety nets or trapdoors, for me as a GM to alter the flow of combat. Is if this combat, honestly, regardless of if the combat is deadly, if there's even an inkling in my mind that someone could die, would that feel at least middling? Would that feel at least middling in terms of satisfaction? If not, I'm probably building in some sort of safety net. Because I think most of the dragons, it would have felt middling. Like if one of them had died permanently to Umbersill, that would have been kind of like, okay, sure, I guess. Whatever. It wouldn't have really stuck out as like, ooh, very thematic or like very satisfactory, but it wouldn't have been like a total black mark. It would have just been like, yeah, they died trying to take down the Chroma Conclave. That's it. Whereas this is they're dying helping Keyleth complete this thing that she doesn't even really need to complete, if we're being totally real for real. At least at the moment. There's like really no time pressure on it. It's such a low stakes activity. Like it's high stakes if you think about it in detail of like, yeah, this is like the final test before she's able to lead her tribe. Sure. But like she can kind of do it whenever. It's not even like Avatar where he has to do it by the time that Sozin's Comet arrives. There is no equivalent to Sozin's Comet. They could have kept leveling up. And then the person that dies here wouldn't have died. You see what I'm saying about like, the satisfaction level. So when I'm thinking about these combats ahead of time, when I'm doing that, risk evaluation, it is partially so that I can foreshadow the danger, but it's also partially to think down the line of like, if the worst case scenario happens, am I cool with that? And honestly, most of the time, yes. Most of the time, I'm fine with it. But there are certain points where I really want to avoid it. So, yeah. The Vesper has been doing this for like ever. They never had anyone explain to the Kraken what's going on. If the Kraken knows the deal, they would probably be chill. Maybe. I don't know. It depends. Yeah. I think the only possible satisfying arc that could come out of the Keyleth is any of VM besides Keyleth dying. Is Keyleth going Joker mode and dismantling the Ashari as we know it? Yeah. I find that incredibly unlikely to happen in Critical Role. Now, if you're in a home game and like Vax dies and Keyleth goes full Joker mode and your friend Marisha like gives up control of Keyleth and Keyleth becomes like a villain, I kind of fuck with that. Yeah. I think that could work. But I see that as incredibly unlikely for this table. And you got to do that evaluation for your table. You have to consider like, would my table be cool with that? Is that likely to happen at my table with my players? But if your table would be down for that, I think that could work. But so yeah. That's another one of the reasons that I would say that I find it incredibly unlikely that I would ever find myself in the scenario that we're in, is not only because, I'm foreshadowing it more, or I would redo the exploration bits or whatever. It's that I look at that Kraken stat block and I'm like, oh, this has the chance to kill someone. This has a chance to kill someone so easily. And I really, I want this to be tense, but I don't want anyone to die during this. So I'm building in an escape hatch. That's like first stop along the process of building it for me. Maybe not first stop, but it's in there. Yeah. Was this Matt's intent from the beginning of the campaign? Because if the had done the Armente earlier, they'd stand no chance against the Kraken. Yeah, I can't imagine if they had done the Kraken at level 10 that it would have looked like this. Or if they'd done the Water Armente at level 10, it would have looked like this. I think that would imply some not so good things about Matt's building sensibilities that I honestly just don't think are true. Like, looking at the rest of the campaign, this is pretty anomalous. So I don't. A Matt that would have planned this exact encounter from the very beginning does not gel with the Matt that I've seen separately. I think that's one of the weaker arguments that someone can make. But it really, if I'm being honest, that's kind of my baseline right now, is like, that would just seem out of character. But people can do out of character shit, so who knows? Yeah. I don't believe that as a general rule. Yeah. But anyways, I mean, it's a good question. And I mean, it is an important thing to think through for, like, if you're going to do, like, a lot of times people call Vox Machina or a more sandbox style campaign. I don't think it's fully what I would call sandbox. I think it's maybe a little bit more linear than I would call a sandbox experience. But in a, like, I think one of the defining characteristics of like a sandbox type game is that you can, you know, hit any level of enemy at any time. You know, they're not going to block you from getting into a bad situation. And I've talked about this a little bit before, so I'll go quick. But I often think about it in kind of terms of like concentric regions. And this kind of goes into like foreshadowing difficulty and all those sorts of things with these like oddly shaped regions. But I would only step up the CR like threat in a sandbox game by like a consistent amount per region, even if that region is small or even if that region, you know, is very gradual or whatever. So if we say like out here is like a CR1 and this is like where the town that they start in is, and then they transition like one step in either direction, this area has at maximum CR3, right? This has at maximum CR3. And then you take one more step in to like this area, and this area has at maximum CR5. And you have these like concentric threat regions. And I think this is a very naturalistic way to do foreshadowing of danger. But in general, I think it also makes the world feel a little bit more sensible. It feels weird if you can run into a CR15 thing surrounded by CR1s. That just, I think that legitimately just feels odd and not sensible from the player POV. So even in the case where Matt has planned out this exact quest, like this exact encounter with a Kraken at this CR, I think there needed to be escalating danger around it and like several layers of escalating danger, because they did have the pirates, which were fine in terms of difficulty, but not something they could never handle. You know what I'm saying? But the jump up from the pirates to the Kraken is huge in terms of threat. The pirates were way less of a threat than the Kraken. And so I think if you were going to have a situation where they can do the Aramente at any time, and it is going to be this, there needs to be a gradual build up to it so that as they get closer to the Vesra, they start to realize, ooh, we may be in over our heads. And they realize that in a more gradual manner than they would have in this, if that makes sense. Yeah. I meant it more like surprise motherfuckers. You thought Keyleth was Aang, but she's actually Zuko, but yours could work too. Fair enough. I see what you mean, yeah. He probably would try really hard to avoid level 5 VM going head on versus Thordak, for instance. Yeah. For sapient species, it's easier to have a wide spread of CRs. It is, but I think you can even go so far as like, okay, the level, you know, or the CR20 or the CR15 Necromancer has some lackeys that are level 10. And they're going to interact with the lackeys before they interact with the Necromancer. And even those lackeys might have summoned minions of their own, imps or quasits or even like, you know, skeletal warriors that maybe have a degree of sapience that are going to be a lower CR than even the lieutenant lackey people. So even with sapient species, the way that I think power structures would naturally evolve still lends itself to this sort of more gradual gradient of CR. Now, it's not always going to be able to be exactly that way, but I still think that there's an amount of naturalism there.
I'm gonna try to shoot a hail of thorns directly at his mouth. I don't know, try to get him to like do something to let go. Spit it up. It's the stupidest plan. I know, but I'm not thinking clearly. My brother's got fucking swallowed.
Okay, what level? Hellthorns?
I'm gonna do it at oh, everything within 5 feet. And Keyleth is in 5 feet.
No, Keyleth is over here.
Okay. Is anything within 5 feet?
Currently, no.
Okay. Then I'm gonna cast it at 4th level.
Fourth level?
Yeah.
You saw fourth level spell?
Oh no, I did grasp me bind.
You did.
Did I?
Yeah,
No, I
okay,
did. No, I did conjure animals.
You did.
So 4th level.
Yeah, okay, fourth level. So that is an additional 4d10 piercing damage against the attack. Go ahead and roll the attack.
23.
23 is for disadvantage?
Yeah.
Okay, that hits.
Okay. 11. 11 plus 3 lightning, and then how many? 4d10?
4d10.
18.
Okay, goes in close damage. So as you fire the arrow, it sinks like into the side of your mouth, just bursts with thorns in the vicinity. It kind of roils, but it doesn't seem to have any effect. You have a secondary attack if you want to.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna try to shoot at his eye.
Okay, go roll.
Oh, I see more what I see more what you're saying, Daniel. Yeah, and to clarify, the CRs that I was like the CR concentric rings, that is exclusively maximum CR. So I agree. In terms of guards and peasants in close physical proximity, the ring would just need to allow for the guards to exist there. But anything lower than the guards could easily exist simultaneously. But even if we think about a city, it's like even concentric districts of like, I would assume that the guards in the Cloud Top district, or not Cloud Top. Oh, what's the actual district in Amon? Cloud Top is in Skyrim. You get up to the Cloud Top district. What am I saying? Of course you don't. But that is whatever the district in Amon was. I'm assuming that the guards there are going to be of a higher CR than the guards in the rest of Amon. But that doesn't mean that there aren't lower CR people as well. It's all just the max. Cloud Top is right? Oh, shit. Matt yoinked that. I missed max. I was assuming a narrow band rather than going all the way down. Yeah. That's at least how I think about it. Because, you know, I even picture something like a dinosaur-infested wilderness, and a T-Rex is going to need large prey to feed on. So that, you know, those are going to be nearby, but those are probably going to have a wider range than that singular T-Rex. So they're going to also fill a larger thing around them. But then you would also have little shit tier Griblies like running between their feet regardless. So yeah, I only think about it in terms of max, yeah. Anyways.
29.
29 hits.
Yeah. 16 plus 4 lightning, nothing.
Okay.
And I'm gonna, this is so stupid, I'm gonna swim back down and try to hide. I got nothing.
You already used your bonus action, unfortunately. You cast the spell.
Yes, I did. I'm gonna stand right there and say, fuck you, let go of my brother.
Okay, first of all, you're on the other side of the portal looking through and you
How
watch.
long can I see what's going on?
You get a slight view, you peek out the side. It's still obscured and like a water.
It's only been 6 seconds.
The daylight spell is still kind of shooting up underneath, so it's this beacon of light in the one water. So you get a decent view of what's going on. You just see, like, Zekil kind of go limp in the distance. You see Grog there. You see Vex trying to shoot.
Nothing. I'm gonna try and. How far do I have on that? I'm gonna try and stick my head through the portal. I'm gonna try and cast Minor Illusion in front of the beast.
Okay.
And it can't be complicated, can it? It's gonna be small.
It is a cantrip.
It's a cantrip, so it's nothing fancy. I'm just gonna try and make a big meaty target appear. I'm just like a thing that looks like I'm gonna try and do like the shape of some aquatic animal, a small anything to try and get right in its face.
You concentrate through the portal and you watch just short about 30 feet past you. A little shimmering space looks almost like a fish, but it's sort of translucent and blob-like.
God damn it!
It's not really gonna help you in this situation. Sorry.
I got nothing other than trying to distract it.
Okay. End of your turn.
Yeah.
It's going to use.
I pull back through the portal, obviously, but
Alrighty. As you pull back through, and in turn, so go ahead and use the second action to make a. This is going to be a technical attack in Zerog.
Yep.
With advantage. It's going to be 27.
That hits.
You take 12 points of bludgeoning damage. All plus 10 is 22. Divided by that to 11.
11.
Alright.
Did I make a retaliatory?
You already used it.
I did.
Sorry. Now the Kraken's turn. Top of the round, you lose a death saving throw. The acid begins to slowly burn away. And
Oh, you just.
no, you lose. The acid
it
hurts you.
goes. Okay.
The acid just is slowly digesting you. It's going to be 4, 5, 10, 15, 20, 30. for the purposes of this, you're right there, Grog. It's basically a little cluttered over there.
Grappled, or did he just bitch slap me?
I mean, it hit you and grappled you.
Okay, cool.
One of the main tentacles.
Terry still held on?
Terry,
being
is
pulled around.
you're being like, pulled up over the rock and dragged across. Like, oh god! Over there. That is got 34. You take. It's just getting intense.
I'm getting intense. Jesus.
That is 29 points of piercing damage. Half
Okay.
to 14,
14.
and it swallows you. The second time.
Good.
Pulling you
You
into
can
its
get
body.
back
Yeah, you can get back.
Good.
Yeah,
Oh,
shit.
I approve of this.
You are consumed and restrained once again in its dark space inside as you're pulled into.
Fuck this tiny hole shit.
Then it's turn. Grog, you're up.
It's my turn now. Even like a second to think about it.
As you're pulled inside, the voice once again is now emanating outward to you as well, Vex. And in the unconscious darkness of Vex and Philip, the voice says,
I've been here a long time, and I'll be here long after you are dust. Feed me and give me sustenance. I'll find my way through somehow.
Grog.
I take a greater healing potion. Can I reach Vex at all? Can I like find any part of his foot or anything and pull him down to me?
All right, so you can either reach around for him, try and feel for him. You can take a healing potion as a bonus action if you like.
It's not for me.
It's not for you. You can make an investigation check to try and find him. This is going to be your action to do so.
Is he rough at all? Is he rough at all? Even close?
Kraken.
The Kraken, I don't know what you've seen. You guys haven't been doing focusing damage. You've been trying to move around him. Lost the number of tentacles, but
Right, and the tentacles don't count towards overall damage.
they do.
They do, but... What choice? I am going to... Fuck it, I'm going to make an investigation check for Vex.
Go for it.
Oh.
That's a big natural 1.
Feeling around inside, you're unable to find any current form of Vex right now. However, you still have your bonus action in your frenzy.
All right, I'll take that potion myself.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
So, what potion is it?
It's a greater, my last greater.
All right, 4d4 plus 4 hit points.
So that's 48 hit points healed.
I don't even know what that's gonna
By
be.
doing this, by the way?
16 points of
Yeah,
healing.
I wanted to go and try to attack the tentacle that is holding Terry.
All right, so I don't have
The shark?
Not even aqua.
Hello, shark friend. Aquatic ally.
21. No, 22.
That hits,
I am terrified.
14.
14 points of damage. That was one that previously taken 22 points of damage. The shark actually does tear the tentacle free. So technically, Tyrion, before you're about to get dragged over the coals of the top of this, before the shark actually tore into and removed your grapple from
And
is down to 2 tentacles.
runs.
Trinket
Wow.
ran. Oh, yeah, Trinket ran towards the door.
To the door, Tyrion.
Can't hear anything.
Or before there.
Well, she's unconscious.
I can't really see the layout. Is it my turn, by the way?
It is your turn.
I can't really see the layout of that rock. Can I see through it? Is there an under?
There is actually. There's a small kind of under, kind of a low bridge.
Well, ballsack. I can't move very fast now, can I?
You can move 15 feet. That's
Well,
just swim through.
Can I wiggle through under the little outcropping there and get to
I
the
think
other
you
side?
just get out of that side there.
Do I have a clean line of sight on him?
On the Kraken?
Yeah.
Yes, you do.
Okay. I mean, I can't really.
How many tentacles does the Kraken have now?
If I shoot the thing, the people inside will die.
I don't know about that.
Already.
It might keep him from getting digested.
I don't think so.
Only one, they're dead. I mean, like, it's not like you're saving them by not hitting them at this point.
They're gonna die.
Yeah, no matter what you do.
The Kraken dying.
I mean, wow. Is there a part of the Kraken I can see that does not looks like I can do damage to it without hurting the main? What is that? The thorax?
You don't see any. It is a big creature. Your friends are somewhere deep inside. It's fleshy, digesting interior. The outside is armored and filled with very, very taut muscle and hide. So yeah, you would probably not damage your friends if you were.
All right. Well, then I will take off a diamond and blast it with a prismatic spray.
Oh,
Thank God.
Yeah, except half of the things won't do anything.
Yeah,
Well,
but we are out of
better than
options.
nothing.
I'm totally okay with a Hail Mary.
Oh my God.
Okay, so as a prismatic spray in this direction, out this way, it'll just press past the front of the Kraken and the tentacles. Let's see here. Prismatic spray, it's a dexterity saving throw on that.
Sure makes it.
That is a 23.
Yeah, of course it makes it.
All right, so roll for your first beam, which is against the Kraken itself.
Do I roll a d8? Or wait, to choose what kind of
Are you
beam?
focusing the Kraken? Are you focusing the Kraken or one of the tentacles?
I mean, no tentacles are holding anything right now, right?
Currently not. So it'll be just the Kraken.
Just the Kraken.
All right, so roll d8 to see which beam hits it.
5.
5. That is 10d6 cold damage.
Oh, cold. That's good.
So go ahead and roll that.
Doesn't have resistance to that, right?
Maybe.
10, right? Yeah. 8. 15. 19. 30. 35.
35 points of cold damage, reduced to half because you made it save.
Big little tentacles, man.
13. All right,
If you do enough damage to it, it may vomit them out.
No, I'll get it from inside.
you get that sense.
You have, yeah, and the tentacles don't get a prismatic spray of their own?
No, it's kind of one of those things where it just damages the creature. You have to focus like a physical specific attack.
Man.
All right, that brings us to the top of the round. Vax, go ahead and roll that saving throw with advantage.
I can't do a rip off a patch and take a potion, can I, as a bonus?
The regular potion, you mean?
It's a patch potion.
Patch potion.
Yeah. So I can get a patch.
Maybe like a patch healing spell.
Patch out.
I'll use the patch as an action, I think.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's 2 on the
Vax,
patch.
Just jerky.
You're good. All right. So, Keyleth, does saving throw, please?
Plus a constitution.
Nope, just a d20. What'd you roll?
3.
All right, so you failed one death saving throw. Let's see. Take that.
Versus having a Mai Tai somewhere.
All right. Vex, Trinket, and Tyrion, make dexterity saving throws, please.
11.
6 points of lightning damage.
19 for me.
6 points of lightning damage.
And fail.
6
Like
points of
5 for
trinket.
6.
6, yeah.
He's unconscious, so he's vamped to mine.
All right. Well, yeah.
Is he within 100 feet?
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
Keyleth, you failed another death saving throw.
Immediately.
Yep, you took lightning damage. Alrighty.
This is not going to go well, guys. I've got nobody else on the field.
Vex, it's your turn. You have an unconscious Keyleth over here.
I'm going to swim to her and try to cast Cure Wounds.
Okay. That's it.
Good, I'm casting it at 3rd level. So that's 3d8. That's cocked. That sucks. 7. Sorry.
So that was total what?
7.
7
Points.
So
Hey,
Keyleth,
Keyleth,
you're
you're alive.
unconscious.
7
You
points?
deal 7 hit points. You're fine.
Back in the game.
Save my mana. Okay.
All right. Any Vex's turn, first of all? Actually, Vex still have movement if you want to.
I'm gonna try to hide.
You have nothing to hide behind.
Get out, get out, get out.
I'm gonna just swim away from. I'm gonna just try to swim towards the fucking door, but
Okay.
trying to keep my distance from the Kraken while I'm doing it.
It's hard to do that right now, but you don't have the door that way. There's a gap. All right, then Vex's turn, first of all. Anything?
Yeah.
Can't do anything.
No, it fires electricity.
Oh, Shark is going to attack one of the last tentacles. If we can get to it.
I'm gonna hold my action for
Barely get up there,
vague,
but what's
for the vague hope of something useful.
Okay, holding your action to
Attack the I've already burned it, and it laughed it off. Just to attack the Kraken.
Just sword
It's
already?
enough to sword. Just
28.
20 hits, roll damage.
12.
That shark is our most effective.
The
weapon.
shark has been pretty great.
Alrighty, that brings us to the Kraken's turn. Top of the turn, the acid burns through even further. Vax, you feel another death saving throw? Let's do. Alright, top of the Kraken's turn. It's going to, let's see, what's in the range here? It's going to
And it's like so late,
Just like,
Yeah, it's midnight.
and we're just into the wee hours of the morning
Guys, I
watching
think
ourselves
This is one of
die.
our tightest games.
This is kind of nuts. Alright, it's going to make a tentacle attack at the shark, Vex.
I mean, I'll pause really quick and say I'm not even like trying to track all the things that Matt is or isn't doing, quote unquote correct. I think Vax should have made more death saves at this point. It's not even worth tracking at this point. Anything that gets them out of here fast, I'm in favor of. And anything that keeps this going, I'm not. So fill that in for anything you see.
And Keyleth.
But it only
Using
has
his two
That's right, 2 units. It's going to make one at Vex and Keyleth.
the shark is so dangerous.
The shark's
The
been
shark is
hurting it,
literally the most
and
dangerous
Keyleth
thing.
is just like
This
very.
creature is far more intelligent than you think. It's not a natural beast. It's a fairly
The
intelligent
shark is
creature.
how do you want
That is a 20. That's a 26 versus you. You take. Well, it's good news and 1 shit damage. That is 18 points of bludgeoning damage to you, Vex. You're grappled by 1 tentacle. And against Keyleth, you are taking out within 5 feet of you. It's a natural 1. I was like, a creature advantage, you're prone, but prone is within against creature has advantage, and the creature is within 5 feet of the creature, otherwise it has disadvantage. So, yeah,
Oh god.
Go back to doggy paddling.
that's 1 thing that saved you,
Uh-huh.
and that's going to be 2 attacks. All I can do this turn. All right, that brings us to Grog. You're up.
Let us whoop the ever-loving shit out of the inside of this Kraken. Reckless, everything. Yeah, just all 3 attacks, just hitting
What
the
master well or
inside.
not?
It's not really a great weapon.
2-handed versatile means you can hold it with 2 hands.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Pretty sure that's how it works.
It's just a hammer. It's not like a great sword or a great axe. So I thought maybe.
Maybe
it
double
was-
check the wording
Wording the
to be
resale
safe.
value of these books with how much you've been cracking the spines tonight.
Oh, it's a heavy weapon, not yeah, no.
Yeah,
You're right.
I'll make him reckless though. I'll,
My
20.
honest husband.
29. Hits right.
Don't chase it, it's angry at me.
Just gonna roll the damage.
29 hits.
First is a
Dude, you even hear it there, man. You hear it. I think that I want to clip that, and that is if I could put a GIF as a thumbnail for this episode,
what's that? I'll,
right here.
My honest husband.
29.
Oh, no.
Hits right.
Don't chase it, it's angry at me.
There we go. Yeah, maybe I'll just take a screenshot right here. Maybe this will just be the thumbnail, man. Yeah, that's a good one. Oh wait, why didn't it work? There we go. That's a good one. Because it just feels like so much of what has happened has either been directly because of that or because of things that were done because of that.
Just gonna roll the damage. It's a 20.
29 hits.
First is a 20.
20 points of damage.
Second one is a 22.
22, yeah, hits.
Hits very good. Is a 24 points of
4
damage.
points of damage already.
Last one is a natural 20.
Roll damage.
Oh my Jesus.
19 plus 34. The 10, that's 44. That's 7, so that's 51 points of damage.
51 points of damage to it. So that in its own tag is enough to make a Constitution saving throw. There's a 4. Plus 15 is 19. It's not enough to make its Constitution saving throw. Grog and an unconscious Vax.
Oh, gotta get a healing potion in that guy's step.
Jesus Christ, guys, you're killing me. Okay,
Get it in him.
so Grog, you have your movement.
I do have my movement.
Okay.
I am going to. It's such a
better
short, shitty
fucking
movement. I'm
DMing.
gonna. Can I just rotate around him towards the door and stay within, as far as I can get?
25 feet.
Nabbed,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Any Grogs?
Is that a change? It probably is, man. Plus 15 is 19. Oh no. No. That is okay. No, that's good. That is correct. Okay. Never mind. I was curious personally. They still got 2 down, but at least they're out.
Turn. Tyrion.
Wait, is little elf boy alive?
No.
No,
He's unconscious with 2 failed death saving throws.
And Grog just ran away from him?
But he's out of the
But I
Kraken.
can't do
He's out of the
anything.
Kraken.
Okay.
If you can heal him for a point any way possible, okay.
Nope. Can't do it.
This is not good, people.
True Love's Kiss?
I'm very far away right
Is it
now.
my turn?
I just mean sand.
I mean, that I would love to do.
Again.
Okay. I don't know. Burke. Nope, I got nothing. And prismatic
That's maybe the only time that I can see Scanlan bias. But it was pretty conscious. It would be like, hey, is there any way that you can heal him? And he's like, nope. That is maybe them missing the healing word a little bit. I still don't think it would have changed any decision making, but that the healing word for the yo-yos is that will surely be missed.
will kill everybody else. Ring the Ram's dead. I can't throw anything that far, right? He's like 40 feet away.
You're right. What would Tyrion do at this moment?
50 feet away. How far am I?
You're about 50 feet from him, yeah.
You have the bag, right?
I can't throw something 50 feet underwater. I can only move 15 feet.
But you can swim out. Oh.
There's very little I can do. I will say crossbow and change my thing into my rod into a crossbow and knock the poison bolt and shoot it.
Sure. All right, so
Look at that.
you
Look
turn
at
this
that.
way.
Also move 15 feet.
There you go. Go make your attack with disadvantage.
Okay. It was a 1.
And the horse goes, flies up, you're like, shit.
But when I moved, Matt, I want to move toward it. It's not a way.
Okay, so you'll be
I'm going to get you a new D20 soon.
all right, end turn. Max, that saving throw with advantage. No luck left.
No,
Burn all his
no,
luck?
no, nothing. No luck. Come on. Raven Queen shit,
Wow,
nothing.
really?
Last bit of air. Stay. Lungs of Max. Lifeless on the ground. All right. That ends your turn, obviously. Keyleth.
Oh
What?
my god.
The Kraken.
Who do I see?
You're right here on the ground. You see Vax not moving. You see Vex currently grappled inside there, and Grog and everyone rushing in this direction towards him.
Vex is grappled. Vax is dead. And then there's me. How close am I to Vex and Vax?
You are 10 feet from Vax and 15 feet from Vex. Or 10 feet from each, actually.
10 feet from each?
Yeah.
Can I swim with my ultra self? Grab both of them? Can I do that? Can I grab both of them? With
Okay.
my swim speed?
All right.
Ultra self? Yeah.
You can grab
In between them?
Vax. I'm going to tug him towards Vex at half speed. It's fine.
No, I've got ultra self. I've got ultra self.
Right, but you're dragging him behind you as you go.
Come on, man. Do I have Vex?
10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
30?
Like just in the space. What are you trying to do?
And I cast plane shift and I get us out
Oh,
here.
shit. Okay. All right. And with that, 3D vanish.
Sorry, everyone else.
The 3 of you. Wait, you, who, and who?
The shark vanishes.
Oh, the shark.
Who just vanished?
Me,
Everyone
Vex,
but
and
you.
Plane shifting where?
Vax. It's you and Tarry left. Get the fuck out.
Where are you going?
Plane shifting where, Keyleth?
Back to Vesra.
Okay.
We're out of the portal.
All right. They vanish. Grog. All right, Stefan's turn. Top of the scale here. I need both of you guys to make dexterity saving throws.
Wait, who?
Grog and
I have
Tyrion.
it.
Wait, Grog is dead?
No,
That's dexterity.
Oh, dead.
18.
18. All right, you take 8 points of
I
bludgeoning
said
damage.
death.
17.
That is 8 points.
With resistance.
Yeah, reduce to 4.
Okay.
All right. First of all,
Wait, are you grappled?
Fine, you're
Nobody else is
there.
grappled. No one's grappled.
I'm. There's nothing I can do.
all right. End of your turn. Last legendary action. Go ahead and grab Grog with advantage because you.
Fuck you, Kraken.
That is 26. You take 10 points of damage, being reduced. And you are
Oh, 10 is reduced?
Yeah. And
Can I make my retaliatory?
You can.
I'm mechanical.
Reckless. 23.
23 hits, roll damage.
That is also a 23.
23. That one taking 13 damage earlier. That tentacle is destroyed. There's one
I'm not grappled.
no longer grappled. There's one slightly damaged tentacle left. As you do so, the voice says,
No. Come, when you end in the depths.
that ends your retaliation. Persist is now. It says Percy's turn, right?
I just.
I could do anything?
There's literally nothing I can do.
Yeah,
I'm
you
basically
can't do anything.
Right, okay. So we come forward here. So I'm going to go ahead and do lightning storm against both of you. I need both Tyrion and Grog to make dexterity saving throws once more.
18.
20. No more bucks.
All right.
That's so not blessed.
As a really roll. 13 points lightning damage.
Dead.
13 points lightning damage.
Unconscious.
20 in resistance for me.
Okay.
So it was sorry.
So 13 minus that to
Tarry.
7. So Tyrion falls unconscious.
Motherfuck.
See, I'm appears in a purple puff of smoke.
I know.
Are you really? Are you really? Where are you?
It's right near you.
So both
Grog,
Vex and
you don't
even
Tarry
like me.
unconscious?
I'm gonna take the coin.
Unconscious?
You took
I'm
me.
gonna alter self.
Wait, who's unconscious?
Okay.
I'm gonna go
Tarry,
deal
just-
with
He's doing stuff.
Okay. So the deals and fins appear. You wet fingers. And what are you doing?
I see Theory fall, and I bolt for the portal.
Going right past me.
Yeah.
Oh,
I am
fucking
staring you in the
A.
dead eye.
I love it. I love it.
And can I
Need-
can I
need
like
hands
can I like
opposed.
double my speed?
No, of course, use your action to do the ability. Oh, wait, you have the so you have full movement.
So it's full
Right.
movement.
We need. Lodestone.
Oh, he's
I
got the
have
other
lodestone.
lodestone. He does have the third lodestone.
Did I make it to the portal?
You are just in the outskirts of it, and you see Percy yelling at you.
Lodestone!
What? Oh. Right.
Oh, that was a great way to ensure that you got out of here, Terry.
All right, coming through at 20. Grog, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Girl, get out.
19.
It's 10 reduced to 5 points of damage against you. Daring, you failed that saving throw. Automatically, you take damage from lightning.
How far is Terry from the? How many feet is Terry from the portal?
Terry is
50?
40 feet. 40 feet? Yep.
What's my remaining? What's my remaining?
Remaining feet is 30. Okay. All right, Percival, what are you doing?
You can dash and get 60.
You still have the coin, right?
I've already taken it.
Your potion of haste.
Don't
I don't have a
complicate
potion of haste.
Yeah, sure you
Don't
do.
complicate this. I think we'll be okay. I think.
Percival, what are you doing?
I'm going to. I have a healing potion. I have a healing potion.
All right.
Fuck.
One person.
I don't know what the fuck to do.
That's the title for this. Can you get, what's your speed?
60.
Yeah, so go over there and heal me, fucker.
That's a bad title for your episode, bro. I mean, yeah, I absolutely agree with chat. I mean, it's absolutely the correct decision on Keyless part. We're just now at the. I mean, I don't know. I guess it depends. It depends on what the right decision is. You could be confident that Grog could get out. But it means you would have to go in for a third lodestone. Because it's so unlikely that Tarion's getting out of here. Oh, man. I guess maybe he will. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm not going to survive one round in there. I'm 16 points.
Okay, I will.
Yeah, there's no. What? Is Grog looking rough?
Grog, how you looking?
I'm okay.
You looking fine? I'm
all right.
just going to scowl at you. I'm actually, fuck it. I have something I can do.
What are you doing?
Science bros, man.
What are you doing,
Bigger
Percy?
things. I'm going to cast Friends on Grog.
Grog, make a wisdom saving throw with advantage because of hero speed.
I don't even know what that is.
Wow.
3, 5, 0 modifier. I don't know what that is.
Love this game.
Well, actually, it's supposed to be persuasion checks against him. What are you trying to do?
Just toss the nitwit through the
Well,
door.
are you trying to intimidate him?
No, I'm begging.
All right, make a persuasion check with advantage. That's how technically supposed to work.
Yes.
But I'm giving you, yeah.
Through the what?
With advantage. That was cocked though, was it?
That's a 20.
That's okay. Yeah, it was 20.
20? Okay.
Natural 20.
Okay, Grog. You come through, Zeeper's looking at you,
Yeah.
and oh shit, you don't want to make him mad. He's your buddy.
Toss the nitwit through the door.
The nitwit. That's okay.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good.
Okay.
I love you.
I'm sorry.
Just nitwit, right?
Yeah, like that.
Who do you think I think the nitwit is?
I think it's.
Grog.
It's gonna.
I can't take it back, but I'm going to say what I said. I'm well aware. I can start to argue with you if you start to do something.
You did
stupid,
cast
which is
friends,
fine.
so I technically I would think nitwit is me. I'd be like, okay, here I go.
You might. I'm not going to.
Why don't you roll for it, Trev?
No, you cast friends, and the whole point is to like, yeah.
All right.
That's a DM call. It's not quite a call.
Yeah, the Kraken's going to go ahead and make a bite attack against you. This is the last one. What's one clinical left? That is 18 plus 6. That's 24. Hits you. You take. That is.
Oh, shit.
13 plus 10. 23 points of piercing damage.
How many?
23. Reduced to 12.
I mean, great line from Tal. I get it from Percy. I mean, y'all know that I am generally, like generically, not that into like forced PvP decisions. Like if one of my actually, and it's actually very not pertinent. What's the word? We're not running ads. We're pushing through this. It's very I guess serendipitous timing. My party has actually been doing a lot of adversarial roleplay, but my players are all super on the same page about it. And like no rolling involved. They just, you know, convince each other to do things or don't. And I'm already kind of iffy on it in low stakes situations. I was like 50-50 on it when Scanlan friendsed Percy to get him to throw the list into the lava. This is Percy casting friends on Grog to tell Grog to put himself back into death's danger. Because, like, think down the path here. What happens if this happens and Grog dies? Grog and Tarry die. And the only reason that Grog goes back in is because he was forced to by another player using a mechanic on him. If Percy just convinces Grog, no rolling, no forcing, whatever, like that's cool. That's fine RP. It's still ultimately Travis's choice. I would just never. I don't know. I'm finding it hard to be nuanced in the moment. A lot of times I try to be nuanced and I try to, pitch other sides and make defenses and steel man. I'm just having trouble with it right now after everything. Because it's like my mind instantly goes to, oh, damn, if Taliesin does this, forces Grog back in, and then Grog and Tarry both die and get swallowed, and they can't be revived. That just kind of sucks, man. I don't know. I don't have like a more complicated opinion. It just would suck. And I've got no trouble. I've got no problem. In fact, not only do I have no problem, I love and welcome Percy within roleplay begging Grog to go back in. I love that. It's amazing. It's really incredible RP and interpersonal drama. I love that. I hate the idea of it being forced. I hate that. So I don't know. And not liking it too much without being able to conceptualize it. You are being able to put it into words makes me feel complete. I'm glad, Randolph. I'm glad. Yeah. Because it's like, if it works out, whatever, it works out. What's the difference between him just, being able to convince him? Travis didn't seem too upset at this point in the episode. Maybe. I think Travis would be okay with that. Maybe Travis would. I don't know Travis. I can't say. That seems like a pretty dog water way for a character to go out. A mechanic that one of your party member using a game mechanic on you to force you to do something with your character, and then the character permanently dying because of that. Like I said, I don't know Travis. I find it hard to imagine anyone being okay. Like, I'm not saying that like Travis and Taliesin are gonna like break up their friendship over it, but like I wouldn't be okay with that. If one of my characters went out that way, no, that sucks. I would be like, hey man, please don't do that again. Like, we're not retconning it. It happened. We're moving on. But I don't know. That wasn't super cool. It takes away my autonomy. I mean, it's just using enchantment magic. It's using mind control against one of your allies. If you die under the influence of mind control, I would blame the mind controller. I don't know. I think the fact they've largely bought into that side of things, they're more or less likely to be annoyed by it. Yeah, maybe. I don't know, man. I can't. I literally just can't picture it. Like, it would sort of be like, I guess imagine you're on a soccer team and there's a mechanic in soccer where the team captain gets to tell another player to do anything that the team captain wants. Once per game, we'll say. And the team captain goes, I want you to foul that person in this. I want you to break their fucking leg. I want you to break their leg in this next play so that we can rush past and score the goal and win the game. And you don't get to refuse. And then you break, and then, you know, you do what they say, and you break the guy's leg, and then you get ejected from the league. You can't play on the team anymore. You can't play in that league again. Maybe you can go to Europe and play, or maybe you can go to some other country and play, but you can't play on that team anymore because you broke the dude's leg because the team captain forced you to, in the name of winning the game. And now we'll bring it all the way down into the analogy. Let's say there's a 20% chance that you get caught. Or a 10% chance that you get caught. I would be pretty pissed if I got caught and got ejected from the league because of that. I'd just be pretty pissed. If he used the captain forcing technique, if we're huddled up and he says like, hey, I need someone to like take this risk. Like, hey, will you do that? Like, will you take that risk for the team? And I have agency in it, then that's up to me. I have agency, I'm deciding. But if he just forces me to, I don't know, man. I just can't picture a situation in which I'm cool with that. I don't know. Risk of sucky PC deaths. It's such a dark Percy move. I don't even see it as a dark Percy move. I truly see it as a dark Taliesin move. This isn't me arguing about what Percy is doing. This is me arguing about Matt enforcing it as a mechanical feature of the game, and Taliesin wanting it to be enforced as a mechanical feature of the game. If Taliesin wants to use friends within the fiction of the story, whatever, but Grog can still, or not Grog, but Travis can still refuse. Like Travis still has the agency to be like, no, that just didn't work. Then I'm fine with it. But the way that they've handled this sort of thing before and the way that they're talking about it now does not imply to me that Travis has that agency. The implication that I have here is that Travis has to have Grog follow those instructions. And that's the part I'm not cool with. Anything that happens in the fiction, as long as the player still has full agency over it, I'm fine with. You know. Kind of feels worse in D&D to make a player do something they don't want to. In other TTRPGs, like Masks, it's part of the game, so it's more balanced, the chance of winning the role. Maybe, yeah. You kind of saw almost a self-correction to stick with the assumption, who do you think Grog would think is the nitwit? And then a self-correct to follow the intent. Yeah. I mean, this is not, I think they'll stick to it. That's kind of part of my problem, is that I think that however Travis interprets it, Taliesin will stick to. I'm still just not down with this like player versus player, like forcing other players into things or even trying to. Like the implication that it even matters how Travis interprets it as to what Grog is able to do or not do. That's a whole problem for me. Yeah. Save the no way. I don't know. This is like yeah. I don't know.
because of your raging, and you are. Oh, you're not. We're not grappled by the Kraken, so it does not swallow you. I saved your ass there, man. I was just about to eat you. Okay. Good for you guys. Yeah, that's Kraken's turn. Rob, what are you doing?
I am going to Aquaman run over to Tarry.
You took the so you have full speed in
5.
so you can double speed if you want.
Well, 25 there. It's gonna take an action to pick him up.
Maybe I just want to grab the bag.
He said nitwit, throw the nitwit through the
What do you
door.
want to do, Grog? It's your call.
I'm not gonna fight you no matter
Yeah,
what.
what do you want to do, Grog?
He has friends, right? So I wouldn't want to make Percy mad.
What's up to you? Friends affects him more than it affects you, technically. He just seems very persuasive.
I got a point.
Yeah, all right, I'll pick up Tarry.
Okay. If it's up to Grog, or if it's up to Travis, that's fine. I want you know. I want to be clear about where my line is. If it is if Matt says, you know, right here,
Friends affects him more than it affects you, technically. He just seems very
it affects him more than he affects you. He just seems very persuasive.
I got a point.
Yeah, all right, I'll pick up Tarry.
okay.
And I don't think I rewound.
So
far
you have full speed in
enough.
5.
so you can double speed if you want.
Well, 25 there. It's gonna take an action to pick him up. What
Maybe I just want to grab the bag.
He said nitwit, throw the nitwit through the
do you
door.
want to do, Grog? It's your call.
I'm not gonna.
What do you want to do, Grog? It's your call. And Taliesin also reinforcing, like, I'm not going to fight you no matter what. I don't know. This isn't what it sounded like to me ahead of time, and I can feel myself becoming less and less charitable, and I don't like that. But I think that the fact, like, they are now clarifying and backtracking, and that's okay. And that's and that's fine. And that's fine. As long as it's Travis's call. I'm okay with anything happening in fiction as long as it's ultimately Travis's call. That's all good with me. Everyone put out Sam's face. Yeah. I'd first say no as a GM, but second, it's a charm. So Grog still has agency. He just likes Percy. Doesn't mean he's willing to die for him. I agree. And I would say that, you know, like, for example, one of my players currently is under the effect of a cursed item. It's a hunk of, well, it's not a hunk. I don't know if I want to say it out loud because it's a little bit of a mystery what it is. It's a hunk of metal that is cursed. And it he doesn't like other people holding it. And it's like at one point someone says, "Can you hand me that?" And I said, "Maxim, you don't want to give it to them." And then I paused and I go, out of character player name, you can give it to him if you want. No roll, you're not gonna like need like a wisdom save or something. Like I'm just telling you the thoughts that are being like inserted into your head, but you can do whatever you want. And they were like, okay. And then I went back into character and I was like, Maxim, you don't want to give it to them. No, that sounds like a terrible idea. So I that is very much my line, is players have full agency. I will tell them what they maybe think, or again, with this one, it was very clear that it was a curse and they were foreign thoughts. And even the character in the fiction knew that they were having thoughts that were not their own. So that is my line. I am down for things to be influencing things, but it's ultimately still the player decision. Sam just gleefully encouraging the greed. Yeah. Saying it's fine, like Marisha. It's fine. It's fine. A cursed hunk like a himbo. Okay, if you're one of my players, shut your fucking ears. It's the hatch of the apparatus of Qualish. and it is related to one of my PC's personal quests. They have this big like desire for glory, and so I am putting Qualish in the game, and they're going to like rescue him. And this is the hatch has come up from somewhere. It doesn't matter, but it's the hatch. It's the hatch door, and that yeah, I'm excited about it, and the players are having a blast with it, but I have been doing a lot of this sort of thing. And like I actually think last session one of the players might have cast Friends. I know they cast Sleep on the cursed friend. And so I've been thinking about this a lot, and I have been continually reiterating to the players, if there is a mechanical thing that happens that you do not want to happen that comes from a different player, feel free to ignore it. And everyone at the table say, yes, thumbs up. We're good. So that's where we're at.
Fight you no matter what. What do you want to do, bro?
I cast Friends, right? So I wouldn't want to make Percy mad.
Wait, I didn't even read Amusingly Saunters. Sorry. How do you deal with mind control monsters on players like ghosts, vampires, mind flayers? I don't use ghosts. I don't use mind flayers. And I do use vampires, but charm last result. And I treat it as very, very, very evil. And I do treat it as a loss of agency. And I ask them to act, like if they're charmed by the vampire, I'm like, act in best faith to accomplish their goals as much as you can perceive them. And then I leave it up to the player. I've said before, I'm very lucky in terms of the people that I've played with. They are absolutely allergic to metagaming. They want to be as in fiction as possible constantly. So for them, that's not a hard lift. Me just saying, like, you know, do the best of your ability, do things that you think the vampire would like for you to do. That is the effect of the charm. That is all I need to say to them. That's not necessarily that's not necessarily going to work at every table. I generally avoid charms for that reason. Or at least for partially that reason. And we've talked about before, I think enchantment magic is the most terrifying magic school, well beyond necromancy, well beyond anything else. So enchantment is seen as highly questionable evil in my worlds, well beyond any other school of magic. So that also plays into it. If there are charms or enchantment of that kind happening, it is a highly illegal scenario. I kind of use it as a signal for very dangerous because I establish it as so evil. Oh, man. Domain and Jab, have you ever used a flump? I've never heard or seen anyone try to use a flump ever. I have not. I have not because they're so... Dude. I'm out of it. I started to like form an answer and then it just slipped away. I gotta finish this fucking episode, man. It's having an effect on me. I'm 6 minutes out. We gotta go. I can't even talk about why I haven't used flumps.
What's up to you? Friends affects him more than it affects you, technically. He just seems very persuasive. I got a point.
Yeah, all right, I'll pick up Tarry.
Okay. Moving back with him, because your strength is reduced movement. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. You don't quite reach.
Can you throw Tarry through? Or is that an
Do
additional
I have
action?
anything to toss him through that thing?
No, it takes your whole... To pick him up and get there, you only have bonus action right now.
Can I take or the tiny little healing potions, the regular ass ones?
Do you have one yet?
I have one. It's just,
So there you go. So you take it.
I forget what it's called.
Yeah, it's 1d4 plus... 2d4 plus
It's
2.
a red ball.
2d4 plus
2d4
2.
plus 2. And it's Rob turn.
3.
Carrying.
4.
Maybe that's saving.
11.
11. So you're fine.
That's one good one. Did you get a success?
That brings us up to the top.
Is it mine?
Not quite yet. We are at the 20.
Oh, there.
All right, that's a dexterity saving throw from you, Grog. It's just all livestock.
You will lose a
16.
16. That is 14 points lightning damage. You, Grog.
Half to 7.
Yep, have 7.
Automatic death.
Automatic death fail. All right, that brings us now to Percival.
I'm going to just lean out the fucking door and take 3 attacks at a tentacle and run back in.
Okay.
Since he's right there.
Well, currently there is no tentacle in your range.
There's no tentacle in the range
right now. If the tentacle's arrangement's wrapped around somebody, you can hit it right there. But right now it's kind of like.
Oh, in that case, I'm going to run out, grab, and pull, and just like help drag everybody through the portal. If I can.
You can grab and pull Tarry. Be cool.
We'll see.
You're gonna be
Friend.
you won't know for a while.
You pull Tarry through his unconscious body through.
Healing potion.
Healing potion?
I do. I have like a minor left. I haven't
Point
burned.
carrying through.
Okay. So I'll say between like your first movement there, you have enough to go ahead and so 2d4 plus 2 to Taryn.
2d4 plus what?
2d4 plus 2 to Taryn.
Oh, so that's 6.
Taryn is conscious.
Yeah, no, I'm just at the edge, like ready to. Yeah.
All right. It's not Kraken's turn.
Oh my god.
You got nothing.
The Kraken is going to step right here, now directly behind you, Grog. Its tentacles going to swarm with one, and all these broken tentacles now are trying to like extend. You can see parts of it regenerating and starting to extend a little bit. Not fully, but it's going to take off. But it is, you can see it does regenerate over time.
That is a bad creature.
You're at the end of Percival's turn. So he's one of its legendary actions.
God damn it.
To attempt to bash.
I don't know what
It's a natural 20.
Oh my god.
So that is 17 points of bludgeoning damage against you. Just a half.
the 8, 9.
That would be 9. And you are grappled.
Scrap it.
Now it is the Kraken's turn.
And it's gonna
The Kraken is going to attempt to bite attack you. It does not have advantage. It's a 20.
Hits.
I mean, it does have
That is-
advantage since he's unconscious, to be clear. If
18
we're
points piercing damage. Reduce to 9.
doing
And
this.
you are swallowed.
Get your-
Awesome.
You get any attacks, Groggy? Okay.
Alrighty.
Oh, wait, he's not
All 3
unconscious.
attacks.
Go for it.
That's
Reckless.
my bad. That's my bad.
That's a 32.
Things.
That's 20 points of damage on the first one.
All right, 20.
26 is the hit for the second one.
That hits.
Yeah, sure.
9. 24 points of damage on the second
All
one.
right.
And a 23
That hits.
with 19 points of damage on the third one.
Make a Constitution save. That is directly a 9 plus 15. It's a 24. The DC is 25. It fails and vomits you out again.
Right through the door, vomits him right through the door. Come on, through the door for projectile vomits.
I'm just going to take a picture of that. People
Come on.
are like, that's a little too close.
With the rest of my movement, can I turn around and look at him and go, yo, oh, ancient one. Can you read my mind now? And I walk through the portal.
And you do as you step away from the portal.
Double birds.
All right, I just tweeted that final saving throw on his end. Wow.
Hand you my glasses. And fall down.
And that's where it ends tonight's game. Jesus Christ.
I'm
Titan
tired.
creatures, man.
Terrible.
Hey, first deathbacks.
Titan creatures.
First
Titan
dead.
creatures.
He's
Well,
dead. That's not good.
He's still fucking dead.
know.
He's still fucking dead.
Maybe my last.
We don't know.
God.
We don't know.
I think it's just
And
like
so,
feels
that's
it.
the Look of the Queen. But we'll find out where that brings us next week. One way or another, we'll come back against the Armente.
Oh my god. And all of the guild
Wow,
complexes.
I underestimated that whole thing.
That,
That
was
went
so much worse
wonderfully.
than I ever thought it would be.
I don't feel good.
I feel like I'm gonna throw up.
Yeah, I feel a little nauseous, and it's not just the Kraken.
Thank you,
it's
look
all the
great.
Kraken. Thanks for great. The robot and the Legos.
You're still alive? All of us, but
How many points do you have at the end of Rock?
Hey,
I'm tired.
real lips.
I was watching him take it down. I was like, oh my god, one more hit.
29, 65, 61, 51, 44, 39, 27, 33, 26, 17, 8.
Wow.
If I didn't get barfed, like, we would have problems.
I was gonna make a running. I was not willing to. Yeah, I was not.
You swallowed too.
I had a thought, but it was a bad thought. I'm really glad I didn't have to go
Oh,
through
I
this.
felt so sick.
I've learned a lesson. Always carry an insurance policy.
Fair enough. Well, guys, well done. You got the lodestones and escaped. With the body of Vax, though dead, had that last death saving throw happened to some of the Kraken, there was no way you were getting it back.
So that's good.
I know.
So that,
I mean, we won.
that's a silver lining. Anyway, guys, thank you for sticking through a very long, climactic, intense battle.
Mm. I don't. I was gonna work more tonight, man. Oh, that was crazy. That. Yeah, man. That. I don't know how to formulate my thoughts on that. Cause there are some bad things that happened. There were some bad things that were done. But it was all so magnified by like... It was all so magnified. And so it feels weird to look at some of the things that Matt was doing towards the end, especially in the vein of like constantly having that brain worm of needing to prove it to the internet. Like his first reaction being, I rolled this number, I have to take a picture of it or else people won't believe me. It's like, fuck, bro, who cares? I mean, I know this isn't to belittle Matt at all, and this is why I might just talk about it later, because I don't blame Matt for caring. To be very clear, I get why he cares, but it just bespeaks of just a torrent of undeserved and just just unconstructive, destructive bullshit that he was getting on the internet. To be so afraid and to be like, I have to take a photo of this because, like, frankly, man, I don't give a shit if that's what it actually was. If you had rolled a higher value, my brother, I don't care. Spit him out. That's why you have a GM screen. That's why it exists. So this, like, I don't know. It's so tough. I'm so tired. Maybe C1 has the most Twitter fear from Matt, but I don't really know. I have to imagine it does. I know at a certain point they start pre-recording the episodes and it's not live anymore. And I have to assume that the Twitter fear goes down after it stops being live. But I don't know. I never got that. He could easily change the dice number before taking a picture. That is true. That is true. He could. But then just the whole song and dance feels just so strange. But I mean, maybe that's how you like keep up the facade. I don't know. All of it makes me so just not envy his position. The majority of what I got from that is, ooh, man, I don't envy their position. Even if he does change the number before, doing the picture, the whole thing is just... it's far less noticeable as time goes on, way before they start pre-recording. That's good. I also have to imagine, I don't know. My point is, if someone wants to rat on for fudging, the picture isn't going to help. Yeah. Well, it's I think that's what I'm saying. Is like the whole thing of like taking the picture and double checking the rule and all of it is just, it feels like there is so much thought about what is going on off table. And that, I can't imagine the amount of like stress that puts on them. It hopefully less now. But it's like, for me, playing D&D is, you have to put so much of yourself into it, because it is not, it's combining this like pre-written and predetermined stuff with a large level of improv and like instinct. And so there's just so much like personal investment, especially from a DM, but absolutely from the players as well. And to just have it get, I don't know, to like, I used to do like rules. I used to have like the rules lawyer tie or whatever, and I don't know. Even from the beginning, I was like, I want to try to not just be like, or not be like too nitpicky. I don't know. And I'm doing it well after the fact. I know. This isn't to say that it makes me like self-conscious about doing commentary, but I just can't picture getting all of that and like being so conscious of how your work is being interpreted and just being like, just having just like shit flung at you for it. So much of which was, is in bad faith. I don't know. That was honestly my main takeaway from this episode, regardless of everything else. Because there was a few bad things, to be sure. But there have been a lot of bad combats in Critical Role. There have been a lot of bad combats so far. It happens, whatever. But the vibes were so crazy this session. The vibes were insane. And I think someone mentioned it earlier of like anything individually, if you pluck out any individual piece, I can name 5 Orion moments that were worse. But this was the hardest episode for me to watch just because the vibes were critically low. And there was so much stress where there didn't need to be. And I think that they did a good job of like recovering it as well as they could and turning it into fun stress. But man, that was tough. Oh. After the Kevdak fight, he did a whole extra video to explain the combat to internet people. I know. I loved that combat. That combat was so sick. It is so, so good. Have you ever read CR's Twitch chat? To be clear, never ever do that. I read in the early days when they used to have it on screen. There's a moment from an early episode, like in like the 10s or 20s, where I get like full on distracted by Twitch chat because it's so like, whoa, what the fuck are they saying? It was just so like out of left field what was going on in the Twitch chat. Like, yeah. I don't know. Marisha did a Reddit Q&A a long time ago and talked about how she felt after this fight ep. Don't know if you want to know. That's a tough one. Maybe. I might ask Mike about it. And if there's any like subset he could give me or something. Because that would be interesting. My general rule of thumb is, release order, chronological, but this feels relevant. So maybe I'll ask like John or Mike, probably Mike, about it and see if there's anything that I want to talk about in there. Yeah. I think the approach of this is the raw rule, but Matt doing it this way is fine for his table is very different to a lot of what he got. Yeah. There was, I wasn't around. I didn't read any of the Twitter. So like, I don't even have firsthand experience, but I can just see it. There's like a fear in his eyes that he's crazy. And not crazy, like I don't understand it way. Crazy in like a god damn, what were people saying to this poor man? Oh, it must have been awful. Yeah. I'd be hard pressed to point out an episode I enjoy less than this one. Yeah, I think that maybe that's even the thing. There's nothing in this episode from a rulings perspective or from any individual thing, but they all just combined in such a soup that it just made atrocious vibes. Yeah. Only up from here. Only up from here, man. Yeah. Part of me wonders if the Hazel have envy, like they want what Matt has. Possibly. I mean, even beyond envy, I think there's an amount, I think there's probably some amount of envy, certainly. But maybe an emotion I can like personally relate more towards is like, this is now identified as like the D&D cast. This is like the way that D&D is played to a lot of people. And I think that if you are, maybe someone like me that doesn't really play D&D like Matt does or like his players do and never has really, but close enough. You'd still they're still the same game, obviously, but we have really core differences in how we play the game. If you're someone like me and you don't have empathy, I guess, or you don't, you're not thinking about the fact that these are real people and you're just venting on the internet and you don't think that they'll see it. Because I hear that all the time from creators. Like, someone will DM them something mean or tweet at them something mean, and inevitably, if the creator actually interacts with it, the person backs down and is like, oh, I didn't think you'd actually see it. Like, and that still happens today. And I think that the awareness of like how comments could legitimately affect real people, I think that awareness was even lower back in the day. So if you really disagree with something that he's doing and you think it's influencing all these people and you just like want to vent about it, and you're not like actively focused on being kind, it's I think a lot of people were just like, man, this is shit D&D. It shouldn't be the model, right? And I don't think it's shit D&D, to be very clear. I know I'm like putting myself in a similar mindset to them, but I do not think that it is even close to shit D&D. I'm glad that I'm very sorry, not even, I don't want to portray this as like an afterthought. I'm very glad that Critical Role is like the model. I think there's a lot of unreproducible things about Critical Role, and I think there's a lot of things that people shouldn't try to recreate, and I think, the Matt Mercer effect is a thing. But I would rather it be the Matt Mercer effect than a lot of other D&D that I've played, D&D that I've DM'd. I think they have a good example, and any table is going to have unreproducible things, especially a table that is full of like professionals that make a good show. they are going to have unreproducible things. So out of all of those sets of people, the sets of people that even could have succeeded, I love that it's Critical Role that has the spotlight after watching all these episodes. And I think that people just don't, I think there's a lot of people out there that just don't have like that level of self-awareness of like, you know, they think like my game is, my way of doing it is the best way of doing it. And they just got lucky. And if only my table and my tiny actual play with one viewer could have hit it big, ooh, we'd be so much better. We're so much more deserving than Critical Role. I guess that is envy in a way. But I think there's even maybe an altruistic bent to it, just a total lack of self-awareness. Of like what good D&D even is, you know? So I don't know. I feel for him. I mean, this sounds so thoughts and prayersy. I hope it's gotten better. I assume it has. I can't imagine doing it with this level of stress and fear for 6 years. I think they either would have burned out or it must have gotten better for some reason. Yeah. It says it happened 8 years ago, so it would have been done shortly after this episode was released. Oh, really? I didn't realize. Sorry, I thought when you said recently, you meant recently after the episode, not recently as in like 2025. I thought you meant like this year. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, throw it in the spoiler. If you're in the Discord, throw it in the spoilers chat. Make sure it has nothing crazy in it. Or if you're not in the Discord, if anyone in the spoilers chat knows where it is and wants to post it, that'd be fine. Yeah. Yeah. It's very noticeable since a lot of recent episodes arcs were great. There's also like an amount of contrast. Yeah. Yeah. I just got here, but know the ep. Did Mega end up reading the Marisha paragraph? Hey, the Marisha paragraph. There you go. No, I haven't. I can only imagine. I'll take a look at it maybe off stream. Especially if / after the Discord scans it. But this is the first bad episode in like 60 of the 88 I've seen. Maybe 3 are bad, which by TV standards is a great show. Yeah. I mean, it's yeah. This is, I mean, I can say it super succinctly without, you know, any amount of detail really, but this is the first episode I've ever come back from a break and been like, I don't know if I can finish this. Not like for non-health reasons. Like sometimes I've been like, man, I just feel very bad. It has nothing to do with the episode. I'm just, not feeling great. But this is the first time that because of the content of the episode, I was like, I might just have to watch this off stream. I don't think I've ever felt that way before. And such a large chunk of it is empathy cringe of like imagining myself in Matt and Laura and all these other players' shoes and being like, oh my God, get me out of there. That's such a large part of what makes this episode feel so bad. Which just isn't nearly as much of a concern at a home table, All right. I think that's it. I gotta go. I gotta go eat something and fucking nap. I don't know. I found the quote. Throw it in the Discord. I truly, I don't know if I can like interface with it in a full way right now. I'm tired. And yeah. I think I'm gonna peace out. I'm sure we'll talk about it at the beginning of next stream way more. So I'll see you all for Age of Umbra. on Wednesday, and then 89 on Friday. Only up from here. And at least we got some cool lore at the end, or at the beginning, you know? So that was nice. That was kind of